Egypt a massive territorial possession, which certainly assuaged the Egyptians. However, they were not willing to take a tiny bit of territory to the north of the Gaza Strip. It remained in Israel, and Israel inherited the very considerable economic and demographic challenges of that. Israelis took the news of the return of the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt with mixed reviews. On the one hand, Israelis were generally very pleased with the concept that there would be a lasting peace with their neighbor to the south, but many Jews had begun to settle, particularly along the Mediterranean coast in the Sinai Peninsula, and viewed the return of this land as a betrayal of basic Israeli principles. And so it was a very wrenching experience, which would be repeated a quarter century later with the evacuation of the Gaza Strip. What Sadat earned for this was not the undying loyalty of all Egyptians, but rather the burning animosity of the Muslim Brotherhood in particular. Muslim Brotherhood members infiltrated his bodyguard to very high levels, and in fact, in October of 1981, while he and his friends were watching a military parade, they turned around and opened fire on Sadat, hitting him with 37 bullets, and he stands there blood loss while the parade went on. So he was unfortunately assassinated for the audacity of making peace with Israel. The legacy of his rule, however, says much about the state of Egypt and the state of Israel, and his leadership really created a much more lasting peace.
Everybody's gonna go over there to see if they can die.
That's it for this week. I hope you enjoyed the video, and of course, we can do it.
If you ever got caught in a riptide, you know that it's not a game. 1 minute it's me and you, and then we just smoking dudes, looking at the girls. Hey, look at us. Espresso martini like a motherfucker. And we're out there. We jump in, and once we get up, and you look, and you're not even in line with the girls. You're fucking 30 yards that way, and all of a sudden you're trying to swim, but something's pulling, and every time you move 2, you go back 5.
Hello, everyone.
You go 3, you go back 6.
Really
And next thing you know, your feet are moving.
I've got
And you're like me at the YMCA, like little fat legs go back and forth. Listen, at our age, those legs don't go back and forth for long. That's the fuck up. And kids are trying to look at that 16-year-old kid with them. Go like that. Look at me, I'm just Daniels. That shit will tell you like George.
Isn't that how the Cosby Show guy just passed away? He just went to go get his kids. But it was, dude, it's, I've had it happen. I didn't get pulled away, but I was in the beach once, and it just kept knocking me over. Like that's when, like when you can't get up. Like I've been moved, but like when you kept getting knocked down.
New York. 2 weeks ago, I don't know.
Every week for 15 years, maybe 2 weeks ago. Every fucking time I see you.
So ask him,
I was upset. I don't know how you do it. Every time we were, it was on the road on Friday. I called you at 7:15 at night. What are you doing? Waiting for the bunkers to can. Which means at 7:15, they've been in the hours. Like, waiting. I was dying to have something going on the whole fucking night. I already that went through. Second 2 workouts on Friday.
Of course, there's going to be a lot of diversity.
So I went to the gym first. Trained. I got over 11.
And I'm joking. Let's go straight to the first one. Let's try to understand a little bit about mass Jewish culture.
I stayed.
One of the more interesting aspects of
tapping 3 times.
phenomenon of
6
mass
times.
Jewish culture is the fact that
Jesus
there's
Christ.
very certainly in the ancient period,
Saturday,
temple, second temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics and worship.
That's not recovery. That's fucking insane. Who gets fucking choked out? Like, what am I gonna do? I'm like, oh my god.
Everything I have to do.
Political
I think I already decided.
you don't have like large organizations
And then I thought the last 500
kind of democratically based.
I forgot about that. You just found them in
There's
your car.
all these that capture a large population in the Jewish world and try try to direct
Oh,
me.
and I threw those down too.
I think that's why you don't need vacations. You just fucking go fucking nuts.
And democracy is
2 or
not
3 nights. What is it? 2 nights a week?
Jewish
But the last
tradition.
one they were
But the idea of
No,
trying to
I
change
didn't eat much.
state,
I didn't go either
trying
one.
to change the nation, trying to change the large region and a lot of countries on a political level, that's something fairly new. There are a lot of reasons why that is so. Perhaps most significant, though, is the fact that Jews always have been a minority population within a larger Southern majority population. Basically, they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their
I
heads
found
down,
it. I might eat a quarter.
avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of sources of Jewish tradition that really emphasize it. For example, passage that I used as the title of one of my books, Pray for the Welfare of the Government, as the mission continues, for if it were not for the fear thereof, people will swallow each other alive.
I go for it all the time. Yeah, but it's just not 2,000 milligrams. I get fucking. Don't say that. I go on. I tell people because it's like a very minuscule version of you. I'll take a joint or an edible and I'll smoke with it before shows. And I'm like, oh, I can't, or I'll take a puff. And I'm like, I have to. That's the training that I put myself through. And I will go out and do like sort of some shows at night because I know that when I do shows with you, it's not a choice. So it's just I don't do it to fun. I show you never once. I'm surprised you honestly found animals in your car. You usually don't keep them.
I always know when I lose medical, I take it somewhere around. You know what I'm saying?
How do you lose
I'm
it?
one of those guys. I'm like, wait a second, I'm right up there the other day. But I ain't too. So there's gotta be somewhere there's gotta be an animal. I just have it in my mind. And one day I'm driving, I look at the truck, I'm looking for something else.
In Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a large population of Jews. And with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II,
These parents keep telling me that they've told me things, and I don't remember it at all. No one has ever once said you need to get more edibles to remember things.
We cannot rely on the Russian government
Then you remember, let's say you write something.
So therefore,
Let's say I write something.
right, political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time as nationalism
If I write a joke in my mind, I write it down. I
especially with
forget it.
non-titular nationalities, that is nationalities that did not own their own state.
Back in that state. I got you.
And so Jews began to develop politics for themselves as well.
I wanted to show you
This is
something.
going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to longer more discussion, please. So let's look at two of the major
Right. Yeah, that was a good one. This is
with the firecracker in the sky.
right.
Then after that,
one of the most important
It's
early
just
parties
pictures on a video.
as the
It's just
that's short
seem
for
like
the
art.
Jewish
you
general Jewish organization
organization
was social. That is, it was believed in
I want my
a
junk
equality
email. I
with all
must have
people,
found 10 emails about
regardless
you.
of whether they were
Trying to
Jewish,
watch you. Never worked hard enough in your life.
whatever it is.
Blah, blah, blah,
And
blah,
that they
blah.
should be determined within a Marxist
When you're a comedian,
experiment
you do what I
to
do.
create a dictatorship of the proletariat following socialist models
Many
towards a
facets of his life. When you
Your book
remember this,
was, at least in its origin, which is the late 1890s,
it's not about
anti-clerical
a
party
lot of people said
that was
that you don't work hard.
anti-religious.
So it's like,
And in fact, its Jewish character initially
obviously, they
lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members
They
were
just assume that
particularly
you walk up on the stage,
industrial areas like Romania, places like that. It made sense in those early years
people really
to
think
conduct
that.
a lot of its propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of
And it's not
many of
that.
these urbanized
The
Jews.
toughest thing
And
about
it
stand-up
worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda, or
stand-up
the
comedy is about
propaganda
your feet,
generated by other social
your arms,
democratic
or your
parties.
hands, or
This was actually a very large party. It was illegal until
it's
1905.
all
Nevertheless, it garnered
because the number one
tens of
thing
thousands of
I got to
members
deal with
during
is
this period.
how many
However,
fucking
it was
notes
not
can I
the most
take
popular Jewish party
before I
by
just
far.
become
In the
Serial killer.
few sources that we
How many
have to get a
notes
real
can I take
measurement of what Jews actually
before I
thought
become a
before,
line
let's say,
cook
1921.
at a restaurant? That's it.
Jews
Like how many
voted
fucking
predominantly
notes can I
for
take?
science.
So on a stand-up, you got to be a little bit
just as socialism
Because
represented a
people
break
can tell you no so many times. It's not going to be different. You still not a job.
Jewish
You still in
identity in
the
exile,
It's the same thing.
their
People have no
homelands in
idea.
exile,
The
and go to
mental
the final
aspect of
homeland of Israel.
going for a
This
movie and
challenge
thinking this is going to
the
change your life.
religious status quo
Going
because
to
it
do a
was felt
spot
by
at the
many
Broadway
that
Comedy
the
Club
idea of
because
imposing
this
a
showcase
political
means so much to you
solution to the Jewish people
that
in
you're
Israel,
obviously
as
going
opposed
to
to
become
merely
something.
one of
People have no
individual
idea
settlement
the pressure that
legal settlement.
we put on
We felt
ourselves.
that the
Maybe no
challenge of
pressure.
God
Like that's
was
why I'm worth
a
beat
front
myself
really
up about
to
it.
the
But when
unfolding
you
of
get
that.
there,
So
then you know the other side of that
would not
fence.
be rushed
It's like
by
politics. You're
forcing
going to
a
win.
political
They're going to lose. There's no second fucking place.
And so there was
So when you start to get made, I want you to know
viewpoint.
that
As we shall see, the
there's
majority
two
of
sides of
Zionists
this.
at the turn of the
And the
20th
same
century
thing
were
would
in fact
stand up in construction. Construction, you
by the way,
measure and
around
mix
the
blood
an
and
iconic
deal with
image
people
of
and
Herzl,
carry
the
stuff in
founder of
wheelbarrows. I get it.
with
But
his
you know what? A
demonstration,
mule
if
could fucking
you
put a
feel
board
that
up.
it is no
You know what I'm saying? Like I've done construction work, right? I knew that when I got hired to do anything.
very
I'm not putting anybody down.
amazing
But I want people that didn't like the vacation stuff.
Herzl said,
Comedy is very mental. You get headaches.
So
You
with those
hold up some days.
socialist
You know, you just hold up some days. You know,
let's have
the
a
way
look
you
at
don't want to
an
do it.
overview of all of
Right?
these
You still
parties.
like
This is
I
going to
don't
get
know.
really
Fuck
complicated.
Joe
So just stay with me
Fuck
for a
Mitzi
second.
Shore.
Having a look at this
I'm just
image here, this
It's
looks like a very
Sunday.
traditional
The
Jewish
reason why
symbol.
I didn't want to do comedy is because
It's
Sunday.
actually a
I don't care about
complex
Friday. I
political
don't care
spectrum,
about taking pictures.
whereas
It's
on
fucking
the
dope.
left you have
Eating food, a show
socialism,
running late.
and on the right you have
Sundays.
capitalism.
I did my
Familiar with Jack kind of political spectrum. Left
all
wing,
five
you
shows.
have
They all been sold out.
pro-Marxist,
I took pictures of the audience.
movements,
It may not look like there's 50 fucking people at
and
the show.
more important,
Let them put
support
their
system
armpit on your
towards
arm.
average
Wear something.
government.
All this
And
stuff,
the
wear something.
anti-clerical as
So
well.
your
And
mental
on the right
is
wing, you have an argument for a smaller government and smaller taxation, of course,
That's one
that goes
really
with it,
great.
and often associated with more tolerance of religion.
There's so many things that have to go into this job.
If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and the right otherwise would
It's
quite a
limited.
bit
They're
more polarized.
going
You actually will way
show
off to
there
the left,
in February.
way
I
off to
want
the
to go
right.
there in March.
Unlike American
I'm thinking
politics,
it's
where
plus. I don't have the same
they argue
material.
with each other
No matter what that
intensely,
guy pays,
they're really
there's a
close
business.
together on the
It's just so
story.
much thought. Everything
But
else
there's
is 10
also,
minutes
besides
of
this
that.
x-axis, there's
It's
a
like people say,
y-axis.
you
The y-axis
don't pay me to
is
do shit.
Zionism at the
You pay me to
top,
fly.
meaning
Right.
the urge
Pay me for
to
the bullshit I
develop
put up with at the
a
airport.
Jewish state in
Oh,
the
you're like
Middle
a
East.
first class ticket.
And at the bottom you have diaspora.
That's what stand-up comedy is.
Here,
You're not
the
taking care of
affirmation
it means.
in the
You're
diaspora,
gonna be
I will
pushing
choose
those
to see how the
I
parties
told you, it ain't that
place
fucking
themselves on
none of
this.
us are.
So
Only one man
first
is
we have the book.
Jesus and the Jew.
Adding
It takes
the
a
whole
bunch
world
of yourself to
towards a
go.
messianic
I ain't shit.
socialist kind of folks party were very interesting. A small political party.
It's a
My
mental
life.
Is that why the comments have on the? It seems like yell at yourself, which is true, but it's also not.
Get the fucking thing. There's a ton of talent. You can have all the talent in the world, never
For
will
example,
work.
the Federation
do play here. You can have
over
all
here
the talent as a
top right
fucking.
corner,
For
here you have
years
the
I had a
so-called
ton of raw
Alpha
talent.
Alliance.
But I was making the
There's
fact
a general essentially Harrison party that obviously
it's bad. So I had to learn how to
also
stop
that
making
this
the fact of
will
the room
essentially be like a Western European country, a say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, accommodation, subtle diplomacy with the various heads of state.
Some people
Trying
go, I
to
lost
convince the
this.
non-Jewish
I can't make it.
leaders felt that this was a waste of
his life.
in reality, Israel had to be taken by force.
Look at the stats that Greg Ball put up.
Was he even cold too, or am I mixing Michael Jordan flu game with
Finally, on the top,
You enjoy love to throw a fuck. Got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Zionists and socialists that they felt that you should leave Israel. They should leave Russia and the rest of Europe.
That's a tough
But
fight.
they would be ashamed of
The Chinese or whatever, but
Western European economy.
that's a tough not here nor there.
Socialist
That's
economy.
an American person.
So that's
That's
basically
what
how
trained
they
to be
made
as Americans. Not all this other shit.
play on
Put a flag up on Republican now. That's not the plan.
There's also a
That's
state
American.
access.
Right.
You have to kind of use your imagination, but big
Funeral. I'm gonna go with
the religious parties are and in fact, the left towards socialism, they're actually
we're trained. A fucking politician.
Israel, the association of Israel, and this is that politically mobilized when they represented.
Be right back. I take a beat.
By the way, there's no
Stay
fuel
light.
crisis.
Yo, Uncle Joey here. I want to talk to you about something. It's that time of the year. You want to be the biggest dick in the room in a good way. Blue Chew is the original brand for chewable tablets, fasted and stronger and harder erections, so you can crush EDs. And dominate the bedroom. Captain Kirby Enterprise. When you nail the fucking picture shit, nail to the wall when you think you know you can trust. Instead of buying some dusty
And another
pills from
the
some gas
access
station
comes
shit.
this way.
I don't need that shit.
That
Take
Israel
Blue Chew
was
at any time of the day or
some of
night,
its way
so you can be ready to go whenever the moon strikes, whenever you find the victim, and whenever it's time to lay down the hammer. And we've got a special deal for our listeners.
Conquering Israel, creating
As
a
always,
state before the
Get
Messiah.
your first month of Blue Chew.
But there were Jews specifically associated
Just
with
press the promo code Joey,
who felt that
J-O-E-Y,
perhaps
at
this
checkout,
is
and
what
pay
God
$5 for shipping.
and all of these parties together,
We're talking about taking a couple of creepy things.
it's split in half, the
95.
left half. Soviet
Nothing like that, I think.
until Joseph Stalin had originally an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist position. They're now very active in
For some
Israeli
reason,
politics.
there's parts of your
Still
life when
traditionalists.
you just attract Trump.
But many of the same
Okay,
political
it
issues
just follows you. There's
of
something
the
about
era
it.
of socialist
Just
which became the Abuda, or facing off against the Likud, which is essentially the general Zionist
friend of mine.
together. These are the same politics that Jews were arguing about
I got into a couple of
130 odd years
occasions,
ago.
and I was on fucking,
So that's about it for
you know,
a
if
quick
I got in trouble in
rapid
Colorado, I would go to
overview
jail.
of
Fucking 100
Jewish
years.
politics. And I hope you
I was
found it
thinking about it yesterday. I spoke to a guy in Colorado. Had a fucking kind of work. Yeah, I was working there, and we were talking about lunch, and the guy kept aggravating me. Me and Vinny Caffey, there's all these Italian guys, and we're talking about lunch. There's this guy that's a ball buster. And they kept saying, I'm not going to go there. And it's like, guys, 6 people are going to go there and pick up lunch. What's that? Just get a sandwich. And the guy just was a fucking snob. Like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I don't like those people. I don't even like New Yorkers. And I turned around, George, and I just fucking poked him in the eye. And he was like, I'm calling ladies, all the guys, the manager told, no, give you Saturday off.
What are you like a Three Stooges style? Like, how
Oh,
did he look somebody in the
two
eye?
fingers right in his fucking eye, like, shut the fuck up. I just went deep in the house. Was March 5 when I smacked my ex's boyfriend. And my daughter was in the car. Well, my ex-daughter at this and that was what dawned it. That was what let me know who I was. It was when I turned around and she was really upset. And I couldn't understand why. Like, your dad just smacked somebody. He was busting his balls.
Right.
But she didn't look at it that way. In her world, she couldn't comprehend it. And it really broke my heart. And I remember at the time I was going to Rabbbi Institute because I was so confused with this divorce and stand-up. So I was like, I'll try anything. I'll try anything. Buddhism, I fucking became YouTube. It was just rough, guys. I forgot who the fuck with the divorce and stand up and, you know, and I was just foaming up the fucking mouth at people. But after that, I remember a guy, I learned something there. And the guy said that sometimes you have to think about not what you did, why you did it. So for years, I broke those incidents. For years, I would write those about why I acted that way, like what made me. And for years, I was always a decent guy. When I kidnapped Bella, after the kidnapping in prison, a different side of me came out. And then the shit went to like a 4 or 5 year period. And I really thought about not that I hit the guy, but why? What was going on inside of me? It became like a fucking mission in my life. And then I extended it to everything. Why I robbed some people. The things I did, I broke them down.
Okay, welcome everyone for another lecture in Jewish history. Oh my gosh, we got so many special guests today. We have Mr. Rabbi Aryeh Wunsch of Alliance Gallery just joined us. Wow, world class. We have one of the master educators of our community, Rabbi Nathan Rizal. We should give a hand to Rabbi Rizal. Been educating our youth here for probably 30 years now, I think. Probably. He's a little embarrassed, but it's great to have you here. And tonight we've got an excellent topic. I don't really have it done, and I'll save it for later on, but it's kind of an anecdote that somehow relates to what we're talking about. Elisa reminded me of this one. Rabbi Grunstein, the Rav of Young Israel, told over the story a couple of weeks ago on Shabbos that there was on Yom Kippur, there was a Jew who went swimming in the Mediterranean. You know, Chiloni, not an observant Jew. He went swimming on Yom Kippur in the Mediterranean off the coast of Tel Aviv, and there was like a huge rip current, and he was being pulled out to sea. Actually, what he is screaming over and over again is, I'm going to repent. I'm absolutely not going to repent. Just listen, what was the story with that you're not going to do secular way, but before you do, I want you to meet with the Slonim Rebbe. Very important that you go speak to the Slonim Rebbe. So he takes him into the Slonim Rebbe, and they had a long talk, and we said to him, so what did he say? He said, look, he said basically one thing. He said, I'm going to die before I do tshuva. I'm not going to die until I That's why I was screaming in the water, I'm not repenting. I'm not repenting. Kind of a strange between, Mamin, Mamin, believing and not believing and trying to find a dynamism between those two experiences. Sadia Gaon, a very important early medieval Jewish history, really a pivotal figure and a fascinating individual. This person was quite fractious and highly individualistic. He had absolutely no fear of any man. So says the various that speak of him, and in fact, when we chronicle, it's a very rare picture of Sadia Gaon. Very hard to find accurate. No, this is not at all the Arabic context. So it's just tonight's lecture. I'm very grateful to an anonymous donor who partially sponsored our time here tonight, and the remainder of the costs are borne by the Young Israel. So it's sponsored jointly by the Shul and an anonymous donor. Here, your presence here is sponsorship. But it's nice to So Sadia Gaon's years are born in Egypt, and he died in 942 in Babylon. His claim to fame is debated for literally hundreds of years. Of the Mesopotamian region between the Euphrates and the Tigris River, leading down into what would be contemporary the first of Masura and Pumbedita. The Sadia Gaon actually Gaon of Pumbedita, and then later, more famously, Sura, which is some indication of his status. While he was there, he distinguished himself not only as an incredible administrator, taking Sura, the yeshiva of Sura, Jews, increasingly among, but at the same time, he was a major Jewish philosopher, compiling some incredible works on liturgy and so on. We'll go through some of those catalog banks today. So, ironically, though, he accomplished most, was fired from his job temporarily at Sura, and that's when he was really his most creative. So we'll see how that works out. The context for Sadia Gaon's rise to power is really high point in Muslim history. Time now just in the Middle East and understand how Judaism fit within that region. We will be returning to this topic again over this year, especially when we get to the modern period. He proclaims a new religion, which is imitative of both Judaism and Christianity, but he claims that it is really a huge upgrade, an improvement over earlier systems. It's kind of like Windows 8. Is really much better than Windows 7 and XP and so on. And it's more than just a patch on the old systems to milk that metaphor dry. And he is able to really take this message to the residents of Mecca and Medina, which are here in the Saudi Arabian coast of the Red Sea, and it expands tremendously. But during his lifetime, which you can see the sort of brown areas, and then amazingly, by the year 711, it has expanded all the way across the coast of North Africa and has entered into Spain, going all the way up to the Pyrenees. It's also extended all the way through the Central Asian portion of Syria, Lebanon, Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and goes all the way out to modern-day Pakistan. And he also extended it through the Balkans into Europe, right up until the gates of Vienna. It's an incredible story of phenomenal expansion that cannot be explained. For example, the sword, that's kind of a historiographic conceit that was favored by many Christian historians in the 19th century to explain the rapid rise of Islam, because they forced pagan countries to either convert or die. And of course, many chose, therefore, to convert. But that's only a small part of the story. Although the Muslims were fierce and ferocious warriors, they also presented a religion that was remarkably egalitarian. It's impossible to speak appropriately about race in the ancient world and medieval world, but they certainly had much less of a color bias than other nations, and it was possible to convert to Islam and to reach literally the heights of their administrative structure. And there was also a lot of really basic, beautiful ideas in the religion that appealed to pagans, appealed to early Christians as well, and possibly even to some Jews. That accounts as well for the tremendous spread of Islam over such a small period of time. These little arrows here, which perhaps don't show up so well, show you Sadia's own journey in life. He was born here in the city known as Pitom, which I believe is associated with the biblical Pitom, like Pitom and Ramses, described in Tanakh. It's now known as Abu Suwayh here in the Nile Delta region. He made his way from there to Jerusalem, and he lived in Jerusalem for some time, collected some students there, and eventually made his way across today the Jordan and Syria into the Mesopotamian region here, where he eventually ended settling up in Sura, which was where he was the Gaon. So that gives you a sense of kind of like the geographic spread of Islam and why it was so significant. Now, Jews had a very interesting relationship with Islam, which is quite distinct from the relationship that they have with Christianity. And in fact, over the last 2 millennia, we can pretty much divide Jewish history into two roughly equal sections. One that describes the experience of Jews under Muslim rule, and another which describes the experience of Jews under Christian rule. One of the most profitable areas of scholarly enterprise in the last 20 years or so has been, contextual comparisons of what was it like living under these various regimes. And the general consensus of scholars is leaning towards the notion that it was actually much better for Jews under Muslim rule for most of our history there than it was under Christian rule. For various reasons that hopefully we will explore over the next few weeks, we'll just look at one of them today. That may seem surprising today because over the last, let's say, 100 years, 150 years, there's been a growing escalation of animosity between Jews and Muslims, primarily centered on the conflict over the land of Israel, which is, somewhat a divergence from the general trends of Jewish Muslim history. Certainly, there were episodes of violence directed against Jews in Muslim lands, and certainly there are passages in Muslim holy texts that are not complimentary of Jews, to say the least. But when you look at the scope of these things and you compare them between Muslim lands and Christian lands, it's very clear that there's a distinct imbalance between them, and the Muslims actually come out fairly good by comparison. It's not surprising in some ways, because when you look at Islam, it has many structural similarities to Judaism. And in fact, it makes sense that in many ways Jews should get along with Muslims. For example, Islam is known above all else for its monotheism. The Muslims believe there is, no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. And they even view with tremendous suspicion the idea of the Trinity, that is a Catholic notion, the idea of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The idea of somehow, breaking God into parts smacks of polytheism for them, so they ultimately reject any kind of polytheistic ideology. So in that sense, Jews and Muslims have quite a bit in common, which reminds me of a joke. But you'll have to let me know. Did I already tell you the joke about the guy who buys the car with no gas pedal? Lisa, you've heard it, of course, because you've heard it. Mr. Rodriguez, you've heard it all the time. But twice. But, twice. I don't have to come here for this abuse. I go home. I don't have to. Right. Yeah, okay, so I'll tell you the joke. Forgive me. A guy wants to buy a car. He doesn't have very much money. He goes to the used car dealership. And I have to give you a little bit of a cultural background. I was talking about monotheism, right? So what's the great statement of Jewish monotheism? The classic verse, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, right? Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Great statement of Jewish monotheism. We take that to heart. We say it twice a day. It's even something that on their deathbed, Jews are supposed to try and proclaim that monotheistic credo, so on. So anyways, the other part of the cultural background is, of course, the expression that Jews typically use to express their satisfaction with the world. They say, Baruch Hashem, right? Blessed is the name. Blessed is the name of God. How are you today? Baruch Hashem. I'm fine. Things can be terrible. You just say, Baruch Hashem. Blessed is God. So with those two little bits of these, I'm saying this over. I know everybody in this room knows that, but for the people in Thailand who are watching this on the internet, I want to make sure they get it. So it's like this. So he goes to buy a used car, and he's looking at all the cars. None of them are in his price range. None of them will fit his huge family. He has all kinds of things. So finally, the dealer comes in and says, I think I have the perfect car for you. Come on around back. Takes him out back, and there's like one of those station wagons with the faux wooden sides. I forget what they call those. I remember those. It looks like wood on the sides. Yeah, anyways, my father drove one of those for a long time. And it's kind of ratty and the upholstery is falling apart. And he gets in and he says, well, it looks nice.
There she is.
The price is right. It doesn't have a gas pedal or a brake pedal. How are you supposed to drive it? So he says, listen, this is a very, very religious car. If you want it to move, you have to say,
how are you today?
And the car will drive. And if you want it to stop,
I'm lovely, thank you.
And it'll stop. Many of you already figured out the joke.
Are you ready?
I'm ready for you.
Excellent. Alrighty. How was your day?
It was good. I'm glad it's over with. Had a good day.
There you go. Alrighty.
Remember Rabbi. There we go. Oh, yeah, what's going on? Sitting up. It's okay. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Oh. Come on.
Hey, Rabbi.
Come on. There we go.
Yes. Good job. Down.
Get it. No.
All right. Good job.
All right, Miss
You
Aquarius.
win, I win.
I win, you win.
That's right. Let's go.
Oh,
Okay.
it.
That's it.
Nice fair.
Thank you.
No. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
No doubt. Come on. Come on. Get it. All right. Mr. Aquarius about to put me away.
I don't know. You have I got it.
You're going to get this.
Nope, I don't. You got this, Rabbi. Go.
Comeback time.
Let's go. See?
I need that. I
You
got it.
Yay.
Here we go. Here's the thumb.
Okay, come on.
Get it.
Get it.
I'll take it.
Yay.
I win,
Good
you win,
job.
Miss. Good job.
Yeah. You win, I win. Good job.
Undefeated
That's right.
in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
That's right. That's what we do. Yeah.
All right, Miss Aquarius. That was
All right,
fun.
I'm here though, okay? I'm here. I'm going to go. Take my bath. Talk to you in the morning, okay?
Sweet dreams. Take care, ma'am.
You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
is meer dan alleen werk. Hier past de cultuur bij mij. Hoe is werk-privébalans echt? Ik kan niet pas na maanden ontdekken dat het toch niet de plek voor mij is. Daarom check ik nu altijd het bedrijfsreviews op Indeed, echte ervaringen en meningen. Zo kies ik een werkplek waar ik me zit. Reported live in Austin, the William Montgomery Show.
Joke about Jeff Car's going so nicely. He's thinking how his mother, his aunt, his kids, everyone's gonna love it. Something he realizes he's just paid. And he's like, I don't know what to do, and he's like screaming, and he goes. And in a moment, he was going. So what do you do? He realizes about the child. He puts his hand over his eyes and says, Shema Yisrael, Shalom, right? Car stops right at the edge. Takes his hand over his eyes and he says, oh boy. All right, thank you for laughing. I appreciate it. Healthy is a very major point. Another, perhaps more important point on an anthropological level is that Judaism, traditionally practiced, and Islam are both orthopractic. The term orthodox is a little bit troubling because the word dox comes like from doctrine, and it's not really true that observant Jews have one doctrine. They have quite a large array of doctrines, but they basically agree on one practice. They basically agree on kashrut, Shabbat, there's a certain code of conduct as opposed to a code of belief that's not necessarily held so much in such high strictures. So Islam has something. And Caesars, it is the whole system is guided by the entire religion. Christianity, by this, is a lot more emphasis placed on what one believes, what we might call midrash, which are kind of like authorized interpretive traditions, and a variety of sometimes interpretive traditions, which are similar to the differences between Mishnahs, Gemaras, Braitot, Tosefta, things like that, and these texts are then brought together once again by that side by side because they have similarities in terms of the structure of their religious orientation. The Jews also had favored status in Muslim lands through something known as the Caliph after the death of Muhammad in the 7th century. Most scholars say it's likely quite a bit later, like the 9th century. Basically, the Pact of Umar is a document that is antedated to a caliph named Umar, in which, like we saw last week, which we were on a response, where the Jews say to Umar, okay, so what's with us? How are we supposed to be in the world? What is our status? Do we have to become Muslims? Do we have to flee? What are our rights, privilege, and so on? And Umar lays out a list of conditions that basically says how Jews may live in Muslim lands. And it's very similar to something we'll see later in the Christian lands with doctrine of witness, but for very different reasons. The Pact of Omar basically recognizes that did receive a special communication from God in the form of the written Torah. They do recognize the prophetic status of many important Jewish figures, such as Elder of the Arabs as well as of the Jews, Moses, and so on. And so, therefore, while the Islamic tradition regards the Jews as misguided, as using, old, defective, buggy software rather than making the upgrades to the new operating systems, they nevertheless deserve respect and tolerance because they are adhering to an ancient faith, which was something that God has in me or protected people, and they can class citizens, which is really we wouldn't tolerate it in America because we have a very, very different Weltanschauung. Dhimmi status meant that Jews were a tolerated people that could, for example, practice their religion without fear of forced conversion. They could maintain, but they could not, at least theoretically, build new ones. So if a synagogue needed repair, they could repair it. They could do all of their rituals, but not publicly. So public carnivals or the like Jews back then, they never had these Hanukkah parades with Hummers, with menorahs. It was just not done in the 19th century, 9th century. I thought that was funny, but we got it, so we'll just go on. So there was that from Zakat, which is a special tithe tax, a kind of a tax, because that was a religious injunction on Muslims, but they had to pay a double jizya, which is a kind of a poll tax. So they didn't really get ahead financially. So the Jews, by and large, were pretty happy with this status.
Oh my gosh, well that's pretty sweet. Then you got the weekend, and then you got Saturday, Sunday. Correct. I wish I could have gone to a school like that. What grade is he in?
Okay, that's a fascinating question. We probably have to break it up because Muslims today, 9/11 type extreme hell. They believe that Jews, should be allowed to live in Israel. Is that, since the French Revolution, the world has moved, typically excluded women, and that all men have equal rights. Some countries I don't driving too, but I think we're totally. But the world, the Western world in particular, just could not have a certain population receiving kind of like a group status. It doesn't work in modern times.
There was a guy when it came to bringing the manager.
Yes, thank you, Rabbi Wunsch. The Christians had Dhimmi status for the same reasons as the Jews, because the Muslims recognized Christianity as a valid software, a valid piece of operating system. In some cases, strangely, which don't have a distinctly dual system, but and also one last example in the world of Hindus, which is not a monotheist faith at all, with 30,000 known. And the reason for those latter two is primarily related that the Muslims, when they conquered India, they just to forcibly convert them. It just can't happen, so they have to have some kind of like notice of event. You come into Iraq and Iraq.
Nolan, how you living? Nolan, can you hear me? Nolan, I hear you, but I don't hear you speaking. What's up? Nolan, can you hear me? All right.
Conference and oh, cool. So it's kind of on the way. Yeah. Now, once I knew I could catch you in Dallas, I was like, I'm definitely driving. It's a done deal. Oh, cool. Well, you're so nice, Alan. I totally appreciate it. And yeah, I remember your ass. Yeah, that was kind of some rowdy people around you. So it's because yeah, and I was actually I was double fisting white Russians and had anything to drink in 4 years. But I swear, dude, whatever. If I can make it to 50. Here, I think I won some Newcastles, but I think I also, Alan, won those 6. But Alan, I got to learn how to just sip on them, dude. I would pound those things. I just got to sip on them. That's what I got to learn, or I just can't even drink. I don't know. Well, truth be told, I'm the same very often, but that night was a celebratory night, so. Until they kicked your freaking ass out. So what'd you go do? That's horrible. I called an Uber, went back to my hotel. It was literally right across the street the night. Oh my God. Went to Talladega there, then went home the next day. Oh, that sounds good. For the raining out party, I've never been to a race. I think that would be fun. I've heard people were sometimes they don't have to go to the bathroom. Crowd, maybe some, not my crowd. Can't you bring in coolers and stuff? Or is it an old thing? No, you can take all you want. No glass containers. I did back in my younger days. Took a handle of Scoresby Scott, whatever it is. Oh, I love that track. We used to. I don't drink it when I go to races anymore. I enjoy it. If there ever turns into like Final Destination scene. Remember that one Final Destination where at the freaking racetrack and the car goes into the stands and because if you're all wasted, you probably just immediately get hit by the debris flying. But maybe if you're only on some gummies, you'd be real alert. I call in, man. I am going to join the club at the $40 a month rate to be able to do this more frequently and make you read something stupid at the end of the show. But a dear thank you for your comedy. So much, man. I appreciate it. So sorry they kicked you out because I think that was. Yeah, and I was by their drinks too tonight, and I guess I did. But anyway, say hello after one of them. I'll save the drinking for the second show. Can't do that, man. Well, thanks, Alan. And Al, wonderful talking to Alan, and look, we got in Casey. We did the math. That's my friend. I was hoping you remember what I look like I'm somebody. I remember what you look like. Like it's been a little bit of time. You've been very busy. It's been funny. Maybe if in that episode they put the stink guy kids. If y'all are watching this shit, send in your pictures. The website's still active. Great. What do you know about HelloFresh? What do you know about this company? HelloFresh? I've used them for a bit. They're great. There's a HelloFresh dinner. It happens to be my absolute favorite. Big Grant. Also, people don't know this, but there's a major menu upgrade this summer. Oh, I didn't actually know that. This summer, okay. HelloFresh is double. Its menu. And Grant, do you know what that double their menu? You know what they used to have? Half of be careful. It could take you can kind of drill down around what you like. Oh yeah, so you want some mashed potatoes with something. Say you want only mashed potatoes. Crazy. This is crazy. Okay, they have snappies, stone fruit, or on the cob. What? Very okay. What have you? So much easier, and the best way to cook just got better. Go to HelloFresh.com. So for life, one per box active subscription. Free meals applied as a discount on first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan. That's 50 meals, 10 FM to get 10 free meals and a free item for life. I use this, and you should too. No, we bought the domain. We own the IP. Sorry, idiots, it lapsed. Yeah, and every time we get a click, which I don't know if some idiot people out there, that means basically when somebody goes on our website, we get 50 cents or we get 50 cents. Dude, and it adds up so quickly. Oh, yeah, there were probably 2,000 people yesterday, so do the math on that. People need Grant, do the math on that. 2,000 clicks, we get 50 cents. You have time. Got on that shit. What about cheeks and stuff? Or was that? What was on with the? I want to think you're messing with me, but it's like I know in my heart you're telling me the truth, so I can't wait. Yeah, and I think it's the last Mission Impossible. Doing all the stunts is crazy.
crazy. Yeah, trampolines. God. And it left the unique injury that can only come to human skin from a trampoline. And it's like, you're not judging that last name. That sounds like an Armenian person. Is it Armenian? No, he was like a white guy, I guess you would say. Well, speaking of sublime, somebody is really taking them on YouTube, and somebody else is one to watch them because apparently it down, he's taking it all down. And it's like, hold on, how does this? When I does have these bands dog in my I think that was that part of it, Grant? I don't even know. By the way, I don't even know if I would see the new version with the sun. What sun? What you like it? Pretty good. You know, it's funny you say that. I've only heard one song too. That's all I've heard. It's like I think it may be fun. I don't know. Still maybe goes. Well, I remember the first show that a band, and you're hired just because you sound like the lead singer had died. So that it costs a little more man than you're ready for. I'm not talking to you guys. I've been here for Christ's sake. I know, right? It just came right there. Yeah, they got a new white camera. Wow, bragging my ass about that. That's like one of the rare ones, Grant. They only made 50. Yeah, they only made 50, and they're getting 10 of them here. Wow, did you win that in like an auction or? It's like a 4th edition, revised edition Magic card kind of thing, like a Shield and Dragon. Oh, if you know your Magic the Gathering. Did you ever play Yu-Gi-Oh? No, it was a little. I was with the age thing. I wanted to like Harry Potter. It was like a little too old or something. Even though I had a couple friends who liked it. Never got into Yu-Gi-Oh, but I'm familiar. Did you like Yu-Gi-Oh? Well, what Grant was. Pretty sure he's speaking a different freaking language. I felt like he was doing an incantation. Barely? What? You can't hear me, but I can hear me. So, son, you got 2 options. You lose the thighs, as in they cut the thighs off, not the legs. The thighs. Or you lose the lights. So we'll take the phone. Yeah. And they said, okay, we just wanted to pay you were. What do you mean? Because they told you to take your pants down or something? It was like a test at the thighs, right? And then the lights came on and everyone came in chunk out. Yeah, so they had one of, and he said, it was, in hindsight, I should have known it was like a prank. Yeah. And he was like, we gotta take him quick because the infection's gonna spread. You know? And he like presses a button and makes that scary noise. Yeah. I said, okay. I said, if this is what God wants, is it God hands out? Is it God hands out? Yeah. And I noticed a little movement, and they went, all right. And everybody popped out, and they went, congratulations. That's good. That's like my fantasy for my best birthday party ever that I never had. I always wanted to have like a surprise party where like I walk in, somebody's walking to the front door with me, kind of getting my attention, and then I see him, and then I see somebody like and I'm like, wait, it's my birthday. Never happened, and that's fine, Casey, because sometimes I don't know. That's life. Here's the thing. You're what? 38. You're 31. 38. Okay. Let's say, Grant, what are you thinking? Tell me to stop if you think I'm wrong, Grant. Tell me when to stop, actually. So here's William. Seriously, Grant. No. It's not. It's not a freaking joke. Alright, you might cut it out right now. Well, this is where. Tell me when to stop for how old he's gonna be. Jesus Christ. You're gonna be over 110 years old. Things like, according to Grant. So the technology. So why do you think that, Grant? Because most people don't live that on that roof. I was like, why? It's like riding a bike. As soon as I walked in, I went, I'm not about to bust God, this motherfucker. I'm not to bust God. Whoa. I started looking. Gums have been bleeding. Do you still do them just by blood? Yeah, to Florida State, I finally looked at my gum because I was in such a horrible mood. Fuck, I should have went to the doctor. That's infected. I know. So we're gonna. That's okay. It's okay. I've been needing a couple angels. They're full right now. You're not gonna die anytime soon. We promise. Yeah, because that's.
sort of, well, they call it transdermal location. And it's when you're meditation, but I've been able to visit. Yeah, there's like 4 people. Yeah, I don't remember to spend a lot of time. It's like it's you, it's Richard Jewell, who got wrongly accused of the Centennial. Oh, look, Ozzy. He's a new one. You know, when the law told. Wait. What am I doing, Rabbbi? Yeah. They simply must. Oh, but I listened to a book about it, and they didn't, really worship the dove. Take the little hairs off the bat. I thinking about that grosses me out. So steady, Grant. I'm right down the middle. I'm not maxing anything. I'm not joke maxing. I'm not ice bathing. I'm eating Flintstones. No. I got rocket money. Wait, you've been reading ads? Yeah, a couple times. Yeah, we did. Freaking, yeah, you missed now too. The first one was what was the one last week? It was BetterHelp. Oh, that is okay. So that's pretty cool because that's one that I need again because I'm in a little bit sad sometimes. So BetterHelp could be one. Like, Grant, let me ask you this: if you see a couple of guys like us, you think we're Caesar's Palace guys, or you think we're a couple of MGM free? We're walking off the plane and you're watching everybody land at the Vegas airport. Where are we going? Where are we going? Just say, but I would say, come on, man. And you already know that's the score, my man. And there we left again. It's Christmas already because it's green and I want to some dark hallways. It's like, what time is it? Where the fuck? Get me out of this fucking play, bitch. Yeah, I started so we'll split the room in half, right? Oh my gosh. Casey, what I started doing? You should do it. I think the Dov, he has, the Dov guy, he has that poker thing, dude. Maybe. There's been rumblings. It's been so fun, Casey. Last time I bucks, and then I won 500, so now I'm up 300. So now I can play one last time, and even if I was everything, I was even. That's a lot of money. You guys are playing big. $300. Yeah, the hilarious podcast. You have to won't say who it is, but he I mean, so what? Not your dad. But you want to do a poke on your kid, anybody there? Like you already there? No. I would have been like, freaking get your life together, nut job, because I'm actually coming over to kick your ass. Yeah, get ready. I actually got something for you. Open the door. Wait. And I'd say, touch him. Don't touch him. You brought this upon himself. And everybody just their hands up like, what the fuck? Who's this god? I got your Uber app canceled. I said something bad on there, and it as here. Well, it's like you get caught. Uber, they'll catch you alive, right? When your story gets too complicated, they'll like double back like a good detective, and they go, wait, I didn't take a ride yesterday morning. They go, yeah, wait, gotcha. They got you. They can't come. Frankly, they'll kick your ass too. They beat the hell out of my buddy Brian. Black eyes. Yeah, no, I mean, when I got in a literal car communicating with them, yeah, they pulled the same shit. Okay. About right. And then they're like, well, when I look at the line that I just got in this car crash, it was one of your drive. Hey, what's going? Why are y'all doing right now? Well, it sounds about right because I was the victim in that situation. Oh, it's the same car. What am I fucking going nuts right now? Well, they're trying to see if, well, maybe they'll look out like this is the company's position. Hey, maybe they'll 5150 you, and then you're just trapped somewhere and you can't get out, and it's like fucking Bram Stoker's Dracula. Remember that guy stuck in that padded cell with that long, he has that weird outfit on. That guy in the padded cell, you remember that? You talk about Count Orlok? Yeah. Was he? It's on fucking Dexedrine, dude. He's on old diet pills. Just right. Damn. Euthanize to sort of euthanize your emotions while publicly breaking down social. You're kind of stuck. Like, how do you sleep in that? Like, maybe to speak up for myself. Around the second or third time I start going, you guys get. Sometimes it creeps in. I know. Well, the darkness. And that's where BetterHelp can help. Sometimes BetterHelp can totally help. Maybe sometimes it depends on the situation. Like a situation like that does like crazy. Well, that's what they said. BetterHelp. They said, look, we love helping. It's quite literally all we do. You should probably see, like, maybe you should go live somewhere and see something. They said I should go live at like the state hospital. It's easy. You probably want to hear, oh, so sorry. Just check yourself in. There's no hope at all. They said, yeah, you're already You're already at breakdown. Well, they call it a 5150, and Grant, it's nothing to be scared of, right? Right. Grant. That's correct. Oh, bacon. Baccarat. I was getting to that because the cool one where you he's still gambling some place than if there's a casino. I have been. Yeah. You were always very lucky. So are you telling me that the luck right now in regards to gambling? Yeah. What? You were so. You kind of feel bad because I could see it in your eyes. It's just like kind of weird playing slot machines and the person you're making out put $1 in and holy shit. Okay, so when I was in Australia, they said I was losing money. I started losing money at like record speed. And I told this chap, Tough Night at the Pokies, and that's what Australian people call the machines over. Yeah, the Pokies, they call it having a slap at the pokey. Australian people are so fun when they're saying. I know. Ours American people can be a little more like that. That's so much better. So much more whimsical, mystical, kind of better one in the back, but it doesn't pay hash. Yeah, it's like that's what you get in America, but over there you're getting. Well, all the bars have like legit, like huff and puff, like real slots, and it's a real. First time I'm coming off you coming off. I didn't gamble really last year on the road. And I go. So I'm losing so much money. I'm losing money. Changed. Texas Hold'em or whatever. Okay, well, I think I would do it for. I would probably, honestly, I'm a bit of a cut up. World Series of Poker, right? Get on TV. I have it recording on my YouTube. decent. I watch it every little, but then it gets kind of boring, so then I turn it off and I can watch it for like minutes. Just that's all I'm looking at. Like, okay, I feel like I have a little better idea. If I had like a king and a I would play because I had a king. But now it's like, maybe you don't play. Yeah, just literally we're good. Brand, did you hear that? That was on Casey's police radio. Yeah, that was on my personal one. So that's if I need to get right to G, if I need you have to sign him, etc. Annoying. Yeah, sure. Well, it goes, hello, Moto. Dude, it'll make me must take a nap or something like that. Start laughing. I'm like, what the fuck is Casey about to fucking suck? Dude, I'm trying to sleep over here, man. Erica's like, William, it's freaking 11 o'clock. Go to bed already. Turn your beeper off. And I'm like, shut up. So what are you? Tonight. I was so pretty recently. It was very big. What was yeah, go ahead, maybe play the card game stuff. Dude, it's a crazy place over there, Casey. And also, by the way, there's a place next door that I'm scared to walk into. Really, it looks like that. Slot machine. Okay, that more piques my attention. Places where, even in Texas, you're having a slab, right? And so he walks up to an ashtray and he goes, "You good, man? You." Oh, it's pretty cool. Especially in Texas. And I didn't mean anything by it. Those are good places, and I should say, just stop talking about it. It's making me nervous even talking about it. If it was up to me, there'd be one that he's said, dude, sure, super nice. Well, HEB, what is HEB for us? Okay, good question. HEB for us is like basically like a water park. Yeah, I get my tortillas. Yeah. HEB handle last night that was warm tortillas. Thinking someone in my own home was making tortillas. totally highly recommend. If you know Spanish grandmother, yes, grandmother, or grand. Sent out the room means to give, or to give wheat. Tortillas, probably. Yeah. So your grandparent wouldn't necessarily. It doesn't matter which one you're talking about. You're talking about the ones who make you wheat. It's lost at the very beginning. I know. And that looks like a grandmother and a grandfather. Yeah. Yeah. What did you Google the? Is that your grandparents? I said HB grand. Okay. That's grand. I'm filming you to put it on. This is on record. Shut up. Yeah, lean over, bitch. I'm just. Yup. Take the jeans off. Yeah, that's the flavor. Yeah, and I guess I bought it as like maybe. Like doesn't look tortillas. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I'm bleeding. Because it takes a while, and so you start talking. It's just sizzling and smoking, and then you just blow up propane tank accident, which is a giant gas. And then what happens with the houses are looks like water heaters, I think. Too. And Grant, what team got stuck in the mag? So those. That was the water heater of the plane that made that happen. They made the plane crash. The Andes, the Andes. Oh man! And you're with your soccer. I know. That'd be. It'd be better if strangers. Probably not just a soccer team you're on. Well, do you imagine you're the one guy on standby? You get on the flight, everyone else is in their jobs. Yeah, they see you and see a big like fucking turkey ass. Yeah. Fork and knife. No. And then they're gonna get your ass when you're sleeping or something. Like that'd be a bad. Because rugby's more than friends, it's brothers, right? It's a brotherhood for sure. And if you're alone, like I don't have shit like that. Like I don't have shit like that. But rugby, if I, what if it was two close team? What if it was two teams that got stuck and they had to kind of out eat each other? Like they would turn into a whole nother like war. Yeah, it'd be like a war. It'd be one side versus the other for sure. Oh hell yeah, dude! And if you cross that pickup, oh yeah, you would never be allowed on the team. ass back, even if you really want to, and you're recruiting a day. I know. And then somebody help the English people. Grant, pull up Benedict. Yeah. He was yeah. Oh, man. In his mouth? I feel like a betrayal. Yeah, what's gonna be a close friend, I think. You hope they say yes. So he says yes. And then you start looking at it, and it's like Miles Johnson left the group chat. Was he killed you left the group chat? You're going to leave. And you're like, so me? In like 5 minutes. Okay. One call? Yeah, one call. Okay. Yeah, I'll just grab one. Do one we've never talked to. Alright, this one looks, we just offended somebody. We couldn't see what those names were. Yeah. Let's see if this person pops up. Well, they've been waiting quite a while. If they're being a little patient, a little stinker. Maybe they there's no take back. What's up, fellas? Whoa, the Sedona hat. Yes, I nailed it. I'm clairvoyant. Are you in what's the geography? I'm trying to picture the map of America in my brain right now. Well, sing the song. You knew your state song. I wouldn't necessarily know Tennessee's, I don't think. This is all out.
Oh, be careful when you're walking. So just picture like all kids, because if you mess with their kids, they'll squeal and they'll get you.
Oh, that's me too. Me too. I'm fiercely loyal. Wait, man. How was the honeymoon? Wait. Yeah, you're rifling it, or what do you mean? I'm trying to get in.
Kind of mimic like the inside of that. So this is coming from.
Stop it. Did you pay that? No. Call it and say this shit. Well, I was his hostess on his honeymoon, and he's a good guy. And so I kind of, I was so weekend I couldn't. Donna, did you know that portals there? Is that what you went there? You're trying to get a quartz portal and stuff. Yeah, I think they have crystals and stuff, UFOs.
Crystals are big there. Crystals are big. I looked into a place called the Bradshaw Ranch.
Stuff.
Well, go ahead.
No, you're good. You go.
So apparently, from my out there with paranormal activity. So
He's got to pick up his kids. Well, Matt, congratulations on getting married. So exciting. Glad you had a fucking dude. Patrick Casey, Shiva Skin Bomb, Gaming Critter, the one, Monty Subleski. Yikes, that was hard. LOL. I love Big Macs. Jethro Tull, Justin Curry, Lawyer Joe Luke, Alex, Nissan Pat. I think child soldiers. They had your better, totally had your foot action. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos.com. Leave one a voicemail at 737-471-1098. Soul. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery on Instagram. Montgomery show was recorded at ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. William Montgomery by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh, the fuck is that, Dad? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Live in Austin, USA, the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery. The genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Look at that, six little fireworks. Grant, there was this one time I took acid, and I somehow on YouTube found a video where it was just I think it was on some Adult Swim. It was on some Adult Swim YouTube channel. And it was just the sounds of fireworks, like whistling and then popping, like not giant fireworks. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen, and I don't even think there was any visual to it. I don't think it's just the sounds of little firecrackers going off, flying, and then going off. It was the funniest thing to me. It's weird. Have you ever done that kind of stuff? No. Yeah, and you wouldn't even probably want to talk about it. Yeah, never. No. Oh, really? Oh, good. We could, maybe you and I could do it on a beach. I feel like I'd like to do it on a beach if I wouldn't know what you could pay me to do it right now. I'd have a full-fledged panic attack. If I were to do it now, oof, you wouldn't want to be around me because I would be begging you to call the ambulance. So
launched in, so it's still a little blurry, but no one cares about that technical stuff, do they?
Casey in here.
Oh man, I think he was out like 4 or 5 episodes ago.
Been a while. I'll remember what he looks like. Do you think so? It's gonna be jarring. Sometimes it happens where somebody hasn't seen somebody a long time. In that instance, you would be able to remember.
He was out for 5 weeks. That's like the little guy's been apart.
Damn. And we'll save you. You'll get cold feet. Maybe you won't even.
What's up, man? Sorry, I was talking to my son.
Oh my gosh. Well, how's your son doing? What's his fucking ass up to?
He's not feeling real good. We're gonna call the doctor.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Kind of like how we are doing now.
Pretty much.
Today?
Yeah, stupid.
That's pretty chill. And what? He doesn't even have it on Friday, or he has to go somewhere on Friday?
Friday, they just give you a free day to make up stuff.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's pretty sweet. Then you got the weekend. And then you got Saturday, Sunday.
Right. Well, he does have cystic fibrosis, so he didn't ever go back to school.
Oh, okay. I see. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, it might blow my ear a little bit. Man, I had the worst tangle in my ear. The worst fucking hair. It was awful trying to get it out.
Talking here, I just cut mine, so, but
It looks off.
yeah, my wife will clean it up, but she's not home from work yet.
I see.
Just put the number 2 guard on go. All right, how was that your dad?
Reported live in Austin, Texas, USA. Oh. to see one of my favorite rappers, Project Pat. He had a wonderful.
Yeah, it feels like someone close to him that could have happened to.
Was eating that thing, and yeah, you got to be careful with the other fish. You can get mercury poison.
Yeah,
That's from 3-6 Mafia. GK and Project Pat. Okay, excuse me. Okay, so there's GK. What does this say?
I know, with nothing. And then he's like, they hit him with a bat.
I know.
This is stupid. You guys are stupid.
Oh my gosh, yeah. UGK. Did you ever do syrup?
Yeah, I tried.
Like it?
Yeah, well, I just liked it. I don't know what exactly syrup is.
When you did that?
Well, actually, I have a friend who's from Mississippi, and she loves to robo-trip. She said it was like a huge thing in their high school. They would robo-trip and then go to cheerleading practice. She's like, oh my gosh, she's like, there's nothing like tumbling when you're robo-tripping.
Oh my God.
Like,
Somewhere.
Jackson, Mississippi.
Capital. Yeah,
I
that's the capital.
learned so many things today.
I know, be careful. And I do think if you get that vein in the back of your probably you're making me a little better.
So what's Adele? I went to this rehab once.
Because I want to take a pill and they're like, it'd be so much fun.
Do you know that song? I can't remember who sings it. It's called Dallas Pharmaceuticals. And like
I thought it was because farmers or something.
Farmers there. No, it's pharmaceutical. It's like Percocet and Lortabs, and I'm like, where's power?
Rest in Power, Scott is number 12
Okay.
on this album.
That's what he's up to.
Oh yeah, was thinking for sure right when I saw all that. Smell my after having my hands like that. I mean, you would have to. Would you smell your fingers? Do you guys love?
Because I like get my smoker, except for actually I quit 1 hour ago.
Oh my God! Right?
Yeah, what's in your head? After I smoked that, I said I'm happy not smoking.
And that's it.
And then I actually I might have said it out loud. I was walking around my apartment and I don't smoke.
Yeah.
I actually quit. And no,
Good
it's
to
like
practice.
it's like I'm talking to myself. No, I quit. Sorry, thanks for asking, but I'm not interested.
Yeah.
Like alone.
Yeah. Well, that's good. You have to practice because then you'll be used to it. So when somebody really does say that to you, you will practice and you'll be
And here's the thing, I did quit smoking for 8 months recently on cigarettes, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, nobody was like, you want to smoke? I was like, I'm practicing for that big moment.
That's bullshit. That's life.
Yeah, it's kind of like, when that one person says something to you when you're ready for a comeback.
You're gonna just get after this person and then
The shower, over the shower thoughts.
I probably wasn't even thinking about anything yesterday in the shower. I'm standing up and I'm totally fine. And then something happens. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. This is our first ad. And it's the most important ad I think it could have been, and it's BetterHelp. Everybody, it could be since the .com bubble burst. It could be since COVID. People are not doing good anymore, and you get better by talking to people. Oh my gosh, I mean, I used to shut myself down. I didn't start talking until I was 3 years old. Just talk to a lot of people. But yeah, BetterHelp is there to help everybody. Please never forget that. It's there to help everybody. It's there to help little Gator. No, I'm kidding. Gator's a little dog, so she wouldn't understand probably what the people are saying. But yes, oh my gosh, it's the largest online therapy variety of expertise taught with BetterHelp. Listeners get 10% off their first month of BetterHelp.com/WMS. Okay, that's BetterHelp. And you start talking to people that can help you. It's embarrassing.
But these are really quick. This guy, Grant.
Has been doing the
That's like what?
he hits the ball out of the park on this thing. Why do I keep on thinking
Actually,
the
it says that
Nelson
great.
Blue?
No, you're thinking of Selsun Blue.
Nelson Blue drip thing.
Huh?
Selsun Blue, not Delson Blue.
I think that you're supposed to be advertising, and like your ads, and now you're really plugging a lot of.
Yeah, Delson Blue
Maybe
is
they'll get
really
sponsored. I don't know. Now they're looking at suicide force where she hears about it.
Would you ever step foot in that place? Yeah, and I've seen pictures. Yeah, I'll pull up a picture.
not a
there's right. They're giving the exact address. That's wait, nah. I just be waiting for the Blair Witch to show up the whole time in there if I would win this out. Really supposed to be really dark, and I thought we were gonna do like some Deathly Hallows shit. Could be. It's probably really scary at night. It's probably real dark in there at night. Look at those trees. That's maybe daytime or something. I mean, I bet it might get all darker. It's like Daytona. Wait, you can't do that. You can't make a filter on this. There we go. Oh, that's scary. Hang a body or two. Pictures. Let me see. I think God, none of us were Target. Yesterday they got shot up by the person. By what? I have no idea. How many people? 3. What? How old were people? Any association? No, it's just some weird. They were like hanging out here that day or something. They were friends? Yeah. So they didn't just walk in. I don't know. Need to be talking. I had targeted attack. In the truck. Oh, well, there's a picture. Did you text this one yesterday, Grant? No, you pulled the news. It's right there. Because Grant did. Chloe, I don't know if you realize this, but did you ever watch the movie Nightcrawler? Yeah. Jake Gyllenhaal, the guy follows the police and then eventually causes accidents. Yes. So what Grant was doing. You were causing problems in the mid-2010s. He was doing that before Nightcrawler came out.
It was a different time. It was less frowned upon back then, I think.
Yeah, where you're just going around slitting women's throats and being like, we have an accident. I think it was more on the scene. I think it was a lot more slitting people.
Well, I mean, that's kind of on them if they don't check the brakes when they get in the car every time.
Did you know that? I don't know. I never even talked this much about it. I'm shocked you just said the thing about people need to be checking their brakes before they get in their cars.
That's
never
just
even
a general
all of it.
I think people
I don't check my brakes before I get in my car. What are you talking about? Where can I even look at? What if I wanted to look at my brakes? I don't even know where I would begin to look at my brake. What do I do? Get one of those things with wheels on them and put my back on it and then pull myself out of the car and look somewhere? I don't even. Do I buy one of those? Do I get some overalls? I don't even understand.
Yeah, something like that. I think you just gotta check them.
Huh. Well, you're a real sick motherfucker.
No.
That's why we gotta stay with him. He's kind of a bad guy. Seriously. It's a good look. What if I just walked in front of us right now and seen how just fucking get make sure they're maybe not going too fast. That's what I'm thinking either. I could test to see how good their brakes are. Injury attorney Thomas Triggery. That's one. Yeah, I think that's there incorrectly. person in the fan club. Oh, I thought you said Selena. Oh, I thought her name was Selena. That would be the craziest fucking ADD transition. Selena Barnes. Wait, who's Selena Barnes? Oh, injury attorneys. 888. Yeah, I can't tell the street numbers. Maybe 77777. Selena Barnes, injury attorneys. Oh my gosh, you could call them maybe, and then if it's the numbers. How did those law 6666666? Oh, I wouldn't get that one. That will say that one. Oh, I wouldn't do that one. You know, one of my friends and I, we still fuck with Selena. So we would just call a lot with cases for them. I'm like, recently got her herpes on a bumble day. And you were like, ma'am, there's no a doctor. Yeah. Here they are. Wait, they broke up. Why'd you do that? Selena would have been buddies, like in real time, like if their timelines had matched up. You think they would have been? It's a wrong. Calling it Selena and Selena. No, there could be a better name than that. I don't know what is it about, like a love or something. I don't know. And then him getting a baby. She doesn't die actually, so she has to. Her doesn't kill her. And they this fall is a different love. Timeline. Yep. And then they fall in love. Because she thinks Selena's like a fucking asshole, but she saw him rip off his hands. He's a fuckboy. And then Selena, and then Barnes, which is part of the real story of life, dies in a plane accident. So then she's stuck with Selena, and she's like, "This I fucking hate this guy." And then slowly over time, he was gonna say something interesting, but I didn't have it. But he starts to kind of like they're around each other. No, I know. What he does slowly over time is he hires doing little tricks on her, like breaking her brain. So, and then she keeps having to go back, and then they fall in love, and then she finds out, wait, you're the one who put the boiling water on me. And then, she said, when she finds out, she goes, well, you know what, speaking of which, you're in hot water. Oh, damn. And then that's the end of episode 1. And then, season 1. And then he comes. Oh my god! I love some sandwiches. Huh? What did you say? Some sandwiches. Yeah, oh my gosh, no, I love that. I mean, that was just effortless. And she's also in the movie industry. I am me. Yeah, she's a scream queen. Yes, that I didn't get the role. No, what are you talking about? My man, so I was auditioning for a movie. Exactly. It's my dream. I want to be in horror movies, and I can show you my scream sometime. But do you have a good scream? I'm not really sure. That's why I was saying I could. Yes, I'll commit. You can cry. Would you like me to? Yeah, hold on. I have really bad news. Grant cut the brakes of the Uber. You can't hear it, so they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up. That was really quick. How did you get that tear out?
I'm fucking good. I can cry on command. A lot of people can't do it.
No.
Wasn't that cool? I'm so
Oh
impressed.
my gosh. So that would probably be good if you are in a horror movie and people are, you gotta act messed up. Yeah.
I can just do it.
But she kind of auditioned for like the villain of the horror.
Yeah, it's my. I'm sorry.
Not victims.
Hey, hold on, Kitty. What's a line in like the Blair Witch Project? Like, hold on, there's something outside of the tent.
I've never been in anything, but I can cry. I have a lot of skills.
How do you do that? Can you teach me how to do it really quickly? Or how do I do it?
I don't really know.
Do you think is it something physical?
No, I just go cry.
And then so you're not even thinking about like some sad moment that happened in your life. You're not even thinking along those lines.
You basically act as
Oh my.
Alright, again. Shut. I mean open. I mean
Oh,
don't close. Don't blink.
Okay, open.
Don't blink.
I can't even do it. God. And you're doing it again. No, don't cry about me not being able to do it. It's not that sad. No, don't cry about that. Now you're gonna make me cry.
That was so bad. Not very talented at crying. I need a tissue.
Okay.
I can get one. There's right here.
Oh my gosh, hold on. Did it look like there was a little... Nah, man. I swear. Wait. Did it? It looked maybe like my eyes were moistened up a little.
You'll never be me. I auditioned for the role, and
When was this? Recently?
really, in fact, I was so far from getting the role that my manager said the self-tape is so bad I'm not even going to submit it.
No.
What do you mean? What are you doing on a self-tape? What do you have to do? Read lines or something?
Yeah, but the thing was, it was just too funny. Because my character was supposed to be a pregnant cop. Oh yeah, William definitely needs me.
Yeah, thank you.
I was supposed to be a pregnant cop who gets possessed by a witch while she's brushing a child's hair.
Weird.
So it almost I just started to feel like a pedophile. Be like, you're just another the line. What a pretty girl. Like, you're so pretty.
Scary.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so does your manager person give you any insights or just says, oh, this isn't going to work?
He just said,
You say, well, hold on, I'm crying in it. Or was it, no, you're right, yeah, this part.
I was like, it was too funny. I was shooting it at Jenna Sparrow was filming it for me. And she was like, it was just, she was making you giggle. Yeah, because she kept laughing. And I was like, I am being serious. I feel like you're not being serious. And I'm like, acting.
Getting your name out there. Keep on putting your name in the hat. They're going to find something. Yeah, somebody's going to be like, hold on, we need somebody.
learned about it from a movie called Theater Camp, and we're just Ben Platt.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Who's that guy? I always see this picture. It's like, what is Jordan?
Jordan.
Now.
Yeah, they just put them like under her eyes and so you just cry. So fuck you.
It makes you think of something really sad.
It's like AI bullshit, you know, it's like they're slob.
Oh my, so you put that, so it looks like lipstick, but instead of putting it on your probably things down there, then it gets, yeah, okay, tears instantly.
That's
Oh my gosh. Hopefully this is not going to get in your way of landing a role at some point, okay? This is not going to get in your way.
yeah, I just don't know what CEO I gotta take down. So
to get this off the market, yeah, Grant, who is in
Frito-Lay, there it is.
Do you like the Ruffles?
Yeah,
Do you like Ruffles?
I like Ruffles.
Yeah, Ruffles are pretty good.
Ruffles good?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he's one of my favorites. What was he the, no, I was wrong there. I was going to slept in the
I feel like
beds or
Ruffles,
whatever.
I feel like he was
British
yeah, Kelly
aristocrat.
took a great fall. I wonder who did it. Somebody who wanted his money.
Yep.
Because we were talking about scam. Because what do you do? Person sitting on a wall.
Yeah.
Him and his tummy were getting away.
No, and he just had little arms and legs. I don't even know what his got up there.
Get dunking, and then someone's like, he had a great fall. You
Yeah.
know, sitting on a wall. It's all bullshit. And all the king's horses and all the king's men.
Oh, could it put him together again?
Yeah, see, that's how I know he was connected. Because and if he wasn't, if he was some sort of Rumpelstiltskin mother. If Rumpelstiltskin don't give a shit, you know, but
Probably not a lot of babies' mom.
what did Rumpel wear? No, he was too old for a mom.
Was he an old guy? I forget. Humpty Dumpty. Look at that one. That's a really nice one.
Yeah, he's in one.
There's Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, that's one poor motherfucker.
Yeah, that's not my Rumpelstiltskin. What's another Rumpelstiltskin? I don't. Prefer. Fair enough.
I don't think he ever had a dad.
Just Rumpelstiltskin. else get Jesus. Yeah. Oklahoma with and then there's other songs. That's this one.
Yes.
For doing a role in the Sean.
She would play.
How come?
Because she played the.
That's why I left her in Star Wars.
Like, she's in Star Wars.
Now I'm
Natalie
getting
Portman.
Natalie Portman. That's different.
One time I saw
Him all coked out at the one. That's what wig that night. But I remember I was conversing with his ass back there that evening.
yeah, he's so hot.
That's what I was saying. Even when I was standing right in front of him.
Really?
Like I remember I was a chance to communicate with his ass. Yeah. And then I think I messed it up. How'd you get a picture of my
Wait, so what I was gonna say is, and then I said. Me, you've seen this 100 times.
felt it? Baseball stadium in the cornfield, touch it.
I was like, I want to come back 2 days.
Oh my gosh, how was it? Was it good?
So I moved around all my furniture, and then I got tired, and now it's all just mixed up, and there's stuff all over the floor because I was like a quarter way through making my dojo, and then I.
Oh no! Oh my gosh, so now it's cool.
Yeah, now I'm like I'm on my new journey. You know, I'm gonna have to.
And then while this after Highlander, you need to find another one where they're cleaning up and stuff so that you can really back up. If you want, only if you.
Sweet always cleaning at night.
I think you should watch that.
Oh, and I could solve equations.
And then you'd be good at that. Are you good at math? I'm horrible at math.
Should we do it?
Test me and I test you or something?
Yeah.
6 times 4.
That is 24.
Okay.
12 times 11.
That's a hard one. You're good. 12 and 11's always scared me. I can do 10. Obviously, anything after 10, like, and 11, I guess 9. What do you mean?
I got that immediately.
I thought, so what do you do? What operations from before 1917 different slightly. I guess it's as I was taught, yeah, at Memphis, I was taught that would be old man in Memphis.
Oh,
Probably my problem.
you're old.
An old school kind of guy.
Pep
You know,
talk.
learning old, telling me, Grant, the math I was learning was pre-19. I think so.
Was every answer one?
I'm just trying to reread this first sentence over again so I can really understand the train. Okay. 19 off the train. So many people get on the train.
Now you're making it harder for me.
Now there are 63 on the train.
42.
People were in the train to begin with. So, 42.
You're gonna say it.
Yeah, they were to begin with, but many are to answer is 46. Ooh, wait,
I know it. 40. Was closer than you.
answer is 65. I put Goodwill Hunting right here.
Oh, new.
60. Yeah, we put.
So we can.
God, yours. Your question for you guys. Whoa, very good. Is that it? Yeah. Word problems always always used to scare me. Now BetterHelp.
Can you do one more? 2 out of 3.
Right here. Stop. We already did this.
1.
We need one more because now one more.
Breaker.
No, I haven't won any.
Yeah, you won that one. You said.
So, see on the first slide and the second one's off.
Did it get to my head? Oh my god! It's confusing me.
So,
Oh, I get it. I knew. In a river?
yeah, I've been at my buddy David Nichols' house. I don't know what page to turn to. I forgot.
Tony
Or I can find like crazy stuff like that, or yeah, I totally am stressful. Thank God, not very.
Oh my god. You really?
My dream, yeah. I totally. I say
That's so weird. I said that.
how'd you know that? What do you call it?
Because you're like crazy. So I was like, oh, this guy thinks he's a fucking wizard over here. Like,
Okay, these are just that's what I think would happen.
I'm a wizard.
I said I'm kind of a wizard, so I don't care what the people think.
I was really at the phase where I was like trying to really, you know, and
How's that going?
so like I'd just be like enlist. I guess you like this.
Oh my gosh, I pictured you putting on the flying stick on your
No, but sometimes I was getting confused on list or set list, and one time it said abortion, and I was like, abortion. I was like, I could get real confused.
God.
Yes, when he was drinking.
All kinds of
And did you end up using any of them? Sometimes.
now and again. That's how I would be too, for sure. Oh my gosh, that's why I think a lot of different.
Little White's dead.
He was in the airplane, I think. Green Game was for Scarecrow, or also maybe that's also evil sounding or something. I don't actually. The more I think about it, the more that I wonder if it's like evil or something.
Kaiser?
Soul Kaiser. I don't know. It just says it, and then it's like kind of almost German connotation.
Yeah.
Those can have like World War II connotation.
Yeah.
Then it's like.
And then it's like, okay, I don't know who are you supporting in the Gaza war?
Yeah, who knows? Well, if I wish Lord Infamous was still with us, because I would like
But
him.
you went through elementary school pre-1917.
Yeah,
So
I
get it
being,
before your time.
yeah, I mean, it was
Trouble.
Francis would hear. Am I religious? Yes. My gosh, was I? Yeah. On Sundays. Church. First ever. You remember DC Talk?
Great question, rapper.
He's like a Christian rapper. Yeah, I used to have to get the edited versions of CDs at like the Kmart. Kmart always sold the edited versions because I wasn't allowed to get the unedited. That's worth $5. That was a great song.
Yeah.
Touch. Tomorrow, I love some 311.
And then, obviously,
20-ounce Coca-Cola. That was fun. I enjoyed doing that one.
Carson Daly got an eating disorder.
Did he?
No.
Is he still with us?
Or something. I was like, oh, he's so sad. CD store. Jennifer Love Hewitt. Wow. Jennifer Love Hewitt. That
Okay.
kind of.
I said, no, hard question now. His name was Saadia Ben Yosef Al Fayumi. Fayumi was one of the regions where he came from. I came up again. The Jewish nobility of these towns felt that he came from plenty. But at any rate, he was like an extreme appreciating Arabic culture, appreciating particular Arabic literature. And so he wrote a Hebrew. Why he left Egypt? Then with the take just a minute who the Karaites were, because ironically, much of so we're able to find Karaite texts who came to the foot of the rabbis and did not have any valid theological origins. The only thing that was valid was in fact the written Torah. And so they are for a very strict observance of the written Torah without any layering additional meaning. As it turns out, that's a very, very do because a tremendous degree of omission in all of their inhabitants. So for the rabbinic Jews, following the oral Torah, they understand it to mean essentially Shabbos, which contributed tremendously to their survival. It's fairly well with Rabbi, although most of the accepted historiography shows, two communities that are really fighting tooth and nail over all kinds of theological points. Karaites still exist today, but only in tiny numbers spread out throughout Turkey and places like that. It makes sense that wealthy individuals, because he had a mind of his own, and you would have wealthy patrons who would support him in various positions of authority, that ended, the Torah said, no matter whose influences, whose interests it affected. One of those conflicts, one that actually first brought him sort of international fame, was the calendar controversy of 921 through 924.
For like 2 weeks recently, so I started smoking again for like 2 weeks. Today I wasn't gonna quit.
Yeah, you're done today.
And so anyway, so then I came back to Austin and then smoked and 9 months maybe.
It's a good question. I do not know the answer. I just have to guess. Probably means, you have to think in terms of the Abramson early history. You don't know the answer. What is it probably? Money, right? So people, when they're in their midlife and towards the as they're working in their careers and their business and things like that, they don't have the same kind of leisure time to be able to dedicate themselves in a discipleship relationship. That's something that really is reserved for bachelors, as sort of, or maybe when you just have a very small family, that's when you can really devote yourself to following anyone. When you're older, then you're following your family, trying to just pick up after them and make sure that they're supported. So I would guess it was young people, based simply on a kind of an economic analysis. They don't really know.
Yeah, I'm
trying to say that's true.
So let's talk about the calendar controversy. Historically, the moon. It's described in the Mishnah. People would witness the new moon. They would come to Jerusalem. They would testify before the court. They're slightly off, so therefore. You have 30 days, the next day is Rosh Chodesh. You have a 29 day. They used to communicate using smoke signals, smoke signals, and be able to see them from mountain place to mountain. Just to make it a little more difficult for the Jews, they would light their own smoke signals on the wrong day. They're living all over the North African continent. So they set a fixed calendar. In the year 921, a very important rabbi in Jerusalem Mayor declared that he was changing changing the
guys that walk
rules
up to boys
and
and are
declared that
slap
they were
their
going
hair.
to the moon based on a certain time of day when it was by the written calendar. So this threw the Jewish world into quite a bit of tumult. If you throw off, what happens if, you get the Passover, if you celebrate Passover early, so all the thing is you eat the Seder early, but that means you're going to start eating chametz before Passover is over, which is a very serious transgression. And so there has to be agreement on the calendar. Saadia Gaon wrote some initially very polite letters to Aaron ben Meir indicating why his calculations could not be upheld. But it was very clear that this was not just a demonstration of, rabbinical prowess. This was a little bit of a power contest. Babylon had for several hundred years, and Jerusalem, even though it was clearly the spiritual and historical center, was not the intellectual center where, the entire Jewish world would be ruled. Desire to try and arrest that authority. They did go through at least one year where Aaron ben Meir's calculations were observed, and the rest of the Jewish world is followed, and he signed his name at the time of the documents we have with the title. People felt that he should be appointed to the neighboring rival city of Sura because it had been going into significant decline, and they looked for someone as strong as Saadia in his personality to bring it back to life. Now, one more thing that we have to explain about the nature of Jews living in Islamic lands, particularly in this region of Iraq. The Iraqis or the Babylonians recognized a head of the Jewish community who is called in English the exilarch, arch meaning leader, and exile, of course, the exile, or in Aramaic, the Reish Galuta, the head of the exile. We even pray for the Reish Galuta's welfare on Shabbat, in the Kufur kind of places like that, they still survive in religion. But this was kind of like a quasi-political appointee, and there was always this kind of tension between who's really the head of the Jewish community. Is it the political head, the Reish Galuta, who was a descendant of King David, that appoints, or was it the head of the academy? Was that really the head of a named David Ben Zakkai, also a very strong-minded person, decided that Saadia should be brought from undeniable, and his patron, the wealthiest Shiragon, and not gonna or fought against me, happened. The contemporary authority says, and I quote here, and there came a time when Satya and David always the next one.
Yes, sir.
Check the rankings. Number 10. Sugar.
Oh, I don't know about that. Dog.
A problem with the get from the way that
Of what? Okay. So you really fucking geography.
it's not a problem.
All right, dog.
The problem with the interviews with social risks.
I sent you an invitation for Match Monsters, son.
Oh, I'm playing Connect Four.
Oh, hold on. I didn't know we were playing. This isn't fair. That doesn't count.
How? Rabbi.
Yo, Pimp.
How long? How long is one?
style. So I'm sure people have jerked off to that.
It's a man that just didn't get his drawings.
Yeah. Some guy wrote like a really accurate design scene. Is very accurate. Like I could see masturbating to it, and probably like to their friend, like, hey dog, did you know that like I did this inside this cave, and they showed their friend, and they just beat off to it. It's kind of like, think of it. So back before Leave It or Be There, and then people would find out about it and then go and I've heard of people beating off to trees though. There was this tree that looked like it had boob where he lived, and because they didn't have any porn, people would just go out there and beat off to this tree. So to answer your question for as long as humans have,
Many times.
all right.
What's the other animal?
Oh, like monkeys do it. Dude, I'm looking up your fucking stupid question. It's a good question though. No, not all animals masturbate. Dude, I missed a turn because of your question. It's in primates, cetaceans like dolphins and whales, elephants, walruses, rodents, bats, lizards, turtles, penguins, and even some birds and reptiles and primates. Okay. However, the behavior is not observed in all animal groups. It is less common in birds, and there's no evidence in all species. The masturbation is linked to the present brain circuitry that makes stimulating sexual organs rewarding, which is likely evolved early in mammalian and reptilian lineages. A study analyzing primate evolution concluded that masturbation is an ancient behavior, suggesting that the common ancestor of all monkeys and apes, including humans, probably engaged in it. This indicates that while masturbation is widespread, it is not a trait shared by every single animal species. Dude, I fucking lost another point again because I'm looking up your questions.
Okay.
This is your secret strategy, isn't it? I just missed another turn. I missed a full-on turn, dog.
I just want to know what animals masturbate and what animals don't masturbate.
I know, it's a good question. I don't know. I don't think fish do. Well, it didn't seem like they do, but I'm sure there's some fish that does.
Think about it, right? How much you would accomplish animals that don't masturbate accomplish more than animals that do.
I wonder if the animals that don't masturbate accomplish what animals do. Um, I mean, it could go either way. It could be like masturbation stimulates them.
I mean, it probably, you look at humans and you go, well, we're the most accomplished species, so it does have benefits, right?
Not necessarily.
So,
I mean, you could. It'd be hard, but like you'd need like two twins, or like a set of twins, one who masturbates and one who never masturbates. But even then, their experiences are different. So it's a tough thing to. It's a tough thing to
the only way you
quantify.
the only way you can do that is the only way you can do that, really, like, believe it, is illustration, which is cool.
No, I don't think that's the only way.
I mean, it's the most guaranteed way.
Not necessarily. There are sections.
An escort from the time he was 13,
No,
which is a bit weird.
no, you could cut off a person's penis, but still stimulate their prostate and get them to orgasm.
That's cool.
I mean, you're the one talking about castration, dog.
So cross.
Means that somebody generally cannot read. Zoot, you're up, son. Ideally, close, quote unquote, cured using things like Neuralink, perhaps, so that they don't do that kind of stuff, and also have their victims be able to forget about it if they want.
Okay, that's good.
That's a bit what?
No, wait. There could be a lot of side effects if you delete people's memory.
I understand. For you, dog, are you?
It's only been 3 days. long before the thought and cravings like just leave my mind completely?
That's a great question. The first 36 hours is the most difficult. I mean, really, every minute that you're not smoking is difficult, but the 24 hours, and then I think that's really important. Then the first 48 hours, the 72-hour mark, which is important. You can continue that. That is the key. Then you get to the 100-hour mark. Once you get there, you want to get to the 172-hour mark, which is once you're able to get a week, that's key. The true key, though, is getting 2 weeks. Actually, 3 weeks. If you can get 21 days of doing anything, if you can, whether it's positive, like running, or negative, like not, there's a
Abandoning a lot more processed food. Abandoning a lot more processed food and just garbage because I haven't been smoking.
okay.
Oh, fuck. That's not the move I wanted to do.
Dude, it doesn't matter. You're done and it's over. That's all that does matter. Dude, even with losing all of those, I did well.
Yeah, fuck.
Okay, campaign is all easy, medium, or hard. We'll do. Just try to. I mean, we did already. Let's just try all.
Doesn't make. Yeah.
Let's
I
try.
don't have autism.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessary. I can tell you that like this game doing something because I
Oh, fuck. We picked up.
didn't pick anybody. We're gonna play something else where I have time because I'm multitasking right now. So we're gonna go back to Brawl Bots for the time being, or not Brawl Bots, but whatever we play, Match Monsters, Match Monsters.
We play.
No, Match Monsters because I'm doing some.
We'll go back to Dungeon Tales.
Yeah. I'm gonna destroy you though. Wow, it's interesting that we get the same stage as last time.
Oh, what the fuck did I do?
What's that, pimp?
Look at this, man.
5? That was very good, dude. Oh, dude.
Holy.
Oh, man.
I didn't know you could have. I didn't know you could have multiple action moves. You sounded like Facial Armor. You can have like multiple action moves.
Yeah, No, I didn't turn that on. I didn't know that either. Seems like it doesn't work, though.
I feel like you turned on multiple action moves.
Well, I feel like you're just making up rules because that's not an option. If it were an option, I would, because I think that's cool. Why not?
Because
Dog, I'm gonna blow your mind with how good this move is. Psych, it's not that good. I'm just doing this the old-fashioned way. I don't need your fancy stuff. It fucked me up. What's on evolving? Are you proud of that move? So I just did an extra move. Okay. Maybe you can do multiple. So you do it.
whatever.
Yo, pimp.
Goodbye. figure out. Well, I don't even want to say symptoms, but like, if you figure out like things that you do wrong, and then you improve on these things, you can get better and completely get rid of the symptoms of.
What do you mean?
Do you believe that you can get, if you look up symptoms of mental illness, you'll get all that rid of it until you're diagnosed for, and you like improve on all of them, you can get rid of your symptoms?
Oh, I think that's a possibility.
Well, it's not what the pharmaceutical companies want you to believe.
That's true. I made a mistake. Dude, give me extra moves. I'll take it. Yeah, dude, that's like bad. And it's an important discussion to have. Like, okay, all that stuff is really cool.
They just made a recommendation.
Dude, not good, dude.
What?
My
Oh,
I just gave you really good spots. Oh, really good move, Zoo. Zoo.
therefore, have you thought about going medication route? I didn't say that it was fine, I just said that. Maybe I should try to pay more. And I'm thinking now, maybe I should just try to pay more attention before I go to the medication route.
Right.
But I did try medication. I tried legal and illegally. I didn't attain it legally.
Oh, Zoo, what a comeback I've just had. Dog. Maybe one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Oh, look at this move.
Okay.
Dude.
Yeah.
No. I wasn't paying attention. Zoot, Paper, the television show? Are you excited for the television show The Paper?
Malcolm in the Middle would be better.
Malcolm in the Middle sucks so much cock, I can't even put it into words.
I think they should redo Malcolm in the Middle, set it in Australia, and instead of him being in Genius, they should put him in special ed class.
Oh, dude, I fucked up. I'm not paying attention. You're gonna win.
Yeah.
Why would it be better? Alright, dude. That's incorrect. There are many ways to skin a cat.
Okay, the big comedy can be interpreted is observation and relatability. And more people relate to stupidity than trying to fucking, there are jokes. There are jokes. A lot of people don't like the Big Bang Theory, right?
Yeah, because that shit sucks.
Because that show sucks. Because a lot of the jokes being told in that series, like, are jokes that you need to be, like, intelligent to fucking understand. So that really irritates people.
Yeah, I can't stand the laugh track on that show.
Yeah, it sucks. And then
I can stand it on some shows, but not on that show. And I think one of the reasons why is because some of the jokes are so highbrow or so intelligent. Not that many people would think they were funny. They wouldn't always think they were that funny. So you can tell it's just a laugh track. It's not filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Yeah. Was Friends?
No. Cheers, The Cosby Show. And they used to say,
Cheers, what?
yeah, they used to say, Cheers was filmed in. So, like, you.
No bloopers and fuck ups, right? No bloopers and fuck ups, right?
Word.
Did you know that Bill Cosby paid for the microphone and stage that Martin Luther King did his I Had a Dream speech on?
Yeah, I heard that. I don't know if I heard it from Dave Chappelle.
So I was watching Dave Chappelle before, and he said Bill Cosby. He said Bill Cosby did a lot for African Americans, and he thought Bill Cosby, he does some bad things, but he raped.
That's true. Dog, I'm a big Bill Cosby fan. I mean, again, I think you have to separate the art from the artist.
The time that it's shock because no. Or virtually. Or just in my minute time. So I can't really, I'm not explaining myself in finishing sentences right now, but I'm just saying.
And controversial. Dude, WTF, my man. There we go. I think that George Bush doesn't care about a lot of people, not just black people.
does. The ones that voting for.
Do I care about black people?
Yeah.
Very much so. I'm not so much. Not that I still don't, but it was like overly. I black people, black society, black music. Black media.
I'll put into this. I had a really old teacher. She was a old, old school teacher. She was like, oh, like she was, oh, this was back in 2000.
That's terrible.
Okay, sport.
Right.
Like, what would you do if you were 5 years? guys like looking like none of us told him.
Yeah, why do you think that is? I mean, you were little kids, so you can't really blame anybody.
Powerful you are as a child will choose to how powerful and actually a child to an adult. How much power you have as a child.
That's true. Well, it's good that she didn't work around children anymore.
Probably going. Because I had a good thing. Just sometimes I finish my sentence.
That was maybe the best round that I've ever.
You ready?
Yeah. Right. Biggest person on television. Powerful. He so like I know I bet you this state of the United States, but there are people in the United States who would accept being drugged and raped if you would pay for their college.
kind of love.
That's true.
I feel like there are people.
But oh, I fucked up.
Though as it is,
What are you gonna do? Evolve and heals you.
you won.
No, pretty sure that's not right. Oh, Zoot, that was really
Oh my
good.
god.
That was really good, Zoot.
What is it?
Yeah, I did.
You could have gotten. You could have gotten an extra minute.
I know.
I think you needed it. You left. You left Bill Cosby.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to pee. Dude. There, big dog. Thank you for your patience.
Bill Cosby.
Fuck.
They're not close by. They don't live in Adelaide, Australia, do they?
No.
Adelaide, South Australia.
I had somebody here from
Opposite.
Word Dog.
She's on Kick.
Yep.
Does she have an Instagram?
Yeah, it's just chopsticks, I believe. With CHOPSTIX.
She gonna be back?
Oh, I don't know. I've got messages with her.
She hot?
I would say that most any man would think this woman is hot.
Well, I've seen the most beautiful woman that people think are ugly.
No, this chick is banging.
How old is she?
Doug, I don't fucking know. Maybe like 25?
That's close to my age.
All right, you think I'm setting you up?
Yep.
All right, that's cool, dog.
Oh, fuck. That was the worst move in history of moves you could make.
Is it really?
I mean, I guess I can do that. But it just helped you. Maybe I blocked. Maybe I did not help you. You did help. What were we crying about? I got work in 2 weeks.
What are you going to be doing? Zoot, what are you going to be doing?
Math.
That's not work, son.
Should be. Alright, what's this woman's name?
Chopsticks, CHOPSTIX.
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 She's famous?
On Kick, she is. She has like 50,000 followers on Kick. Yeah, she's famous.
That's decent amount, but it's not.
I mean,
Not like
dude, I didn't stalk this woman. She came in here, and I don't know, I was doing something, and then she came in my YouTube and said hi, and I don't pay attention to what people say on YouTube.
does she on Kick does like can I go to the Kick and watch the live stream?
Yeah,
Let's say watch like does it save it?
yeah, it saves it for days.
Okay. Do you think she'll be back?
Zoot, you are asking me so many questions about this woman, and I have no idea about her. I'm just telling you what happened earlier today.
Oh.
Very cool, dog. When are you gonna get pictures for?
what?
When are you gonna get pictures for your
Dating profile?
dating profile?
When I got a job.
Okay, what are your thoughts? I thought you start a job in 2 weeks.
100% I do.
Okay, doubt you. So, don't you already have a job? You mean once you get paid?
Yeah.
What are you going to be doing?
Building a cult.
That's not a job.
It's a business.
So,
Starting a business.
okay, what business are you starting?
Starting a cult.
Dude, you're not making sense, son.
I'm starting a cult. Starting a business that's a cult, which is pretty much all cults.
Dude, did you know it's over for you?
And why do all lottery winners go broke in the first 5 years?
They don't.
Why do the majority of lottery winners go broke in the first 5 years?
They don't.
Discord. I'm installing Kick right now on my phone.
Okay. Do you have a username? Zoot, I dare you to any person on Kick. Create a throwaway account and ask them what they think about Rabbi Rothschild. Ask any. They will throw you out. They will ban you.
Of a will. He had gone on to do tremendous things for Surah. He immediately communicated with the surrounding communities and asserted the authority of Surah as the greatest of the academies and so on. But what ended up happening is there was a will that was placed in probate, and David Ben Zakkai, the exilarch, stood to gain a tremendous advantage if the will was adjudicated in his favor. Saadia Gaon, looking at the will, saw that it really would not go in David Ben Zakkai's favor, that the law really favored another claimant for the monies in the will. And so therefore, he demurred and said he would only sign off on this will if another particular rabbi would sign off on it. The other rabbi signed off on it, giving the money to David Ben Zakkai, and so then it went right back to Saadia, and at this point Saadia said he was hoping that the other rabbi would be the first refusal, and therefore Saadia would not take the blame, but Saadia refused to give in, and he said he would not sign off, and that the will would not go to David Ben Zakkai. David Ben Zakkai was furious, and he fired Saadia Gaon. Saadia Gaon says, "You can't fire me, I'm going to fire you." And so he fired David Ben Zakkai. And it was a really strange situation where both people of great authority disavowed the other, and they were kind of arm wrestling, so to speak, over who was going to be the true head of the people of Surah, and really the Jews of Babylon, and really the Jews of the world. It was quite long standoff where and Saadia Ben Gaon reciprocated by appointing rival Solar. And they're all kind of like a strange kind of family dynamic with the four of them there, and no one. And the Muslim authorities stepped in, and they said in Arabic, Galuk Shoin. So ultimately, passed away. So it's really a blessing for the Jewish people as a whole.
Does it say give the full line? Because I feel like I'm missing.
Yeah, it's a big long focus. I appreciate your question. It gives me faith that the Jewish people are going to. This is Sean conflict with his board, right? With government Zakai and government Zakai representing the board. So yes, because I know you know.
Yeah.
Do not give us a really good perspective of that. I would. The people here, the people know side to down. Okay, let's go on a little bit. Now, what was special about his writings? Perhaps the most significant thing from the dominant Muslim side, numbered lists. They're very big on numbering their paragraphs on specific collective topics, and then, breaking it down logically into a sort contrast to the traditional what was that they right, which was essentially to follow the current and apparently trajectory of the time, which is more like a conversation. And simply to look up a particular halacha, it's a very big with Sadia on a lot of very important points, but he adopted exactly the same kind of style that Sadia did. Is a good word for the undergraduates here. Zeitgeist is spirit of the time. Like the way people, he found it, and he said, we can do this in Judaism. literature is limited. I'm not in Arabic literature, and the world of Arabic literature is overwhelmingly religious literature at this time. Simplified differences between the experience of Jews and Muslim lands and those Christian lands is especially after the Crusades. Jews and Christian lands, few exceptions, let's say Italy, for example, they much more inward looking regarding the outside world as toxic, and that held true really until the Enlightenment 18th century. That's really normal, for example, for Shmuel Ibn Abdullah to be high officer in the Spanish government, right up on the Gemara, to be involved in the world. You don't see Jews doing that kind of thing, writing Latin plays. He wrote dramas in Hebrew based on Italian styles of Hebrew grammar, which was really significant because it was not that well codified in the 9th century. The Karaites, ironically, so in many ways it's kind of like competing work. It's noted for its very, very strict rational approach. This is one of the areas where my mom gives me kind of some odds. And he the Torah views as God spoke. Wanted to avoid a pure and you have to say something.
Selsun blue, not Delsun blue. I think that you.
Rendered it similarly. Good point. Okay. Third, polemical. We saw that, for example, in the calendar controversy. One of his treatises was on defending the traditional method of perhaps most famous philosophy, and perhaps his most important work is the so-called book. And this is one in a great chain of verses revealed commandments. And in commandments that we can derive as being Jewish even to recognize the value of their money. But the English translation I have is about 4 inches. It happened when this feud had been going on for quite a long time, and you can imagine that he ultimately came out and Sadia is right there in Surah, recognizes him as the greatest scholar of the world at the time, but he's not holding this position of authority. So eventually, father-in-law gets involved. His father-in-law was always a big supporter of Sadia, and he says, again in Arabic, and he manages to effect a recreation between these two. Sadia is returned to his post as head of the Academy of Surah, and the replacement Gaon that had been hired during the was really considered the ultimate authority. The exile exhaustion had died soon afterwards, and to indicate how complete the reconciliation was, Sadia adopted his son, the son of his first-world enemy. That illustrates a lot about the nature of the Jewish life in Muslim lands, internal Jewish life, the conflict between the so-called secular and the religious powers, and of course describes the life of a phenomenal individual with a very strong character who made tremendous contributions to the Jewish people as a whole. Next week, I have a strange story of the Jews of Arya, which is a small territory, actually at times a very large territory, in the Caspian Sea region. By multiple authorities, the entire kingdom converted to Judaism. So we have.
Yeah, I think it's on the street. Maybe 77777.
down. And you were like, ma'am? And she's like,
Right, and then poor Selena was on the left, and then Selena is above my head. I don't know. I
It's
don't
always
know
a-
talking about this.
it's always a fan.
No, there could be a better name than that. I don't even know what I'm getting in the plane crash and her dying on the same day, maybe.
She does.
Doesn't kill her.
They
This
fall
is a
in
different
love.
timeline.
Yep. The real story of life dies in a plane, and then begins to woo her. And I was, going up behind her and, boiling water on her. And then he said, I know before I left you.
So I didn't really know it was, so now I love you.
And she said, she goes, well, I want to speak, I should be here in hot water.
What did you say?
Some say I'm a genius.
And she's also in the
I was auditioning for a movie sometime, but
Yeah, you have a good scream.
I'm not really sure. That's why I was saying I could. Yeah.
You can cry.
Me too.
Yeah, so they're not going to be able to pick your ass back up. Like,
Fucking here.
That's amazing.
it was really quick.
How did you act? That's fucking good. I can cry on command. Wasn't that coach?
So that would. You are in the horror movie. You gotta act messy. What's up? Some sad moment that happened and you're like, I'm thinking of what you're watching.
Face or eye ducts. I just kind of act like a water ducks, constipated or something, and I'm like holding it in. Right.
Well, you don't have to cry.
want to do it again. I don't want to cry again. I don't.
He died very young at age 49.
I can't do it.
God.
No, don't cry about me not being able to do it. It's not that sad. No, don't cry about that.
The first was,
It was so bad.
Jacob
I need a tissue.
Nah, I swear. Wait, it looked maybe like my eyes were moistened up a little.
You'll never be me. You a pregnant cop. Oh yeah, Will, you believe me?
Yeah. Thank you.
I was to be a pregnant cop. Like, you're so pretty. You know, this long hair won't last forever.
Or was it? No, you probably don't. You don't have to cry in this part.
I was like, kind of laugh. It was too funny. She kept laughing, and I was like, being serious, and she's like, I feel like you're not being serious. And I'm like, this is serious. Like, no.
And then y'all start laughing. And then sometimes it's hard to stop laughing if you're like with a friend or something, and then the other person starts saying, and then it can be like a contagious laughter.
If you're already embarrassed, if I'm like embarrassed,
Like, hold on, we need somebody that matches your description, and we need somebody that cries. And then you're gonna walk up, and they're gonna be like, what?
here's the fucking thing. People use tear sticks.
What are
But, oh my god. Yes. And
soccer player or something? Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
So what? Tears. Real tears instant. That's how that works.
Girls put them on the
Oh my gosh, they put it on their things down there, and then it gets flayed. Hopefully, this is not taken in your way of
landing a roll in some way, okay? To get this off the market. Yeah. If you like random Doritos, no, I think Doritos is under something else.
No, the guy Luigi, they're in charge.
Do you like the Ruffles?
Yeah,
The guy down there, I was about to say the one that slept in Humpty Dumpty, some like some rich British
yeah,
crispy
Kelly
bread.
took a great fall. I wonder who did it. Somebody who wanted his
That's what you do as an egg person sitting on a wall.
Yeah, it's sure. I mean, somebody's scamming his ass to even get him up on a ball.
Yeah, how could he wanted to get it? His tummy would get in the way.
No, and he just had little arms and legs. I don't even know what his ass
Got up there. I don't know.
And then, like, it's all just planned. Like, they come in there, they're like, and he's like, what happened to Humpty Dumpty? And all the king's horses and all the king's men.
Oh, couldn't put him together again.
Yeah, see, that's how I know he was connected. Because the he wasn't, if he was some sort of Rumpelstiltskin motherfucker.
All around him, it sounds like refused.
You think if Rumpelstiltskin fell off a wall?
A lot of people make his mom.
What did
Is he an old guy? I forget about. I have a glow. Here's Rumpelstiltskin.
Yeah, that's one form of
It's not my Rumpelstiltskin. What's another Rumpelstiltskin? I don't. You prefer. What's another one that's like a weird
Yeah.
Pixar?
He does, yeah, he's not even wealthy enough to have that.
This guy?
Yeah, that guy. That guy's got a mom.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't think he ever had a dad.
Rumpelstiltskin and Jesus. They didn't have.
No, he just never met his father.
Oh yeah. That's right. Yeah, no, I mean, look at this one. He looks a little dainty. This one, I like this one a lot. That's how I get when I'm hungry. I start.
He's now eating around. He's not as a Jean Valjean, that fucking cat.
Where is that? What is that?
Jean Valjean.
Yeah, what's that?
He's the guy from Les Mis who steals the bread.
Oh, well, that's the problem.
And they go to prison forever.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is that good? That's a musical, correct? Oh, all I really saw was Oklahoma.
I never saw that. You could tell me something about it because I never saw it.
Oh, the main song is what? Oklahoma, where the world. And then there's other songs too. That's like the main.
That's not Wolverine. Yeah, Wolverine did, but Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman, John Valjean, John
Yeah, and then
Belfort.
Anne Hathaway, that's why she got so thin.
Nice turnout for the and we got a fascinating presentation website. A tremendous change in a lot of the thinking about Israel, the thinking within Israel, and as I hope to demonstrate. He goes up to heaven, and the angels, things like that, angels come back and forth, and we say, please have a seat here while we process your admission. And put him down on a nice sofa, give him a little cup of tea. Angels start flying back and forth with great rapidity, and then they come out with these creative something like that, and he waits this white beater shirt that's stained, and he's he should be rushed into heaven so much. If I like the footsteps flowing, he drives his Egged bus. Everyone starts stopping him. All right, that's it for the joke. They will be cut. Since 1978, when for internal turmoil, great tragedy in his own personal life, and great victory at the same time. A man man of incredible tenacity. Then his father, as a rabbi, he was working in the lumber business. The family as a Hashomet communist Zionist group, but he left after 2 years, and at the age of 14, he joined a much great victory for the Romans, a tragedy for the Jews, but nevertheless the symbol of Jewish resistance in Poland for an eventual paramilitary in Israel in the forthcoming Zionist law school at the University of Warsaw. He gained his law degree, but he never practiced law, although his expertise in language was no. But his principal influence, without a doubt, was a man that he frequently called Mori Rabbbi, my master and teacher, Vladimir Zev Jabotinsky. Jabotinsky is a fascinating, very important character, perhaps in later much of the secular Jewish movement. Previous classes, the idea that the Jews should participate in a criticism between nationalities. There's no more race. That's kind of and if they were Zionists as well, they are voting with their feet to go it alone. This idea of us to the general goodwill of society as a whole. This is also in great contrast to Harry. Herzl City. You know, people get along, they're polite, they say, we can't, we must do it on our own. The critics of Jabotinsky said an insignia and paramilitary unfair to in contradistinction to many of his. Reagan encountered him at an early age and became his right-hand man. By the age of 22, he was already appearing beside, notably, numbers of attacks on Jews in small villages. So Japan organized their own self-defense societies, where typically young Jews would get together, train themselves, and be prepared for the attacks of hooligans that would typically come on the trusted by the older generation who felt that these self-defense units would just exacerbate the problem, and it would look like a provocation, whereas the older Jews were pray for the welfare of that super. Because, and I just have to give you a little history lesson, on a blackboard, not even at my daughter's house. And so I'm going to go back to both self teaching. The rest of the political spectrum. So for political spectrum only has two ends to these for our political. Here we go. Let me label these. There are four cardinal points. You don't have, I think it's unfair to really call Jews fascists for reasons that are obvious, but there are some that definitely go further to the right, as we shall see. But capitalism is essentially, in favor of free give people as much freedom so they do not impinge on others. And that's contrasted with socialism, which is the idea that no, you have to have a command economy controlled from the top that regulates how it's spent and shared and so on. Those are our 4 cardinal points here. So let's look at some of the main parties of the day. And by the way, right now I'm talking about the period between the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or General Zionists, so-called because they have to be distinguished from about 7 other kinds of Zionists. This is basically Herzl's party. The new Jewish land in Palestine should be a Western economy. These are contrasted with the Bundists, and who were both socialist, but not in favor of Zionism. The tide of history, which tried to minimize national differences. The Bundists said we should try to Zionists. The trend of history is that national differences. They wanted to be down to a dollar type. Then the third group would be, spoke about them last week, but go to the mayor. This is her party. And then finally, the last group, which is the Volkspartei, very small group. This is spoken about many weeks ago. That believe no, we should be capitalists. Okay. Any questions so far? Yes, go ahead. These are the revisionists. The revisionists this is just they took their use after World War I as well. That parties that were unhandled, kind of like with full arm's length, and I normally don't like this, but since I learned how to do it, I started having fun. Let me tell you what happened to these parties, just to jump ahead in the I'm familiar with. It was very popular in the first half of the 20th century, a kind of a quasi-socialist Jewish group like that. The Volkspartei had a major joined, and they formed this party, the Flames, right? Likud. So that's where we are today. Sort of the major orientations of like
equals Hebrew for weeks. Sheshin and Sheshivine present. Sheshin equals Hebrew for what I love on the magic question for the act of asking. Shini log is blessing of gratitude for reaching dungeon. She equals Hebrew for who has kept us.
So back to his life. He was very active in Beitar, the youth wing of Jaboti's revisionist movement, and he actually traveled around Europe garnering support and encouraging young people to join. And while he was traveling around, he would stay, of course, in the homes of various wealthy supporters. It was at one of these homes that he met a young woman, and 1 month later they were married. And they had an incredible relationship that lasted until her death. I guess it would be about, I can't do the math off the top of my head, but they had a very, very strong relationship that lasted to the end of her life. And in fact, when she eventually passed away, he was devastated, and it really represented the end of his career and ultimately his life as well. She was a retiring figure who really stood in the background whenever possible. In fact, when she was honored, when Begin was invited to speak with Jimmy Carter, who became prime minister, she was honored at a dinner of that nature, and the audience was shocked that she refused to speak. She just got up and said thank you, and they said, "Aren't you going to make a speech about politics or Israel?" And she said, "My husband is the speaker." Endured tremendous suffering on behalf of her husband. That was really quite remarkable. Here she is, of course, shown with their oldest son, Benny. They had 3 children. Benny named Sassler, I think, living in their neighborhood, or even hear good memories. And he happens to be to the land of Israel when war breaks out. Peace at the beginning of the war, because Stalin and Hitler had not completely worked out who was going to he was his activity with the party. This is his Soviet mugshot from the with the Nazis, and ultimately dies at this point. And that's at this time. If we move to Israel, there's a lot of debate over the demographics about how many people actually lived in Palestine. That as more Jews moved to Israel and created more economic infrastructure, port with them, a lot of Western know-how, draining the swamps, that kind of area in Jordan. For the economic opportunity population represented. And that was going fine until the 1920s. Dovish orientation, which dominated Israeli politics for so long, discovered that some of their socialist ideologies were counterproductive in the land of Israel. On the one hand, they wanted to have, obviously, peaceful, harmonious relations with the indigenous Arab population or the new Arab populations. That was to be sure. But on the other hand, they valued as socialists the notion that Jews should get their fingers in the dirt. They should work with their backs with the land. They really wanted to get away from the kind of Eastern European mentality of Jews as accountants or Jews as indoor people, pasty, scholarly, weaklings. They wanted to have strong new Jews who are farmers, who work the land. So the Arabs loved the economic opportunities of the manual labor, picking the oranges and tending to the crops and things like that. But that meant that a lot of the Jews ended up being, kind of small businessmen, managing these farms or managing commercial relations with the Arabs, and they were not creating a new Jew that they so hoped to do. So the Coalition instituted a policy of Jewish labor that was intended to get regular Jews, off their butts in their offices and into the fields working. Excuse my language. Can we cut that out, Elliot, please? When you do get them into the fields, because they had the level of the Arabs in order to hire the Jews to work in the fields. And this sparked a significant amount of economic protest because a lot of Arabs said, well, what is this? We came here, you need work, you're not hiring us, that's discrimination. And so you had an increasing level of economic tension that, eventually morphed into a violent conflict. There's several major riots of this nature. They were tied to other elements as well. I'm making it very simplistic by looking just at the economic aspect of it. But the rioting, it kind of mirrored the pogrom activity in Eastern Europe, and it was escalating rather than getting. Had just published that was an attempt to deal with the violence that was increasing. But on the whole, it benefited the Arab. The Balfour Declaration to include in their goals the idea of a homeland for Jews in Palestine. Nazis, the Arabs decide to join with the Axis powers. So the Arab nations surrounding Israel become pro-German, and England here has a little foothold in the Middle East. They are obviously pro-Allies. So the Palestinian Jews, like Begin at this time, decide that they're going to throw in their lot with the British against these, because even though they don't want the British there and they feel that and not allowing enough Jews to live there and so on, the enemy that they share, the Nazis, was far more grievous than their temporary difficulties. And so the various Jewish underground movements said at this point, complaining about the British, we don't like the restrictions they placed on us, but we are going to suspend that, and we are going to cooperate with the British in our attempt to rid the world of Nazism. Shortly after the war, which of course major conflict, the British returned to that pretty restrictive immigration policy, which is disastrous because after the Holocaust, you have an I mean, I'm just guessing now, but there has to be displaced Jews who cannot go to their homes, either because political situation, a lot of these homes have been overrun by the communists now, or because of the hostility that's still regnant there, or even more basically, the notion that they're not wanted back home. The notorious pogrom in Kielce in 1946, in which Jews were accused after the Holocaust of drinking the blood of Christian children, was just a clarion call for Jews to get out of the graveyard of Europe and go to Israel. So you have all these Jews who are amassing in displaced persons camps, and they want, world opinion looks upon this with favor. The news of the tremendous devastation of the Holocaust gets out, and trying to keep these Jews from Israel, because that antagonizes the Arabs, when they're really losing this major opinion poll in the world in terms of public opinion. So Begin, again, is in Palestine, and as we discussed at length last week, so I won't go into detail here, the United Nations decides to participate. Arabs reject it, and you have a massive war that lasts over a year, which ultimately Israel emerges from successfully. Yes. There's Liza. Oh, that's fascinating. I've never heard of a Nazi colony in Israel. There are definitely Germans there, but I did not know that. Wow. Wow. And my grandmother she always used to say that the jails are full in Israel too. That was a bit of wisdom. Your question exceeds my question from something called the Haganah. It literally means defense, and the Haganah was basically the military wing. Coalition Party had its own forces, and they implemented policies that were consistent. Military forces often came to even blows, very significant conflict on a number of occasions. The most significant question was, how do we deal with the British? The Haganah wanted to adopt a much more diplomatic approach while clearly opposing the British and wanting them to lift their restrictions on immigration and so on. They felt that the British were ultimately civilized people, and they could sit down and talk with them, and that there was a way to perhaps work. The Irgun, again, consistent with the revisionist principle, felt that that was just a pipe dream and not worth thinking about at all. The only way to get the British out of Israel was to drive them out. And they implemented policies that were much more aggressive towards the British. The most important notorious bombing of the King David Hotel in July of 1946. This was the headquarters of the British in Israel, and the warnings were issued. The Irgun placed a bomb, several bombs in the basement of this whole building, and they issued several warnings and several different media, including phone calls to the switchboard, and the British ignored those warnings. There was a major investigation afterwards, and the British, although definitely holding the Irgun attack, they also took some responsibility themselves for not heeding those warnings. Part of the reason perhaps for not heeding the threats were very common, and they were typically ignored, like fire drills and condominiums here in Surfside, that kind of thing. But the bombs did in fact go off in the middle of the day when the building was at its peak capacity. 91 people were killed and 46 were hurt, and that includes British citizens, Jews, and Arabs as well. The point in the escalation of violence between the Israeli underground, the British, of it in a minute, where he was, they would offer 10,000 pounds dead or alive because he was the leader and mastermind of this movement. The Jewish Haganah, who wanted to call off that episode, the Mapai Party, he was later the first prime minister of Israel, he felt that Begin was a type of terrorist that was harming the Jewish cause with these kinds of intemperate actions. And in some cases, the Haganah even captured the Irgun fighters and gave them over to the British. So have not got their act together either. The Haganah and the Irgun are fighting bitterly as well. Yes, Mr. Lance. Well, I don't think that the Irgun's intent was to kill. Their intent was to send a message that, you're not safe anywhere. And by the way, we should realize that this is happening to the British at the same time in India. They're having a miserable time with Mahatma Gandhi, with Jinnah and the Muslim Brotherhood, Muslim Party, I forget what they call it over there, and the British essentially give up on India. Too. See. I don't want to pass judgment. My goal here is to just try and present the facts in as neutral a position as way, and of course it really deserves a follow-up. But basically what happened was Irgun and allied Rabbbi forces attacked an Arab village that was significant for strategic reasons. And although Begin himself was not involved in the operation, he was not present at the time, he argued for restraint. Something went wrong. There's a lot of debate over what went wrong exactly, but men, women, and children in this little village. Numbers differ. Some bring it as low as 100 people, others place it as high as 3. But it's universally recognized that this was a massacre of an early resistance movement that had become part of the Israelis. Were around criticized for this atrocity. Again, if we have more time, the bottom line is there were about 200 million at the hands of a force of this nature. What is especially important for our purposes, though, is that area sin was the beginning of the Palestinian refugee problem. Israel said, "My gosh, these people are savages," and they fled the war zone. Now, many Arabs felt that they would soon be returning with victorious Arab armies and claiming property from the Jews who had been driven into the sea. But any way you look at it, there was this fear generated that the Arabs were not safe in the new Israel and that they had to leave simply for the safety of their own families. And again, you can politicize the events, but it is a turning point in the Arab-Israeli relationship early on in the war. And at the same time, once again, while the Arabs and the Israelis are fighting, the Israelis are fighting. And perhaps this moment is the so-called Helena affair, which is in June 1948, to bring immigrants making to Israel from container or large machine guns, large weaponry, and to be that was entirely financed by Irgun supporters, and there were Irgun members on board. That these weapons would go to the new Irgun units of the Israeli Defense Forces. Remember that when the state was declared, you had all these kind of militia with various degrees of organization, with different political complexion, uniforms, and chain of command, and things like that. They had to kind of patch together these various groups into a unified fighting force. So the Irgun said, "Sure, we're going to cooperate with Ben Gurion's Haganah, but we have our own guns, thank you, and we have all our own people, and we're going to work this way." So they hammered out an agreement about how to divide the arms, and they came to disagreement once this boat reached Israeli shores. It went up and down the coast a little while, and with the Irgun demanding more of a share of the weapons, the Haganah demanding the Tel Aviv beach. So this, more left wing Ben Gurion Haganah forces firing on a ship full of Irgun Jews and weapons, losing all the weapons in the process, killing a handful of ceasefire and patched together, but it showed a great moment of betrayal of the Irgun cause by Haganah. Mr. Wax. I don't remember what Rabin's role is, but I'm sure he was involved. But it was Ben Gurion for sure. Yes, Ms. Abramson. Oh my gosh. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Ms. Abramson. You're destined to be a historian one day, unless you can find a better Parnassus. No kidding. You were involved in this as well? Yes, I was. That's amazing. Do you want to share anything? Now, I have students who would like to hear something. I give you the microphone. Just tell us something about your experience.
Well, we were called out. I was in a brigade with Yitzhak Rabin. And we were called out to Kfar Vitkin. It was a settlement on the ocean, not far from Tel Aviv. Not to let the people from the come ashore.
Oh my gosh.
And they were Begin justified with the British. He didn't have no anything.
Yeah.
So they didn't let them to come ashore.
So did you actually see the events? The picture?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing.
That's amazing. Look at that. See, you're going to get history lectures like this. I'm telling you. That's great. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So let's move on. Now, immediately after the War of Independence ends, Begin joins the loyal opposition, which, as I saw in one interesting online article, he was probably in the opposition longer than any other political figure in Western history. He was in the opposition from 1948 until he came to power in 1977. An amazingly strong record of tenacity. He was an incredibly strict of the left, and Ben-Gurion in particular, and the affair was, his moment of whereas, the socialist kind of ideal was very working class proletarian. They would walk in shirt sleeves and very casual, whereas Ben-Gurion, as Begin was always seen only in a suit. He took from Jabotinsky the idea that you have to look like a inch at all times. The leftist government was very strong, including a major 1952 demonstration that turned into a riot in Israel because Begin felt that they should not accept any of it. It was a travesty to the memory of those who were killed in the Holocaust, and he had quite a few supporters that led to a major riot, even though they ended up continuing. Now, it's interesting to note that the name of his party was Cherut, which means freedom, Cherut. And I heard from Simi Schreiber that he quoted someone, I can't remember, that Begin led us from Avoda to Cherut, from slavery to freedom. Right? Okay, well, anyways, yes, please. Abdus Cherut, thank you.
He was a member of the Unity government in 1957. Very interesting.
That's true.
Prime Minister.
National absolutely. I should clarify that. But in loyal opposition, he did not lead the government, but he was a minister portfolio to understand this in order to get a sense of it. So here's a picture of what our current American bodies. Of course, here's the Senate. We have 45% who are independent. That's the seats are different. I rounded it out. Here in the House of Representatives, we have 53% Republican, 46% Democratic, and of course 0% who are independent or vacant right now. And this is, it's hard to get politics done when you have a pretty evenly divided situation like this. Okay, so you've got 120 seats, and there are about 7 parties that didn't get enough votes to get a seat, but they're still in the election. Politics done, this kind of situation. So the very important thing you have to realize about Israeli politics, and again, I apologize for it's obvious, is everything Israeli politics is about coalitions. Whenever they have an election, the president, which is largely a president like here where they're elected and so on, the president there is more of a figurehead for the state. The president invites the leader of the bloc that has the largest chunk. In this case, right now, that would be Likud, 26% of the seats, and says, okay, you have to get 51%. So go out. You have 2 weeks with the smaller parties to get them to join your coalition, so you can have 51%. So they've never had, except for the time when they have national unity governments, when the 2 largest blocs come together, and that's only in the case of war, really, to deal with. Never had one party that controls 51% of the seats in the Senate. There's always these very complicated arrangements between various parties trying to agree on a common cause. And it makes Israeli politics in many ways very fragile and easily toppled over. So we have in Israeli history, the labor movement had controlled the government, its inception in 1948 till the 1970s rebellion, revolution, when suddenly Ben won the election. Now, he had been slowly gaining in popularity, but it was a difficult time for him to be in the government. He had a lot of disagreements with his co-members in the cabinet, but there were 2 populations in Israel, 2 large demographics that had felt largely disenfranchised by Israeli politics. Those were specifically the Sephardim, large numbers of Jews from Arab lands, because the Arabs, displaced them, expelled them once Israel was established, and they felt alienated from the very Ashkenazi, Eastern European approach of the traditional leadership of Israel. And secondly, religious voters, because the Israeli polity was led primarily by socialists who were anti-clerical, who were anti-religious, unfriendly to religion. And so you have all these Orthodox Jews, or even in the case of many Sephardim, let's say Orthodox friendly, even though not especially observant. And their resentment was eventually sparked by Begin's standing for election, and although he himself was not observant by contemporary standards, he was batteries, so that I can keep this going. Okay, I'm joking, I'll get some batteries. So here's our 4 groups, and here's our parties. Come on. All right, we saw them before. Here's my favorite one. Oh no, not this one. Here's my favorite one. Ready? Wow, that's great. We should have some sound that go with it. Can I put sound on this? Okay, great. Okay, now, these are all our parties. We saw them before, but Jews can't leave this alone. There's not only 2 axes, there's a 3rd axis, like a cube, a z-axis. It looks like this. So as it were, you've already got a spectrum that's doubled because of that, but now it has depth as well. Axis, the religious parties. We didn't talk about those guys at all, but now they're active since 1912. One of them that's very important is the National Religious Party, which feels that the expansion of Israel is a religious imperative, much more in line with Jabotinsky's idea that, the land of Israel, all the immigrants that will come towards the Arabs, as a religious idea. Now, that's obviously not the only position held by religious Jews. Another one that the war called the Agudat Israel, also very popular and strong here in America today. They were religious, but they did not believe in Zionism as as a political directive. They felt that Zionism had to wait for the Messiah. But have you heard that the that Israel, they have a presence in Israel? That's because after the Holocaust, whoops. Oh no, I had to do the whole thing. Oh my gosh, that would be terrible. But basically what happens, my favorite part too, I pushed the wrong button. Okay, come on, fast forward. We'll go through these. Come on. I know, this is tedious. I'm not going to do this again. Bang, that's my favorite one. Okay, there we go. Here we go. Israeli politics. Oh, my Republicans and Democrats. This lecture would be over if we were only doing that. Okay, here we go. Well, and after the Holocaust, because there was really no Jews left in Eastern Europe, they moved to the Zionist position. And so you've got these two parties over here who are major power brokers in contemporary Israel. We can add other parties as well, like Shas and so on. They puts him over the edge and gives him the election. I'm going to have to skip on a little bit because I want to done. The most dramatic moment in Begin's premiership, without a doubt, is his remarkable peace with Egypt. Now, as Yehuda Avner points out very effectively in his book, Begin did do a lot of the groundwork to allow Anwar Sadat, of course, the president of Egypt, and Begin traveled to those same locations, like to see the Shah of Tehran, for example, Shah of Iran, and he met with him before Sadat would show up. And he would tell him, listen, if Sadat ever makes any overtures, we'd love to talk with him. And then, of course, he would go back to Israel, and Sadat would visit the Shah of Iran. The Shah would say, I just met with Menachem Begin, and he said really nice things about you. Kind of like Aharon, making peace, ironically. So when Sadat made a rather dramatic speech in Egypt about the possibility of bilateral talks with Israel, which was something that was in both Israel and Egypt's interest, because Jimmy Carter was trying a conversation, and dramatically, Sadat took a plane to meet with him. A phenomenal sea change in so that people could, observe the Shabbat and then hear about this and so on. And of course, as we know, they were able to hammer out a peace treaty. I don't have time to go into the details of it, but one of the more difficult things was that essentially Begin gave the entire Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. They had conquered it in 1967. They surrendered it in 1979 Accord, basically accepted by the Israeli population, but some very, very difficult moments as they dismantled the settlement of Yamit, in particular in 1982. Here you can see Israeli soldiers actually dragging children out of their homes in Yamit to give the land back to the Egyptians. But ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, even though Begin had a very hawkish personality, he nevertheless saw the opportunity for peace with Egypt. And he, of all the prime ministers, should be the one to actually seal that deal. I'm going to have to skip over the last couple things to stay on schedule. But his wife died in 1982, and Begin was never the same after that. She died when he was out of town. He was in Washington, and he retreated from public life, and he found that he did not have the heart to engage in political struggle anymore. So he eventually resigned shortly thereafterwards and essentially led a life of very deep seclusion. He had a heart attack in 1984 and ultimately passed away. I forgot to mention, by the way, that he was also a Nobel laureate for his signing of the peace treaty with Sadat. And Sadat, who also won the Nobel Prize, was later assassinated by his own bodyguard, who had become close with the Muslim Brotherhood. But when we look at the overall legacy of Menachem Begin, we see an individual of tremendous intellectual resolve, willing to undergo incredible privation for his vision of the Jewish people, enduring torture and imprisonment under the Soviets, subject to a massive manhunt by the British, excoriated by the political establishment in his own country, and yet at the same time, it was only under his watch that we were able to establish this basically lasting peace accord with Egypt. Fascinating character, many contradictions. And with this, I want to thank you very much.
Passard is Hebrew 410. Together equals 15. E Hebrew for Haman. F is Hebrew for the month of Ab. Shisha Sigrei I Mishnah 6 orders of the Mishnah. Shisha is Hebrew for 6. Sigrei I is Hebrew for orders. Mishnah is Hebrew for teaching repetition. Shesh is past 10 minute 6 constant is past. Shesh is Hebrew for 6. It's notice Hebrew for commandments. 10 minute is Hebrew for constant.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we're right on time. Why don't we get started? So today's lecture is on a fascinating topic, Golda Meir, the fourth Prime Minister of Israel. And I'm hoping, as you know, this is a thinly veiled attempt to give a survey of Jewish history course in general. We use the figures that we do little biographic studies of as a sort of a foil to understand the larger patterns of history. As it happens, Golda Meir is herself history, so we'll be interweaving a lot of the early statehood period right up until the Yom Kippur War into this class, along with her life. I want to mention that this is in many ways really a two-part lecture that overlaps their political viewpoints, although they had tremendous respect for each stage. So a lot of the material that we discussed today will be very useful for us when we return next week and look at the life of Menachem Begin, who represents more of the right wing of the political spectrum, whereas Golda Meir is on the left wing. So the opening joke for our cafe people, once they get this video, they edit out the joke at the beginning, and I'm trying to fool them this time. Maybe the editor isn't watching till close the Elia. Okay, here it comes. So the joke goes like this. I do this thing with my students who are taking this class online. I have a few students in LA and New York who are taking this for credit, and I put in the secret biometric questions, where, for example, I ask them, tell me something unique about yourself, like you enjoy zombie fiction, or you like to balance the spoon on the end of your nose, and tell me that, and then later I'll send them an online test. I stick that question in the test, and that way I know it's the same person answering as the person. There are other devices as well, but I can't give them away because they're watching. Okay, so one of them is I ask my students, tell me a joke because I'm running out. And I heard this one today from one of my students out in LA. She writes, so a woman is washing, her 8-year-old daughter is standing on a chair, or 6-year-old daughter standing on a chair helping her, and the daughter looks at her mother and says, Mommy, how come you're white? And the mommy says, well, you know, every time you make me upset or make me cry, one of my hairs goes white. The daughter thinks about it for a while and says, Mommy, now I know why Santa's hair is all white. Okay. It was better online, but okay. So let's talk about Golda Meir. Her years are 1898. Her contemporary beyond the first prime minister, which was an interesting kind of compliment. She was known as the Iron Lady before that term was applied to Margaret Thatcher, because she was a very tough character. She was capable of tremendous acts of courage and kindness simultaneously, and she really was a very worthy leader of the early state of Israel. She comes originally from Kiev, and she emigrated to America as a child, growing up in Milwaukee, where now the school that she went to is named after her, Golda Meir Public School. And prime minister in 1960. She served ably in the wake of tremendous controversies, especially after the disaster. The history of the Yishuv and the early statehood. This is basic review. Many of you lived through these events, either here or in Israel itself, and I apologize for the redundancy, but I think it's very important to review these things, especially because the videos go on. When he eventually moved to Milwaukee, he ended up getting a job working in railway yards, so he's a blue-collar kind of background. She had 7 siblings, about only 2 survived childhood. One of them, her sister Shana, she was especially close with. Shana had a strong influence on her politics, and eventually emigrated to Israel, made Aliyah with her in the 1920s. Living Jewish history was very difficult. There was an increasing level of anti-Semitism. The last Tsar Nicholas II was a notorious supporter of the Black Hundreds. He also wrote the publication of the horrible forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and there was notably a whole series of pogrom waves that was affecting the entire Pale of settlement. Since 1881, there were ongoing attacks on Jews. They were comparatively small from the lens of the mid-20th century. We're talking about murders of Jews of tens and hundreds at the most, and pressure and fear of attack was significant. And when the gate of emigration to America were open, Jews from the Pale of settlement, specifically about 1.750 million Jews left the Pale of settlement to come to this country. As I think we mentioned in previous classes, about 75,000 went north to Canada for the health insurance plans. Another 75,000 went down to South America and so on. But her father was part of that great emigration between 1881 and 1917 when the Soviet Union fell. He worked there for several years until finally money and stability to get a family over, and she came over at the tender age of, let's see, she was 6. This is a photograph of her when she was 10 years old. Was a tremendous student. She entered primary school with no English whatsoever, and she ultimately emerged as evidence. Right from the very beginning, many of we, at a very young age, we're talking primary school, organized a charity fund drive for peers. She was so successful at this that the teachers loved her so much, and ultimately it's a great honor that the school would be named after her, as I mentioned. At age 14, she bought a train ticket and headed out to Denver, where her older sister Shana was in a living room that she was first acquainted with politics. Shana had a wide variety of friends who were from all walks of political persuasion, specifically Jews who were socialists, Zionists, communists, atheists, the whole range, all packaged in one living room. And around her dining room table is where she cut her teeth on the major political issues of the day. She ultimately married one of the men that she met there, a man named Meyerson. Her name was, by the way, anglicized later, Hebraicized later. To Meir, because Moshe Shabbat essentially means son of Meir, to simply go by Meir. Specifically, one Jewish movement named the Poalei Zion. She ended up, maybe I should mention, well, I'll mention that on the next slide. Here's a picture of her with her had Golda made it a prerequisite for their marriage with the kind of rough and tumble world of politics as it's actually lived in the street in Israel. And I'm sure many of you, having been to Israel, you know that unlike America, where politics are so tame, I can't believe I actually said that. In Israel, politics are, immediate and matters of like that. So people have quite literally arguments in the street over political positions. If you're standing at a bus stop and someone mentions a particular political figure, you're guaranteed an argument right there on the spot because people care deeply about their politics. This was not Morris and Meyerson's personality. They separated in 1932. He remained in Tel Aviv, and she went on to a very lively political career that I will describe shortly. They maintained an amicable separation, raised their two children to adulthood. Moving back, she affiliated with a party called Rabbbi, which is a translation of the term workers of Zion. Workers, of course, is a very social word. That's a code word for those who are on the left wing of the spectrum. It was actually part of the Social Democrat Party, the exact same umbrella group that included, for example, the communists, both the Bolsheviks and then the more moderate Mensheviks. And it was a political party originally founded by Ber Borochov with the aim of creating a socialist state in Israel. That is, it was a marriage of both Zionism, hence the Zion in the name, and communism or socialism, hence the Poalei, meaning the workers of Zion movement. The kind of ideals that they had were hostility to religion, although they valued the concept of the Jewish people, they valued the notion that religion helped keep the Jewish people integral and whole. They nevertheless felt that, like God, religion was an opiate for the masses and kept people from realizing that class enemies rather than class enemies, they focused on national or religious enemies. They also believed in the ship of peoples. They believed that if all peoples would only adopt socialist, balanced economics, then there would be no reason for them to apply this to their relationship with which, for various reasons, which we'll explore more next week when we look at the Coalition movement, primarily in the but ultimately, this is the kind of philosophy that they espoused. The institution with which they gather, the kabbets, and it really is a translation of the Russian term kolkhoz, or collective. It was an amazingly creative experiment in socialistically by the members of this small society. That means all property was held in common, all work was distributed in equitable fashion based on ability to do so, and the income gathered by the kibbutz, of course, they were farming communities, agrarian communities. Years, we're talking about the first decade of the 20th century, a little bit before they even shared and that's clearly a violation of social and so on. The more radical forms of the kibbutz died off fairly quickly. Abundance of males and a of females, as you might expect, with that kind of free policy. And they settle down. For example, they tend to be very much overrepresented in even at risk of their own personal selves. So it's a fascinating experiment. Where about 4% really work the agrarian area, and they produced about 40% of its agricultural output. So they're really quite productive, and they did a lot for building the state of Israel. So she went to this Poale Zion kibbutz called Merchavia. Ironically, she was rejected at first, but she reapplied, and then she was accepted. And as I mentioned, her husband Morris, who was perhaps a little less enthusiastic about the entire project, nevertheless did follow her to Israel, and they lived for several years there in the kibbutz. She loved it tremendously. She loved the being outside, working with the but she loved even more her activity in the East Kibbutz. Collective unionized body quite early, and she was elected as representative of this organization. This brought her more and more into national politics, and ultimately she had to leave the kibbutz in order to pursue that passion. Organized delegate became the head of the political department of the East Kibbutz, which was a stepping stone to being active in labor politics. Okay. I'd like to pause and take a couple of questions because I want to step up a little bit about Israel as I've got most of this stuff anyway. What happened with children? Quite a lacuna of knowledge about what is the state of Israel. There's a lot missing of giving them some basic Israel others, but Israel advocated very low. Even among those students, not the best Jewish education. You might know, he was this week, the Wall Street Journal and the Canadian Jewish News, pretty 20-year-old, and the 21-year-old. The Canadian Jewish News article was interesting because, that is thinly disguised as anti-Zionist. They interviewed Rafaela because she's one of the heads of the Israel advocacy group at Torah College, and they figured if the college is full of where's the kind of internal anti-Semitism we bring upon ourselves? But anyway, check it out, Rafaela Abrahamson, Canadian Jewish News, or Wall Street Journal, to see the concept there. What it was all right, but what I usually when I'm talking about Israel is that there's a general struggle in Israel that is incredibly deep rooted in that society between two poles. Jewish
The SAR equals D equals R coefficient of 50 and bill. Full category in cash flow. That equals out. For 1 second, part and equals second variant of basic radical chord. Between the suns. Twilight period between sunset and nightfall. Halachically uncertain status, often treated stringently. B category Hebrew. Between the straits. The 3 weeks mourning period between 17th of Tammuz and 9th of Av. Based in Hebrew. House of Judgment. Rabbinical court that rules on halachic matters. Beit Hamikdash Hebrew. House of Holiness. The temple in Jerusalem, central place of halachic worship in biblical times. Beit Midrash Hebrew.
Israel, everything Israel should be associated with Judaism. That's one key value, a core value in that society. The other core value, anyone guess what the other one is? Any guess? Democratic. Brilliant. Oh my gosh. Israel also believes very deeply in democracy. It wants to be a society of equality, of human rights, of freedom. The problem is these two values, like a Venn diagram, tend to coalesce in certain areas, but they're quite far apart in others. So, for example, what do you do with the non-Jewish minority in Israel? Especially as we see later, when they're so numerous that they threaten demographically dilute the Jewish majority of the population. If you give them democratic equal rights, then they could theoretically vote out the Jewish policies of the state. And in fact, they could simply revert to being another Arab nation in the Middle East. And on the other hand, if you trample on commonly accepted democratic principles and you restrict the rights of non-Jews in Israel, then Israel sacrifices a core value that they feel very deeply about. And so as a society, Israel is always vacillating between rights. The Jewish, the more democratic, or even within the Jewish world, because Orthodox Jews in particular will tend to be definition of Jewish as being more Torah oriented. Non-kosher butcher general disinfect in Israel. On the other hand, if we direction, then we limit the democratic rights of secular Israelis who are this struggle of opposing centers of worship. So there's a period before 1917 where there's growing settlement in Israel. It's called at this point the British sought to lobbying Balfour, the foreign minister, issued this declaration in 1917. Overwhelming. The text reads, it's worth seeing it anymore. At this point, the Jews simply stopped reading because that's all they needed to hear. You know, break out the man, it's time to party. And it says that the first time a modern European indicated that they thought this was online and see my lecture on Herzl. There's a lot of talking there about how we got. However, Arabs read the rest of the statement, which just writes of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So on the one hand, the British are saying, we want to give this area to the Jews for the national homeland. On the other hand, they're saying, as long as the people living there right now aren't so upset about it. And it turned out to be impossible to actually no way the indigenous population was going to stand for it to what we understand as the today. I'm just going to skip quickly through the 1920s and 1930s. Most important elements of those two decades were ongoing in 1920. Massacres in yeshivas and the British are getting frustrated trying week we'll talk more about the particulars of what happened in this time because Baker was very involved in driving the British out. Ultimately, they handed it back to nations, now the United Nations, and they said, here, you guys take care of it. And the United Nations came up with if someone challenged you to do so. They divided the territory into 7 Arab zones. That is this gray area here and a little bit down from that, known as the West Bank, roughly, or Shomron, Yehuda, and this region in the Galileo, the Galilee, in which ultimately the Jews were able to basically consolidate their territory and actually enlarge it in a few places. So we'll return
about embellishment. Repetition refers. Refers either to multi-sensory actions, repetition of even by
compromise that state in order to garner support of all living in this demographically threatened region. You know, status quo law was not really a law; it was just an accepted practice. Was that, for example, yeshiva exemption. Orthodox women exemption, or they could volunteer for civil service, that kind of thing. And that has been challenged and ultimately defeated a law, which I believe was passed in the late 90s or early 2000s. Yeah. So Tala is really the culmination of that. Her powerful reputation as a speaker had her sent to America, where the young state was desperately seeking aid from Americans. She blew past all of their expectations. We would see this in Moscow. Burian actually said of her that she was a Jewish woman who got the money. Really, this is the bottom line. She made the state possible through her fundraising. She was also active in international politics, including a rather bizarre and courageous trip to Jordan when she disguised herself as a parent to negotiate with King Abdullah. Why are you Russians? Don't you realize, that maybe we can solve this diplomatically? Why are you rushing to have us pick? She's famously responded, but ultimately the Jews were able to defend their borders. This is what the new state looked like, a little bit drawn back, because I wanted this if they had armed a little bit wider waist by the Mediterranean, they were higher Galil, increased their boundaries, although at great cost. One of the, and it's called the mayor corporation. of Israel was something that she openly began really Jordan and Syria and children and their grandchildren in recognition of execution of Hanukkah because okay, this is a bit of this. Jews and Israelis generally have one version of the different version, and it's really an ongoing problem that affects Israel today and is an extremely important element in the determination of, God willing, someday a lasting peace in the region. Now, shortly after the state was established, Israel actually voting for its establishment in the United Nations, amazingly so, because later they would change that position. And she was issued number one from the new state. They didn't do it in alphabetical order. They did paper craft one. And but there's one that wrote about it endlessly. She went tens of thousands of Jews chanting the name and chanting the word Israel. A photograph that shows her, you can just see that she is, oh my gosh. Yeah, here it is. I've gone through 40 minutes, and we have, this is why we need I have this remote clicker that the Torah Cafe people sent me. Yeah, let's put it up here. And it has this nifty little red thing here, which is great if you have a cat that like to chase it. And this circle here circles Golda Meir, surrounded by a sea of Soviet Jews. And she was so overwhelmed with the support she received there that she felt that the mission that she was engaged in by establishing the state of Israel was something that was of cosmic proportions because it affected all of the Jews worldwide. And she came back to Israel with renewed vigor and renewed strength to endure the challenges of leadership. This actually was later put on Israeli stamps and I believe even some currency, this famous photograph of Golda Meir in Moscow. Okay, let's try it out. Torah Cafe people, what's going on with this? Okay, this was 1949, I believe. Okay, I guess I should have started it earlier. Oh well, so much for the picker. Okay, jumping ahead again a little bit, major events militarily. She was not for events without looking at the 6-Day War, which was phenomenal victories Israel had ever achieved, and in fact it is still a stellar victory when it's studied today. I'll tell you a quick story about my yeshiva, or Sameach. This is a story they often describe there, where there was a young man in the yeshiva, and Judaism with a limited training and background, and there was, and you know, asked about where people are from. Some are from Harvard, some are from, one guy said he was from West Point. So they said, "What are you doing here from West Point? I mean, what a trip coming from." How did that happen? So he said, the story goes that he was participating in a class, and they studied what happened, why a certain general was victorious, what strategy was used, and so on. And they analyzed all these battles. And at the end of the war, I mean, certainly they must have different and so on. Why didn't we look at them? The reason we don't study these wars is because theories are completely unequal by any strategy. They They are totally miraculous. No way to explain how the Jews totally, and that's how we ended up in yeshiva. Of course, what am I doing in West Bank? Anyways, so again, the short form because I want to discuss this again in Malcolm Begin. Egypt, in particular, the nascent state once, and they've had several skirmishes. The 1956 Sinai campaign in particular, but at this point, Egypt is really ready to completely obliterate Israel, particularly with its ally Syria. In June of 1967, it's absolutely clear this is their intention. Unsafe for the UN peacekeeping forces to removed all of the UN peacekeepers on the borders, completely exposing Israel to Egyptian tanks. And so Israel into the sea. My uncle Leon he was a young man at the time, and he describes how he and his friends, earlier than through the tremendously courageous Air Force, they were able to burden for Israel to bear, one that Syria known as the Golan Heights. Now, realize we're here to stay, and we'll have peace. We'll get our land back, and then we'll have peace. And ultimately, none of the Arab nations stepped forward, which means to completely declare it permanently part of Israel law, take over a country, and then the Jews actually have a supportive role towards Israel. And because it's a mountain region that overlooks Damascus, annex East or given citizenship. Fully. However, called Yehuda Arabs living there citizenship, so they but that abandoned in a very controversial disengagement process. The West Bank, of course, is still by living there do not have the full access to point for Palestinians, obviously Israelis as well. It is a burden to administer these. There is no lasting solution. In willing next week, we will ask this in greater detail as well because Begin had that was a 10 parts, and we'll discuss how that worked out. Okay, so this is the status just before she comes to power. Here's a picture of East Jerusalem, which gives a sense of how it was annexed, how it was regions immediate to itself as well. She comes into Knesset on this photograph, which I think gives you a real sense of her personality, right? She's got powerful orator. She had an uninterrupted in various ministries, labors, internal affairs from 1949 to 1966 as mayor. But she ultimately retired in 1966 because she was diagnosed with lymphatic or lymphomatic cancer. So lymphomatic or lymphatic? It's bad anyway you look at it, but it's, how does that joke go? They're at a funeral and someone says they don't look at 90 years old, never had a this. In her tenure as Prime Minister, she was outspoken and very effective in the English language, and she could play a role. The Palestinian Liberation Organization headed by Yasser Arafat launched a large series of attacks on more vulnerable Israeli targets throughout the world. Most egregiously, the 1972 massacre of athletes at the Munich Olympics, several bombings of El Al ticketing ranges in airports.
How are you?
And time again, she was
What's going on, Pascal?
Dealing with international terrorism outside of Israeli borders.
Pascal, can you hear me? How's your day going, big dog? I can't really hear what you're saying. I hope you're doing well, big dog. Oh boy, I can't hear you. Maybe you want to leave and come back or check your microphone.
I said, how about you?
Oh yeah, now I can hear you. I'm doing well, my friend. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Say what?
What are you doing this weekend?
No.
Are you excited for the weekend?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Well, that's wonderful.
Including the weekend.
Or um, the platform that I spam, and some mock drafts, and I'm doing my best to be as prepared for it as possible. But I feel have that and we've got football coming up, so I'm just chilling.
Yeah, I get it.
Not get the most terrible points. She had a well Austria that was really telling of the world movement.
I'm here. I'm just adjusting one of my.
Of course, in East Central Europe had a transit camp that was reserved primarily for Soviet Jews. There was a trickle of Jews that the 1970s, and they primarily went through this to take over the land of Israel. Austria came in, ironically, literally lashed out. It was Heisky afterwards if he does yield no offense if self-considered, they were not left the room. The journalist was so Kreisky operated an alternate transit camp for Soviet Jews to come through. Once again, with the Allies in Syria, Saddam planned an attack on Israel much of 1973. The attack was planned specifically for the day of the Jewish calendar, when most Jews would be fasting. Although ironically, Jews call it and heard that in fact the troops were massing and it looked like an attack was imminent. That it's not.
Okay.
Okay. That's nice. Nice. Ready for
To the United States.
coming to the United States.
Coming to the United States?
Not really. Not really. You want to see me?
Sure, if you want.
For preparation. Intelligent refers to preparing utensils for kosher. Haibaka Hebrew for lifting to the congregation. Another Hebrew for telling narrative. Refers to the pass on. Hebrew for festival offering. Sacrificial offerings drawn on the pilgrimage festivals.
Saber rattling. Ultimately, she decided to take a moderate course. She preempted strike, but she did order the port to be diminished because people saw that Israel would lead as well. This ultimately catapulted Anwar Sadat as a general to the prime minister. We'll talk again with Begin next week about how he was able, once he had defeated Israel, and turn around and make peace with them. Although that would ultimately warrant an assassination, but the current movement controlling Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood, opinion in defense of Asians to launch that preemptive strike came from Henry Kissinger, who confirmed after the war was over that had declared that preemptive strike, which again was controversial in the international world. Then Kissinger said that contributed a single nail to the war effort, and that American support in munitions and political support was incredibly important. So ultimately, it seems that this was the determination of the Abu Commission, which looked at the war and conducted an extensive postmortem to try and determine what could have been done better, and it ultimately
Yes.
Yeah. By
Culture. Hands-on Hebrew for law. Arabic Hebrew for excommunication bans. Halachic sanctions imposed by rabbinic courts. Appointing an agent for granting legal power. Halachic requirement includes wine, spices, and candles. Conscious on Hebrew for tender. Qualifications required caution, moral standing.
She died several years later in 1978 of that cancer, which was first diagnosed already in 1966, causing her first So looking at her legacy, she's nascent in the country, this great experiment in Jewish statehood, and as the signatory of the Declaration of Independence, her name is permanently inscribed in the history of the annals of this country, and her character and her leadership to motivate and inspire us all. Attention and indulgence, and I look forward to speaking to you next week.
Mitzvah Hebrew for beautifying the commandment. Halachic principle of performing mitzvah with extra beauty and effort. Innovation. Refers to as an insight or legal prayer. Acknowledgement of death, confession, thanks. For safety. The 34 prayers recited on two final days. One of the 39 Halachic ordinance labors on Shabbat involved in carrying between Hebrew or statute law. Halachic marriage ceremony. Standing under Halachic together and Hebrew. Adheres to Halachic context either or letter epistle. In Halachic and Rabbinic context, often referred to responsibility or being the primary obligation different from secondary. The requirement of Hebrew for being and supposed blessings. Only the primary food requires a blessing, covering the secondary. Spanish.
He was quite
July
notorious,
Hebrew Yiddish
and
uses for
especially
prodigy gifted students.
Not to that.
Are you ready for me?
Yeah.
Discussion.
All right.
Refer to habituation in its good performance. Denies Hebrew for matter subject. Use constantly in halachic text to introduce that topic denial. Shabbat equals the matter of Shabbat.
What up, pimp?
Iska header iska Aramaic Hebrew for business partnership. Halachic legal mechanism.
Big dog, I'm listening. What's up?
That avoid rigid
You
formula.
think my neighbor from when I was a baby feels bad that she dropped me on my head when she was 15, 16?
For sure, dog. And you can't even really blame her. You can't even really blame her. She was quite young.
Yeah.
And I don't even think it did anything wrong to you. Dog, aside from Tourette's syndrome, you basically are pretty normal, and you keep blaming other people for all the shit that happens to you.
I don't know. I feel like being dropped on my head did something.
All right, you're allowed to think that. Zoo. Did you know you?
Spiritual weight. Henry Hebrew for identity term for Hatu, used in Torah and later law. Maya Tefillah Hebrew for deep study of prayer. Halachic. Maya paid for examination of the judgment.
Zoo, I'm gonna beat you 5 games in a row.
Rituals and ethics. Central City.
Okay.
Entry into the land opens for all.
No.
Why not? Dude, charge it. Okay, well.
Agricultural obligations are linked to this conquest. Judges shopping Hebrew shopping means judges. Refers to leaders in the pre-monarchy era. Halachically, Dayanite judges are central to basic ruling. Job Hayat Hebrew Hayat means persecuted case suffering and divine justice. Cited in halachic
Why not?
discussions of by your Henry or the is not will
This
evolve.
guy.
Profit is destruction of the in the book of Judges cited diplomatic discussions of how yet real Israel Hebrew will sound. Israel sides agricultural pillaging of the land. And exhaust recited by orders and services to our transitions. Collectively requires that foreign million. Certain laws apply. Talent Hebrew Talmuds bride. Influence bride in a wedding ceremony. Laws of Hinduism apply.
They were severely
Talmud
disappointed
children
when,
Hebrew Talmud
about a year
children
later,
light and heavy. That founded a method of logical inference in Milicha, reasoning from minor to major cases.
requested politely that he
Catherine
give Jewish
Catherine is the
initiate the
children's
Messianic
summary.
period. The son of
First to the evil explanation of sin.
either convert
Catherine
or I
means
will
its own.
decapitate you, and he decided to
Yom Kippur custom involved investing in more money than sin. Vegetable office parsnip, celery, or potato, temporarily and spin profit.
I have to tell you, this is a joke that when I first heard it, I thought it was very, very funny, but
Cash rush from cash run means
just a little bit off color.
the system of very long simple returns principle. Having the honor of Shabbat. Have that. Have that. Intention focus. Essential
Jewish guys are
prayer
walking
and proper intent.
and they pass by a religious institution of another faith.
Section.
That's the
Even
part
with a
that
prayer requires
so
communal
I'm going to
recitation.
use the version that
Keeping
does
it
not get to by the religious institution. Yeah, hopefully we'll avoid any.
Often surrogates, immersion, semilash, feeling inclined.
Come on, just
Fellow
ignore it. You know,
Hebrew,
we're
fellow
proud Jews.
equals
We never
entirety.
give up our
Jews
faith.
Israel.
This is
That's Kelly Cosby. Concepts of tolerance.
lunch and, you know,
Times.
and Shimon's outside waiting in the car. And Shimon says, hey, Reuben. And
There is
Reuben says,
contract,
there you are.
galactic
Shimon says,
obligation.
so, did they give you the money? And Reuben says,
Keter,
look,
Hebrew, Keter means
what
consent.
is it with you people?
Temple incense. Service, preparation, and offering.
You can just make the
Hebrew, Keter means life.
Okay. So
Final
there are
section
two
of Kodak,
historical
We did that Vadev
truth
equals honor. That Vadev
foundations
equals
of
father
the
and mother.
Sabbatean movement.
The
that we have
Latin
to
is
consider
the 201 as parents.
Sabbath means life itself. First, we have to understand the impact of the Sabbath
Lessons recited over wine to sanctify Shabbat and holidays. The Dutch
This is
Passion
the
Hebrew phrase meaning
gathering of
sanctification
mystics
of God
and
as
others
faith.
that were very, very active in
The
northern
Latin
Israel
came to light
in the
in some
beginning of
cases
the
died in a way that honors God.
17th century.
Confucian
And
Hebrew
they had
sanctification because all.
Rabbi Yitzchak is named Chancellor. Said one of the first blessed
The
memory.
Latin
He
prohibitions
is
on
active
planting
in
seeds,
the
crossbreeding animals, or
So
mixing
the
fabrics.
Arizal in particular created
Hebrew opinion and sacrifice. transferring motion.
tremendously
Offerings in the temple. Meaning Passover sacrifice. Electrically required in temple time. For it means Passover Seder practice in Mata and Mara together. Kosher Hebrew church will stay proper. Electric dietary standards. Rothschild ration equals cost equals cup. Ration equals blessing. Cup of wine used for birthday, common or other rituals. Read Shema means recitation of Shema. Central Evaluation twice daily. Read and Hadar means reading of the Torah. Fires on Shabbat, Mondays, Thursdays, and holidays. Company Swedish means often spiritual but not strictly halachic. Halachic pair halachic is both speech. Halachic prohibition against gossip and slander. El Chatula El is Aramaic for trust. Chatula is Aramaic for unity. For bread, meals, and blessings. For bread, Hebrew for devil. Refers to the fires at Shabbat meal, recalling the devil's time in the portions for escorting.
Welcome.
right, as they say. The spot circle and its influence. There's all social motivated by hearing about the pogrom. 48-49. In fact, Iraq of the year 1648. If you turn to this and understand details, but our task for today is to shut that speed. For years, Jews had been moving into Poland, Ukraine, certain parts of Lithuania. Russia itself, Russia proper, was actually closed off to Jews from the year 1479, by west of the Russian Empire. And in those areas, they were principally active as Jewish leaseholders as a community. All will be paying Europe if you wanted to cross a bridge, if you wanted to sing, if you wanted to pick apples. There's even some evidence that collected that, meaning that if you wanted to have your child,
Yo, dog.
you would have to go through the
How are you?
humiliation of paying the Jew.
What up, Crimes? How you living, pimp?
Can't help me directly, but I'll figure out how I can find out.
Sure, go ahead. Sure.
I just need to figure out what fucking Rams like best to upgrade to. Because, like, I don't know how much upgrade speeds. Like, do you know anything about what motherboards like to like figure out like the best utility website is? But I'm looking for a laptop, like upgrade a desktop.
Okay, so you want a laptop?
I have a laptop. I can send you the specs on it.
Just put them into.
And you can ask AI the right way.
Okay, so what you do is you take the specs, you go to chatgpt.com, you put it in, and let's see what it says. I'm here to help you along the way. So what's it saying?
IMM or something like that.
Is it giving you an answer? be fast as fuck then. So did it clarify what you need to do?
Yeah, I got
All right.
Yeah, pretty much just went to buy a screwdriver and get the ramp.
Have you ever done it before?
Yeah. Correct.
What's wrong? How much is it?
Somewhere that's new. Sure that I'm I don't know. I'm pretty sure I want sticks or 16 gig. Pretty sure that's not true. Yeah, $77 including shipping.
It's not bad. How much did
Yeah, but it'd be one stick.
Oh, so twice that. 200, right?
And it probably
So it's going to be like $200, right?
for what? No, one stick of 32 gigs is
I gotcha.
the actual 21 minutes. No, it looks like right. But it just isn't. So then,
you sure that it's going to work once you install it?
Yeah, I just gotta remote workshops. I've been steadily looking for that stuff. Keeping up forward stuff. For sale or info.
Why are you putting your laptops up for sale?
People want crazy amounts for their laptops. Like, so I figured I put mine up for brand new and then for 30% off of the price just to see like how
Have you looked at Amazon?
there's like brand new like 5080 laptop with like a really good Ryzen 9 in it for like 2200 right now.
Lashes improve for the evil. Together. Evil speech, guarding meals and blessings. Lashes Mishnah
But
Lashes
yeah,
is
pretty
Hebrew
steady
for
stream
bread.
of people.
Lashes cancellation. Levi. Lo Bashana E. Lo is equal. Plug is Aramaic for distinguish. Lo did not. Saucer equals you shall turn aside.
Yo, Joe, you gotta be in.
Will not together. He shall not profane his word. Halachic ban on breaking vows. Layla Seder Hebrew. Lashon Hara Heter Lashon equals tongue. Hara equals the evil. Halachic prohibition against gossip or harmful speech.
Google AI sucks.
Latin's Yiddish Latvi equals pancake. Fried potato pancakes eaten on Hanukkah commemorating the miracle of the oil. Or Minag custom and halachic obligation. El Chachula Aramaic Hebrew phrase meaning from the outset. Halachic principle. What one should I do lido before resorting to exceptions? Lechem Hebrew lechem equals bread. Central to halacha regarding blessing shamatzi and meals. Lechem Mishnah Hebrew phrase double bread. 2 loaves required at each Shabbat meal, commemorating the double manna. Lechem Hebrew lech equals so, lecha equals for yourself. Name of Torah portion. Significant in halachic stig in covenantal beings. Lining Yiddish term from German lesson equals to read. Refers to chanting the Torah reading according to halachic cantillation. Lulav Hebrew lulav equals palm branch. With the end eventually. Used in halachic discussions in the Talmud. Leviah Hebrew Leviah equals S4. Halachic mitzvah to accompany the dead to burial. Levi Hebrew Levi equals attached joint. Tribe with halachic roles in temple service, distinct from Kohanim. Levi
Yo, Joe, what's up?
Levi equals Levites. Assistant priests in halachic temple functions.
How old are you, Joe?
Service. Lishkat opposite Hebrew. Backstory study. Mitzvah. Get me done with proper intent. Lulav Hakadal Hebrew phrase the great. Specific halachic ruling making of the lulav. El Abdayu El Shamra Hebrew to work it and market. Interpreted. Halachic rule to maintain uniform application of laws without exceptions. Lo ta'aseh Hebrew lo equals not, ta'aseh amendments. Lo terdat Hebrew phrase you shall not murder. Halachic prohibition in the 10 Commandments. Lo ta'aser Hebrew phrase you shall not turn aside. Halachic principle of following rabbinic authority. Borrow Hebrew he shall not profane his word. Halachic prohibition on breaking vows. Ma'aser Hebrew. Ma equals from, Azer equals 10 of 10. Refers to the time 10% of produce, or income, separated for Levites or poor. Ma'aser behind Hebrew. Ma'aser equals 10, behind animal tithe. Every 10th kosher animal was consecrated as holy. Ma'aser Kesafim Hebrew. Ma'aser equals 10, Kesafim equals money tithing. Come to charity. Ma'aser Risen Hebrew. Given to Levites. Ma'aser Sheni Hebrew. Sheni equals second tithe. God needed their holiness. Ma'aser Honey Hebrew. Honey equals poor side for the given to the mediates of the sabbatical cycle. That located equals division dispute disagreement.
Polish landlord
Refers
increased
especially to
levies on
disputes in
Ukrainian
Torah
peasants,
interpretation,
but the
e.g.
Jews
Hillel
were given the
versus
task of actually
Shemot.
collecting it. So the Ukrainian peasants were
Magnitude
upset
equals
with the economic
Magnus
oppression
equals
of
shield,
the
limits
Poles, who, by the
equals
way, were a different
ancestor
faith.
shield of the
Ukrainians were
ancestors.
Orthodox, the Poles were Catholics.
Upright
And they
said
saw the
Friday night
Jews as
summarizing
the
kingdom.
leading edge of the
Magnus
hammer
David
that
equals
the Poles held.
David
Terrible
equals
uprising
in
in
shield of David.
1649, led by Richard
Not galactic but
spelled with
crystal
the H of the
cultural.
Polish spelling,
Magnus
Shmedeki, but it's pronounced
Magnus equals one who
and
tells
he
preacher or
led
narrator.
a band
As a sacred
disaffected
section of
Ukrainian
storytelling.
Cossacks in an
With for a teacher. Author and acronym.
that attack on Polish
Weapon in the
Jewish
court.
leaseholders because
Monarch
they were living
acronym.
nearby. Meaning the Ukrainian
Or
anger
any
was
far off
mostly
essay
with
full
Poles,
titles commentator on
Poles
Talmud.
are far away,
Author
Jews
of
are
acronym.
right here. So these
Or
are
any far off module rabbi to the module of Prague.
the true
Author
scope of the disaster
Author equals
is a
cycle
matter of
festival
some
for
debate
hope.
among historians.
Contains prayers for Rosh Hashanah
Certainly
and Yom
exaggerated
Kippur.
claims to put the number of Jewish dead at
Religion
100
Hebrew. The
Jews
39
living
categories
in
of
most
reading
areas
were
at the time,
prohibited on
but
Shabbat.
it would not be out of range to
Conserve
say
Hebrew.
perhaps as many as 50,000.
Conserve equals illegitimate child collectively defined as offspring of certain forbidden unions, e.g. adultery or
The
incest.
specific nature of the attacks
R
were
A is dated Aramaic Hebrew.
some of the
Art equals appearance. Dated equals by appearance to be mine.
but suffice it
A
to say that
prohibition
if you meet
against
some of our
actions that may
relatives
look
who appear
simple
to be
even if
shocked,
technically
and
allowed.
even we, living after the
R equals
Holocaust, can't read these kind of descriptions of
R
violence.
equals bitter earth even at the passive policy.
Many widows saw
Also being established law.
on the Spanish
Mashiach Hebrew.
expulsion. It was the next worst
Mashiach Naval fortunes
Let me
given
pause
to
and
the
ask questions to this.
Mazda Asherah Hebrew. Asherah equals rich Mazda made with fruit-iced wine mixed and water.
So,
Collect or use as Passover. Mazda Asherah Hebrew.
right up front of the Polish war.
Asherah equals Mazda made from started from contact with water tuning.
Who was
Metrics of Hebrew.
He was an Ashkenazi.
Metrics of decorating men and women in synagogue.
Which is an Asian
Metric on dead horses.
Or it could be that that day was fabricated by his followers because there is a
Metric
midrash
equals
that says
sales. Chametz equals wedding ritual sales of Chametz to Hananu before Passover. Metric
commemorates the various
Metric
tragedies
equals obligated legally bound to perform
on
public
the day
steps.
that corresponds with the midrash.
Metric
One of the difficulties of understanding the details of that text is like specifically within
element Hebrew.
to
Theological dispute sacrament.
assert that he is Mashiach.
Using temple
Nevertheless, in
property
the pre-modern
improperly.
period,
Metric
printing is
policy.
now available, and it will actually play a
Metric
dramatic role
equals
in
transaction.
Shabbat's
Product
revelation
equals
as
error of
as
mistaken
Mashiach.
purchase.
This material disseminates
equals
very
effective
fast. Jews
militia.
are avid readers in the
The
17th
Malta
century,
Hebrew.
and they are scooping up these books and they're
The
really
Malta
digesting
equals
them.
export.
His
Malta
father
equals the
dealt with
exporting the
chickens,
Kabul after
and
Shabbat. Honoring its
he was a
departure.
struggling business brother. There were three sons in the Tzvi
The
family.
equals salt and salt
And
into
Yosef
blood
actually ended up
kosher
becoming very
process.
successful merchants.
Element
They ended up
element equals
following
teacher
printing,
Hebrew.
as we should see how that
Menorah
develops.
equals
But he
lampstand
came
temple
from a fairly
candle
humble background that was upper
Also counted for lamp.
living in
And then
and
the
he
equal
was
rest
scholar
refers
of
to
the family.
Shabbat rest.
He was the
They
baby
wanted
of the
people-
family, and even his detractors
long as equals sustenance foods category is food, not bread. Almost every food. I'm daddy equals. I'm daddy equals sanctuary the holy temple. Equals gathering of waters ritual and purification. I love ritual equals. Circumcision performed on Jewish males at 8 days. That equals offering after praise for ritual common after the temple sacrifice.
It's really great. You're really doing When did you get sushi? That's the year. She's been a bit more like, it was like one of them YouTube recommends that just popped up. And I don't remember which one it was. Something on YouTube. It was cool. I mean, it's not just a year ago, but no one started watching. It's been very exciting. Very happy to be here today. Very excited to be in Rothschild. Yeah, looking forward to talking about it. So did you start off on a traditional academic journey and then sort of get sidetracked into a YouTube career? Like, yeah, basically. So I studied ancient history at university. And always like education of history all the way through. Like, I was fascinated by history as a kid. Got to a stage in my life where it was, thinking about going to university. So I thought, motivation history at university, and studied there for 4 years, graduated. Now, no one's quite sure what it was, but the best theory we have is that it's like a kind of combination of climate factors which led to trade disruption, which led to signs of unrest, and all these empires like the Hittite Empire, the Syrian Empire, the Palestinian Empire, the Greece, the Egyptian kingdom, within a 20 to 30, 40 year period. It's like the entire it's my place. That caused all these civilizations to collapse. Just like tiny little change in climate, which was around led to those civilizations collapsing. Some of the stuff that happened during pre-history was so vast that and like how do we know that human culture had flashed 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, and it's collapsed into climate change or natural disasters, volcanoes, comet impacts, anything like that. That's kind of what's happening with the journey now. The discovery of the remains of a volcano. Really got me thinking about the story, maybe initially going to break away from traditional time of the term prehistory, because it's like, according to what we find, you know, how do we know what historical, if there was a great catalyst like the younger dry season, it is correct. But, you know, how much history would be written down? What would be left? How would you find it? What would you know? You know, that's one of the things that disturbs me the most is the arrogance that some academics have to having a definitive understanding of the exact timeline of agriculture, civil like mainstream reflections of society, historians and scientists seem to claim that their labs gets Hancock's ideas and Dr. Robert Schoch's ideas about the timeline, we say, talking about things that existed pre-10,000 years. And it was like nothing, evidence is there of any civilization from 10,000 years ago. This was literally, I think, around the same time that they discovered Gobekli Tepe. This guy was on the slightly there after they discovered Gobekli. I wish that we got something that was absolutely somewhere in the neighborhood of 11,000 years ago. Yeah. Gobekli Tepe is the discovery, as they actually say, it's 12,000 years old. Exactly, but it's such a good sign that sophisticated human culture was present. Conventional timelines suggest when it began, clearly between 15 and 10,000 years ago. So, another 6,000 years for it to emerge interesting tradition from Neolithic civilization. So, it's a really interesting site. It will one day become a civilization, but when enough time passes, it will become a culture. It's actually not a culture, it's like 48 sites at
Not
least.
all people will describe this prohibition of fair private or misleading business on and profit
It's
is tax.
crazy how it's not defined as anything other than hunting
Unlawful functional periods, electric terrible intimacy obligations, also for medical psychosis.
because clearly they had surplus, they weren't just limiting sites in their spare time.
Fire area purposes of those relative
What they would people because you've got so much stuff that's underground, you have no idea what's on those pillars. These images to hearing impact or something, but there's a timeline that's described. There's like a study that was restored, I think it was written in the 19th century, but kind of what's happening is displays a lot of how ingenuity civilization and starting with the word civilization must become this very narrow. Civilization. That was the idea of what happened, what was the gap between that and then it took 6,000 years before they started civilization? Sort of a reimagining of civilization, really at least continue to the possibility of capitalism, because if you whatever it would be, you know, and barbaric for it takes 6,000 years to kind of like settle down again. That is fascinating. And it all ties into this idea that we've had that agriculture and civilization because that bizarre thing that agriculture is in multiple different places at pretty much the exact same time for the world. And that's if agriculture is such a such an incredible invention.
That talk about the
People at the same time.
that bread.
No one
Talk
else
about
knows.
the gold and health.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that we figure out speeds. How do you not know that joining these seeds are dropping and then these seedlings that are coming out of the ground? Just that seems pretty logical. These connections that they said, oh, well, we gather these seeds and go plant them over there. You know, maybe we get some different trees over here. How it works. That seems like 2001 lifetime. So, I had to listen to climate, right? This is 6,000 years ago. Say climate conditions instead of the but then the question I always ask is, what about the other coming past? Because the idea is that, state climate led to agriculture. Why is such a thing about agriculture? 20,000 years ago, there's extinct creatures that have lasted for 10,000 years. Some might think they're the earliest Homo sapiens that ever lived. They're just the earliest we found. What led to the invention of agriculture. And the real problem is that this is the preservation of them. This is something I talk about in my video. Kind of always ask the question, what's it, human culture? Flourished for example, 130 to 150,000 years ago. Already. It's such a vast length of time that it's really unlikely, at least as far as I can tell. Obviously, I'm not a scientist, I'm not like a material scientist, I'm just a guy. As far as I can tell, it's extremely hard for these technology space, all the crazy stuff we're doing, even us, it's hard. I think it would be extremely unlikely. Huge timescales of like something to That's why no one's really helped show this. It's 10,000 years, it will just crawl down into dust and be absolutely. Things like glass, like little stained glass, but it's actually still great, that it just
Congregation.
We're pretty crazy.
MS combat
Crazy shit. So things like
MS equals an hour time.
But just because and so we see that there's people that live like that right now in some parts of the world, which are very traditional. In Malaysia, we can see that's just because Egypt was something in 2,500 across the world. What's your take on these Italian researchers? The Great Pyramids structures. What's it called? Saul's top. I don't know. Like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would love it to be true, honestly, because you know that's the problem. The problem is the same problem that I have with what is true. 100%. So it really clouds look at this, honestly. But I mean, I think there's definitely something about the Giza Chasm. Like, that's always been written about in surrounding Giza and pyramids. This coming year, pyramid scan project. Potential, I think, to make progress in understanding what is. I don't know. Until there's better data out there, I'm not gonna jump to any conclusions and declare anything other than. Just because some things and pyramids have it's like a serious guy, isn't it? Sense of power for perhaps some structures of the
Just doesn't make sense to me. Research in these immense areas. The Sahara Desert is lost, obviously covered for 9,000 years leading up to ancient Egypt. Like, it's the perfect place. It's right by Mesopotamia. It's right by Egypt. And then we have this huge area where grasslands, perfect climate, and it's just over a long period of and then concentrated some of the migratory populations developed around the Nile River, using the kind of experience and knowledge that they had from their lives, the kind of history of their cultures in the pre-Sahara period. That is what led to ancient Egypt. I mean, that's just it's also just an assumption that ancient Egypt didn't exist alongside that. That's true, or even previous to that, which is also possible. Especially when you consider what Rothschild thinks about the erosion, the water erosion. Yes. Kind of explanation away of that. it's very difficult to make a fossil. It's really weird because it's all fossil, so we're dealing with a very small amount of beings that get turned into a fossil, and that years ago, it's by the time it was 60 years. Oh my God. From the Julian Formation 40. It was interesting song, right? But they were talking to some guy that did out test the thing. That's the problem. There's nowhere to hide. Sunny. Possibly product of the Gen Z, we have like wood thought, yeah, this is the possible, and then I'll be that guy because basically, the idea has always been that humans were
about when this was arrived, because on this. I guess you're right, it could have been Homo sapiens, and we're just not sure how old we are, but so it's kind of actually, it's a Homo habilis, that's the only reason this all kind of got solidified over by the sun, and then years ago, maybe it was in 2019 or something, beginning to speak this idea of unlikely, so Manhattan wouldn't exist in 100,000 years, so this is 400. So again, they would find it really suggests that humans were living in a much more complex society. Intelligence. We've been around for quite a long time. Achieved until 60,000 years. That's when we started playing complex games like abstract things, planning. Yeah, exactly. Complex language and things like that. And this just makes it as if we have the capability to plan, construct, and engineer a ship. Mainstream anthropology was off by 400,000 years. It's exactly like that suggests there could be similar margins about other developmental claims. Things are big. Well, it's also when you history of the Earth, there are some sort of a massive natural catastrophe. Yeah, there's loads of these. Yeah. History. Yes. And then you think about, well, there's no one left except a few thousand people 70,000 years ago, so it's possible that there's been this rise of some sort of a civilization. Is that what's saying? Again, that motherfucker here it is. That's crazy.
Because the other thing is somebody else. What time period is this channel? 74,000 years ago. Yeah, interesting ones brought up. That top of humans just basically. So what we found 300,000 years later, we leveraged and were destroyed, and then there's no evidence. Yeah, because I mean, aside from the preservation of them, very especially think about building with. Yeah, like it's probably the things that go on in the environment, like wood, just look at what we know about the Amazon now, because of LiDAR and because of what is his name, Percy. Because these people that made these journeys down there looking for these complex civilizations that at one point in time now we know did exist there. And just 100 years later, they call those people liars. Back to the same place, there was nothing left. That's always been, and it was always dismissed. Well, here's what's really crazy. Have you seen Detroit? You see the evidence of Detroit when trees are going through houses. Years when somebody takes one up that's 2 million years old, which is we were the only small species like the bodies of people did we even watch out by something like disease or did they tell us? Possibility to me seems short-sighted. It's silly. I think we're massive shift in scientific authority. I think so too. I think it has to happen where they don't exist, but they all die. Is that cool? Scientists don't take care of themselves. Which is also weird. But is, to me, one of the things that I find very promising is that a lot of young academics Shows like this, podcast, they do institutions to get a theory heard. Worse, negative aspects to that. I think that will increase, ideas of these paradigms. Intelligence opposed to the kind of innocent, arrogant, and assume they did it based on this assumption that human beings just because it's found against this remains too uncomfortable. So one day they found structures, in the future, so these are real much. That's the thing. History is based on something that's fine, but that's how we do it. But sure, that's why I don't. Because the only way to do it right now is to use it. It's also these people that have been teaching this one thing forever. We threatened by the fact that the last thing an academic wants to hear is like, you wrote this book, this their identity. Around because it's their identity, they get knowledge. Knowledge on a particular subject, and it's gross. Because it's ours. It's the whole planet. It's all the human beings you want to hang out with in real life. And you can't explore these things. And those are the people that are attacking. I think Graham Hancock says, when I look at, these ideas of human intelligence potential, stretching back 500 years, that's to say the college, it could take into account that years. When I then look at someone like Graham's work, it's I don't see why it's seen as so outrageous that civilization was potentially wiped out by the cataclysm when it's evolved human intelligence. It doesn't seem to know that it's 400,000 years for a structure that but no one's even that's what's weird. It's completely paradigm shift. There's no possibility. It's just you pay and they will allow well, you're assuming that like everyone alive today, how were they so much smarter? Let's say it's 4,500 years ago. Assuming, what were they doing? What were they teaching each other? Where, we used several podcasts. The question is like what if it's all I was talking about the King's back 30 years. It gets real squirrely when you want to accept some parts of history. I was saying that some of the methods and fat is a bit weird. Probably actually told me something that alien thing. Probably wasn't human, but that might just be because it would have been a long time ago when they were writing these king lists. Sure, it doesn't mean that civilization only started in the first years. We decided it's the line. That's a modern interpretation after the fact. They never made such a distinction. Yeah, and this idea of 1,000 years. Options of Kim Jong-un's first day playing golf. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're writing about kings lived 1,000 years, fire came from his dick. Like, what are we talking about? We don't know. We don't know what they were writing.
Good morning, Mr. Did you sleep?
Yeah.
That's great to hear. Are you ready to take on the day?
Egyptians didn't they were trying to copy and they just couldn't do it. They didn't have the math, they didn't have the engineering, the stones are smaller, no one's claiming credit, which is weird. Understand civilization. How intelligence evolved, technology, innovation evolved, and you see that, you're like, oh, shit. I don't know, shit, like, I'm so big, perfect, symmetrical. I agree, so 3D. This is a 3D from Egypt. Ben from Uncharted X, he's done a lot of work on these things. Just those nuances are very bizarre. Anybody that says that they do, you're lying. You really don't know. You can't know. These things are perfectly symmetrical. People are trying to obey because they have handles. The way they measure them, when you look at like the deviation from this is kind of crazy. It's not cheap. Years ago, we're always looking. Mostly animals and fish, which is probably healthier for us, is survival food. Because it's not it's fucking terrifying. But if you think about this time, there's different ways they always let people know. We just don't know where to look. Clearly, there's some technology, yes, there's that's bananas. So many of these things that they cut. That's us. Now imagine that technology that was science fiction 20 years ago. Right? Those stupid computers that they had, this was what they thought. 4,000 years, 500 years ago. So 5,500. 34,000. That sounds so great. And then you look at the time around it. It's still quite real. I saw an estimate, I think it was from NASA, but it was from a scientific journal. Earth is hit by what they define as a cataclysmic impact every 100,000 years. It's very hard to even think this way because everyone else and so it's hard to kind of open your mind. And you kind of have to do it private as well because no one else is talking in those terms around you. I think that's kind of what creates rigid systems of thought. It's also kind of group-based. It's not just discourage, they'll attack you. They attack each other anyway. Just the thing, they were right. They were destroyed for theorizing that human beings had lived in North America and Iraq and America far before 13,000 years ago. That was the established timeline of the close. And then when you found this footprint in Mexico, 22,000 years old. And that's gross. This brings me back to psychedelics. Because what do psychedelics do? They're supposed to be involved in solving the ego. now that's what they don't dig it. Which is like 130 pounds in America.
And,
Which kind of looks like it is. So it looks like spray paint.
so I couldn't have your
That's the way to be on the same. I want to get another species. We know that people are seafaring, most of them are seafarers. They don't need the when I reach places that are isolated, some people say, oh, definitely, that's a one reason they wouldn't do that. That seems crazy. Bigger journey to be fair, but then I guess if you go across the top, you go across the top of kind of like that, across the south. That's a crazy top. Crazy hole. Just the fact that they did it. They did that with first found there, just like the shit with this, and then when they got a better understanding, it was like, right, ancient Greeks, and it could have been ancient Greeks, but also it could have been like, well, where did you come? What's the history of this technology? Right, more to someone made a computer. That's what it used to look like. Son, it just makes you wonder, like, how deep was that, and what's that from? And what were the, you know, was there other stuff like this that we never find?
Said after the day of deceased death.
Yeah, no, crazy that to read some evidence just in that yeah, it's kind of amazing that we got as far as we did, but
Welcome.
Promulgators of the third today, like possible so-called states, personality traits, behaviors, and describe the approach to these
Our teacher and our rabbi.
self-flagellation,
Extended rabbinic
figuratively
title.
and
Not in
literally,
for leader or chief, or provider or leader.
and as a result,
Relates. Renowned higher honorific rabbi. Used for the greatest sages teaching.
popularity outside of the Lithuanian world as well.
Rabbi
Many
Hebrew for
consider
our rabbi.
of the work of the
For
Rabbah,
preeminent
although
rabbis.
the Hasidic
C.G.
world is
Rabbi
probably much
Shai.
more heavily indebted to
Rabbi
the
Hebrew for
Arizal
rabbi.
more directly
Standard
for
term
their
for a teacher
Kabbalistic
of Torah.
view of the world.
Rab Hair Hebrew
Nevertheless,
for the
the
rabbi of the
Rabbah
city.
considered holy of holies as well.
For
And
now,
the
communal
Tanya,
rabbi
for
title.
example, occupies
Raw
the
Yiddish
alphabet
pronunciation of Rab rabbi.
as frequent
Common in
reference
Ashkenazi communities.
to the work of the Rabbah.
Red Yiddish respectful title for men, similar to Mr. but also used for pluralary layman.
Endorsements by Rabbi
Read the Yiddish for Rabbi or spiritual master, especially in Hasidic tradition. Raw Yeshiva Hebrew for head of the yeshiva. Formal academic rabbinic role. Shlita acronym for Sheikh or Asiami Amen. Baby lives a long and good life. Amen. Said underlining rabbi's days. Shalom allowed Hebrew for peace upon them. For deceased men. He's added Hebrew for Isis 1. General title for saintly men. He's acted Hebrew for righteous women.
What about Breaking Bad fan? How are you?
Rise to especially holy men. Righteous one. And of distinctly great vegetables. Erotic for Hebrew for righteous of the generation. Highest praise for a saintly rabbi. Signal thou hiding Hebrew for making me separated for life. Said when mentioning a living person, while also speaking of deceased. It's without hiding plural. They may be separated for life. They use it in plural. In Wahashan Hebrew for may God protect him. That eternal should be held Hebrew for may her memory be a blessing. Said after of his saying when mentioning a righteous man. That you have the identical Hebrew for may their merit shield. May their memory be for life. Nice Hebrew for may his merit shield. Said when mentioning a righteous man. That you have the identical Hebrew for may their merit shield. Plural version. Signal left-hand Hebrew for may his memory be for life. Parted phrasing. Left-hand Hebrew for may their memory be plural parted phrasing. Adverb oration, the events, our master, our teacher, and our rabbi. And the formal title for Shabbat friends. Adverb and the other reason. Refers specific essays involved in the 1745. 1812, the founder of Shabbat and author of the Talmud. Adverb is plural of adverb, referring to Shabbat branch across the generations. In Shabbat, now evening prayer, used in civil meditations to simplify Hebrew for love. A central value in Shabbat, often passion, Hebrew for love and law. Chastities, taught as a feeling that should permeate observance. Taught is matter of Hebrew for love in the Torah. In Shabbat law, connected with believing to God as He. Taught is long Hebrew for everlasting love. Name of a blessing in prayer. In Shabbat, seen as reflecting God as eternal love for Israel. A hostile mono Hebrew for there is nothing besides Him. A principal stress of Shabbat chastities, reflecting God's unity and nullification of evil. Acts Hebrew for thou. Possibilistic concept written in Shabbat. Describing the perfect state of creation where all Al-Hassan Hebrew for the miracle. A prayer recited on Hanukkah and Purim. Highlighting Shabbat for its emphasis on divine providence. Al-Hatter of a series of Shabbat discourses and teachings interpreting Torah and the mystical depth. Hebrew for ascent. Refers both to being called up to the Torah and to spiritual elevation. A central theme in Shabbat thought. All biblical nations symbolizing now and boldness toward holiness. In Shabbat, one must oversee under the central standing prayer. Shabbat Shabbat emphasizes
It's about Jewish women in the medieval.
on the outdoor service. Upgrade used in Shabbat mixing of melodies to express self-glorification before God.
With you, what her life says
Talking
about
Massachusetts talking Hebrew for my belief. A declaration of faith. Often sung in Shabbat, heart-rending, tied to belief perseverance. Talking Yosef Hebrew for Minus Joseph. Famous story phrase. In Shabbat, Chasidus symbolizes revelation of hidden truth and unity. Atzilus Hebrew for emanation. In Kabbalah, in Shabbat refers to God as the one all attributes with which Jews connect through mitzvah. In Hebrew for father and
parents were people who were
a prayer with deep emotional resonance. Explain Shabbat text as God as the covenant day. In Shabbat, it means serving God with the heart, and it is Hebrew for service. In Shabbat teachings refers to these inward spiritual work on character and awareness of God. Another chief Allah Hebrew for service of the heart. Prayer. In Shabbat is central to transforming emotions and heart. In Shabbat, often studied in connection with pervasive ethics of the fathers, explained with Chassidic death. I am in Hebrew for where are you? God as Alto Adam. In Shabbat clause, interpreted as an ongoing divine question to about their spiritual state. Arizona Yashir Hebrew, the song that is the Exodus 15. In Shabbat liturgy, its recitation involves meditating on God as power and redemption. Paul Tanya Hebrew for author of the Tanya. Refers to Rabbi S.H. Herzl and Ibrahim, founder of Shabbat, who wrote the copy of the central Shabbat text. Paul Shem-Tov that Hebrew for master of 7 days. Refers to Rabbi Yisrael Shem-Tov, founder of the Chassidic movement and spiritual predecessor of Shabbat. Paul refers back to Torah observance.
Very exceptionality says a
The
lot
call to
about the
evil
nature
prayer.
of the time.
In services, it is emphasis with strong intention as connecting to higher spiritual levels. Our Sabbath meeting, common shout expression of gratitude in daily speech. Sarvi Shalom Hebrew for meat and milk refers to kosher dietary aspirated meat and dairy. In Shabbat home, strict separation is observed. Sensible Aramaic for heavenly voice. In Shabbat talk symbolizes divine guidance and continues even after prophecy ceases. Bat mitzvah Hebrew for daughter of convention. When a Jewish girl turns bat mitzvah is a celebration that emphasizes learning Torah and doing mitzvah. Or between the straits refers to the 3 incidents morning between 17 and 9 hours. In Shabbat explained as a time within divine compassion. I know Hebrew central concept in Tanya. Sukkot struggles with inner conflict yet controls thought, speech, and action. These changes Hebrew pathway, Shabbat headquarters, considers a part of Shabbat worldwide. These institute 4 parts of judgment. Other biblical force. In Shabbat community, these are often tied to Korea and community leadership. Shabbat philosophy, it represents both the historical temple, Jerusalem, and minor sanctuary of the park.
These three documents allow us to give a kind of triangulation upper leg, a
Shabbat
GPS,
Yeshivot and Shebihol Arias and Paul this. These Rita Hebrew for House of the Rita.
we see a lot about women in
Classic Shabbat
conception
biography of the
in
first
particular.
friend, drawn between their lives and teachings. And
One of the
noticing the
most
idol
difficult things
fourth
about
figure in
studying
Tanya,
social
described as the ideal spiritual model accessible to all youths.
through the lives of the great religious
Ezra
figures
Hashivni and Hebrew for Ludah as
social
help.
history looks at how
Common phrase in Shabbat.
yes, I guess it is
The
about
Charlie
how it
figure
happened.
the Bible
One of
box
the
of kindness and
massive
outreach.
lacunae we have in our
Line of
sources is
Hebrew
where
for
are the women?
platform.
The vast
The raised
majority
hand.
of work to men
The task developed
they
for
like
trust
far
and
less
law.
of a very vector
In Shabbat,
thrust
it means
to
completely reminds
create
the
kind of
anti-
archaeological finds that will tell us about what their lives were like.
Middle
So the
Hebrew for
only way we can really get
self-delimitation.
access to women's lives,
Central
much
Shabbat idea.
of human history, is to try to
Identifying people that
reconstruct their
allow
lives
godliness to
out of
shine
what
through.
men say about them.
Lead better
And
Hebrew
that's
for
just
without
one
the
of
vow.
the challenges of working in
Thomas
this
Shabbat
discipline,
prayed
trying
was
to
committed
understand
to do not disrespect, to avoid making an unintended note.
how that vacuum
Longer Yiddish for young men.
world, so to speak. So we have
Refers to as married yeshiva students.
basic
Shabbat. Especially those learning in Russian, Hebrew, or lesson. In Shabbat thought of Russian channels divine energy world. Rattle is Hebrew for after blessing. Blessing decided after meeting. Shabbat emphasizes proper galactic observance and awareness of peace, stress, mindfulness before heart factors. Regular Hebrew for covenant and circumcision.
For example, at the Mishnah
In
Torah,
Shabbat, it sets up ways of connecting to covenant.
which often, was kind of stating an idea
Very
without necessarily
important.
reflecting what
Common and Hebrew for author of the Tantas.
that was one interesting
Rabbi
reference
S.H.
there.
ultimately the founder of Shabbat,
Social
founder of Hasidic
representation.
spiritual
They,
forerunner of
for
Shabbat.
example, the find of the Cairo Canadian.
Baal Hashim the Niti Hebrew for master of return.
Here, previous
Hashim returns to Torah
treasure
observance.
trove of
In
documentation,
Shabbat,
but
a
basically,
warmly used term.
Denisa
Shabbat is known for its outreach thoughts.
documents.
Thou often is Yiddish for respectable.
Synagogue,
Fine, proper.
Cairo. Then Ezra said, well,
Someone who acts for fine. Responsible or together.
second floor,
Thou
kind of
is
a
thou
kinetic
alone.
creation later on in his lecture shows
In Shabbat, often he is some respectable married man, not of yeshiva. Thou must be Yiddish for beautiful paper. Marcus Greek for blessed. The call to feel strong concentration and spiritual intention.
But what made
Marcus
this
Passion meaning Hebrew for blessed be God.
of this
Constant. Shabbat expression for gratitude or simply answering how the Sargi tell all Hebrew for and will.
letters actually.
Picture carry laws of synthesis as full everyday for heavenly voice.
For example,
In Shabbat thought symbolizes divine inspiration still echoing in the world. tab. This Shabbat call for intermediate 1. Concept call begin concept. 1. Beach Cave Courthouse and Power Line. Bakersfield 770 Eastern Parkway, Shabbat HQ. Considered the part of the business. Also symbolizes the inner sanctuary of the soul. And Rabbbi. The raised place in the hall where the Torah is read. Birthday comes on the report raised after the
literature. Little box. For younger yeshivas. Rather Hebrew before reading. The bleachers set up and all
Regular
the
Hebrew conducted with certificates interchangeably with foreign captives.
very broad strokes tonight because
Shabbat Hebrew acronym for Shabbat. Items, thus wisdom, understanding, knowledge.
history.
Refers to the intellectual branch which has been expounded by Rabbi S.H. Resolved in the
We have to be aware of is that with the
Shabbat
exception of
is
Spain,
slang for a Shabbat. The lyrics to this book refers to the great and red on Shabbat, often only as hair.
appropriate for women to go out
for dedication. Shabbat exercises with for learning at this time. Ten blind close and outreach. China's daily learning cycle established by the previous weekends. Two monitor handle Hebrew for intermediate grades.
many of the
Shabbat
cities
refers to a devoted follower of the Rebbe. Chassis feature British for Chassidic style. Shabbat harmony and attendant to Chassidus.
So that's really
Chassis feature for informal gathering. Torah and inspiration. Central to Shabbat life. Chassidus Hebrew for Chassidic tradition. In Shabbat, usually refers specifically to Shabbat style. Shabbat Hebrew for winning tennis. In Shabbat, Yosef is central. Said more like touch intense back and forth, debating Torah ideas. Shabbat Mikasha, Ina, understanding and flowing. Refers to the Chassidic philosophy of the Alter Rebbe, the Luminous.
I think that's the
Chassidus Hebrew for the
and in many
refers to the mystical teachings of the Baal Penguin, developed in Shabbat as the intellectual Torah philosophy. Chassis feature far Chassidic gatherings.
women in Muslim
Informal get together with singing, signs, and held to inspire service and passion. Chassis feature oral units for the Chassidic tribe. Refers to such activity. Some that are rendered often worthless, carrying deep spiritual intent. Chassis feature more Yiddish. Chassidic saying inside. Chassidic for Chassidic told to inspire. Cheshbon edition. spiritual self without before Rothschild or at that time.
Changes in women's after industrialization is that they will read these
Central Shabbat.
forget. Yeah.
Someone diligent in mind is true for other external
Task to cross it's
graph or
hours
touch.
and hours of average
Shadow food.
patience. How do you say it?
Professor Yiddish slang. For someone who calls up for overeating or breakfast and cookies. That's for Yiddish slang. A Shabbat, often said before for Yogi Film. Shabbat's outreach tenders, a home for Torah, Hillel, and community. Person who always shows up at Shabbat for free food events without any commitment. Shabbat like slang. Someone connected to Shabbat but not fully immersed. Use tongue-in-cheek. Chamber group or friends. Shabbat can also mean someone close in the China's club slang. Groups organized around reciting Titus. Chuck-in-ushing Yiddish Shabbat slang. To drop in and catch a class without being a regular. Special joy in living a Hasidic life. Shabbat law refers to external things and spiritual forces of
Real estate.
Shabbat Yiddish for praying. Refers to many laws like carrying on Shabbat for measured like this. All favors Hebrew for gates. Nicknames for parts. Town and tractates Bama, Netzia, Bama Basra. All Kosos Hebrew line and the test. All Parshigos Shrooms for fortune. Special decree for Pesach Shekels, Zachar, Sarah, Jovish. All Rothschild for acronyms. Chastity learning break. Down the all women Hebrew for Abstinence, Neriah, Yezra, Tzitzit. All Rothschild focus on Hebrew. Four initials of Shabbat. Used in Chassidic meditation on the Shabbat prayer. Davidic Chassidic slang. Chassidic style of Davidic. Slow, meditative, heartfelt. Rural Yiddish slang. To grasp, internalize. In Shabbat, used to be truly getting the depth of the idea.
Can't be understood in the same way
Rural Yiddish slang. With inner grasp. Compliment for someone who really gets Chassidic in Kalauer world. Shorthand for the concept. Dollars like and such was the weekend distributed dollar bills for charity. Thousands. Dollars. In Shabbat, often used for Rabbbi in slang. Garbage. Sometimes we Shabbat usage. Leads to peace through prayer and chastity. Into voluntacitus, Chastity phrase recipe and absence. It's time for prayer or blessing each shadows, once dinner. Five seats of typical Navy song. In Chassidus. Rabbinic structure allowed on Shabbat within a defined boundary. Irashat arrows between for fourth-bar joining. A specific halachic form of Irid. Refers to divine any as it is revealed in the world. Shabbat, a month of preparation, teshuvah, and spiritual stock-taking. Pershas. And in Hebrew for faith. In Shabbat, interfaith detachment and transcend. And in Teshuvah, Hebrew for simple faith. The natural. And in Ishai, Hebrew for living self. And acted upon. And in Shabbat, for space. Self-doubt. And innovate believed in easy and trust confident reliance. And the doubt forces. One of the forces. In Shabbat, emphasis is surprise. Often discussed with great care on Shabbat Hasidut and mock slang.
Married. So, for example,
Slang.
let's just skip this here. So what we see from the case of the rabbinic documents indicate that women yes, their word is not, these cases come to court, and the husband says one thing, the wife says nothing. The court has to decide whether it's true.
Upgrades denoting loyalty to the king passion. Expert chastity slang.
Her father would give her a
Further talk display of chastity. Teasing. Baby adult unit exclamation for gathering.
These are treasures that the
Or
rabbis
Shabbat bed where Hasidim sit together, sing Nigunim, share, Nagri Torah, inspire each other, and bring Belchayim. Favorite slang? Favoriting slang verb. Eating metaphor bread or making it feel like one. Harder unit for the opposite. Or overwhelmed. Margin unit or to rejoice in self-test success. Harvard unit for Trojan, with figuratively for skewed thinking. Rag, mushy, or bent. Harvard still unit for oil. Slang, overcoat. is for you understand.
Forget it.
Often
And she
in
says, what are you talking about? I
Far
love being a career woman.
Fargo's Yiddish for
I
what?
can have it.
Far
It
not
says
Yiddish
my
for
wife is a
humanity.
horrendous. My wife
In
is a
chastity,
rebellious.
it's that slang, joking term for someone, including family
He
shout-out settings.
says you can keep your
This
job.
short slang for
And
far
you
right in the
have,
door.
you're not considered a redhead.
Big part yeshivas initiates little things.
Specifics. But it's
This self-elected chastity discussion is not possible and test is not practiced, but mentioned.
called a Mediterranean society.
This group of intervita refers to the Rita Rothschild Rabbi Shalom Dotberg Pearson.
Huge trove of information there. What kind of work we're looking
It's
at
by
development
joking slang, everything
identifies
revolves around
separate
five
different
links to capitalism.
words that
The rabbi shares all the military categories. Off-color or overtly jokes, proudly do pause. In chastity presents worldly desires. Sometimes use joking, flipping into slang. Stories, or that, or personal struggles shared and answered. Audacity, and Fargo's use constantly. World's chastity teaching excellence, Uriah, Yetzirah, Yiddish for religiosity. Chastity is sometimes critiqued, but it is about external piety without inner connection.
talking about usually
From her Yiddish slang,
like the nasty
super religious style.
Jews
Get bang.
Christians developed this
Religious
canon law
movies
called the
in brown like
Rabbbi,
sidewalks,
which
which has no one needle.
prohibited Christians
Full
from
Hallel
charging
recitation is
interest
a complete Hallel prayers on festivals.
which basically shut down
Full beard
the
shout at
medieval
my dad.
economy because in an
Growing up
agricultural
years and
society
non-pretty
where
as a sign of piety.
income and expense
Full
is
time
very
religious
hard
slang.
to ride out the year when you're waiting
A
for your
couple who
harvest to grow.
devotes themselves
The
24/7
Jews
to
were
outreach.
the minority for about 500
Fundraising
years.
trade rank
They
slang.
were legally
A
allowed
trade rank that
to
is
let money
actually
out.
just
500 years. Jews were the
Lighthearted serious ones to live the fire Yiddish for Hasidic lingo, used metaphoric Yiddish phrase fire is burning.
I'm trying
The
to
essence of the identity for building and Shabbat. Person managing alios, advances, or 770 nursing closes. Now is Hebrew for exile. In Tacitus, refers to both physical exile and spiritual distance from teaching. Now is Hashina Heber for exile of the divine presence. And presence in it in the world. Now is mindset slang, which answers often for the sake of is in Shabbat progressions. And Tacitus, 2 levels. Lower and higher again. And immediately and for higher. And even punishment Hebrew for lower garden of Eden. Souls employed for learning after death. And in Islam Shabbat shorthand for Gan Israel. The group is spirituality. In Yiddish slang, copings. Used in Margaret talk about elevating material. And Hebrew is a spiritual cleansing process of soul. Here is Hebrew for conversion to Judaism. Nine find that Yiddish slang for beaten up. Used in IV with enough favorite gets intense. R is Hebrew for conclusion. Talmudic text interpreting the Mishnah. For Rashi the study will value and level. Shabbat often uses it for mystical insights. Often refers to Greenlow societies, generalist density. Greenlow times. Through plural for geniuses. Refers to the post-Talmudic sages. 650. 1050
Jewish historiography.
Central focus on becoming the Moshiach.
In many areas, Jews
Line of Hebrew for the new and complete redemption. Expectation no. Use with shock, tired, or complaining. Get all in Yiddish for amazing, tremendous. Positive exclamation in Shabbat slang. Get all in favorite slang. And Mossen, fiery hard reddish. Get nothing as Yiddish for with help. Common Shabbat blessings. Get under my favorite slang. That's all my favorite. Meaning one with good balance of inspiration and joy. Get the Hebrew for degree. By comparing similar words in verses, Hebrew date. kindness stimulus tests. Green notebooks for tomorrow. Chastities and militia. Our lucky section. Gold Hebrew for Redeemer. Third, Gold Hebrew for Righteous Redeemer. Term for Messianic prayers. Dolus mentality slang. Stuck in technology. Opposite of human mindset. Normal Hebrew for benefactors. Refers to birthday cycle of blessings. Hebrew formation.
Document which is actually 1098. Presented Mr. David, son of the late Judge Young, and the latter witnessed to the former. He was in the synagogue on Wednesday, the 10th of this month. And to Moses, the teacher,
Rabbi titles for Civic Arena. In Shabbat, popularly means arena.
Some kind of court document. This person is testifying, and this woman comes into individuals, so they can test the validity of the story. And she says, that is due to him from me is 5 Kirats, which is, I'll tell you later, basically works out to $20. All she wants is $20. 1967. Well, actually, it's 20. And she calls me for $20. For 5 Kirats, he makes such a fuss. Probably the brother of the sexton was present and made the same deposition as the aforementioned. We have written down what it is for us and the song so that we serve as conveying rights and as a group. Just quick vision of who this person is. If you work with these docs all the time. Yeah. was fascinating. First of all, her actual name was Karima, and she's referred to as the daughter of Amar, who is known as the language.
Someone who always asks for $10. Grapple with chassis slang phrase for struggling through heavy tomorrow. Grabs Yiddish for belch. Used in slang jokingly and figuratively. Grabs favorite slang.
Welcome.
Favorite where everyone has brody. Duck Hebrew for body. Incassative, often contrasted.
Without identity, you can't say it's the shopkeeper from such and such a street. You have to say a woman who is the wife of so and so, the daughter of so and so, and there are people here who testify to that. She doesn't need any independent verification. Everybody knows who she is. Just give her name and that's it. Well, this is like she was called to appear the bed, then we know what happened. It's fascinating. This is her. The Rothschild of broker, she's called the broker. To my brother shall be given 100 dinars from the office given me as security. Note, by the way, Goitein figures out that 2 dinars was about the monthly income of a middle class family. So if you take the American median income as that same marker, and that would be about $50,000. So if you say white, non-Hispanics, it's a little bit higher. But let's say that. It is, which is kind of hard.
Casted soul. That also needed a Hebrew for good holiday. That he keeps a Shabbat circle.
For the synagogues in Old Cairo.
This is fortune Hebrew for well-kept guests. Dancing and numbering. Had the Hebrew for we will return.
Joseph wife 5 dinars to each of his
Formula
brothers,
said that
the cash in full, which
central
I
Shabbat
possess,
mission to
in
spread
300
chastity.
dinars. She's got
Average Shabbat
300
Hebrew
dinars
for
in
separating
cash.
shallow.
Again, about
It's never
$500,000.
become fortune
Right?
but no.
Liquid cash,
The gun of Hebrew
which are
for
already
color.
with me. And the 67
Okay,
dinars,
Passover
despite
has
this,
a Savior.
possible with lady
Shabbat has
50
its
or
own
7
Hebrew
dinars
for
for
liberty.
that's interesting as well.
Raising
In
the
addition,
Torah
as well as
bring
cash
services.
and kind.
Those Hebrew
All this shall be kept for my son.
for Torah inspiration. That any gathering
One half of all this shall be
iconic
given to
Hebrew
the
for
synagogues
script
and
is practiced
the boys'
for the
father.
Leviticus Hebrew subject.
Sometimes
Sometimes discussing Shabbat as contrast to chastity then.
Verba is
Psalm Hebrew phrase.
her very own word.
Psalms recited on festivals.
Not one penny.
Hallel Gadol Hebrew for great Hallel.
That 2 promissory notes,
Longer
meaning
psalm
that
for
I owe
location.
you. She's holding on to
And
debt.
Moxie Hebrew blessing over bread.
Concerning a debt of 80
Brings
dinars,
forth
which he
bread
owes
from
me,
Hebrew.
will be handed over to me. He
Hebrew
just
for
wants
notes.
money. Give him
Shabbat.
80 dinars.
Transcripts of the Riga and
So on
Smart
and so
Records.
forth. And then there's a lot of description
Anakin
about
will be used in Hebrew for edited transcript.
there's a beautiful little
Notice
description
from
of how
Riga
she
and
wants her
Chelsea
son
for editing.
educated. She
Added to the Hebrew for edited transcript. Checked by the Riga. Hanukkah Hebrew for dedication. Holiday celebrate victory and the royal miracle. Hanukkah Gelish for Hanukkah money. Given to children by the Riga. Hanukkah Bezabet Hebrew Yiddish for Hanukkah party. Visit Shabbat outreach. Avraham Hebrew for inside. In Shabbat. A scholarly notation. For Hamilton's house. Done before Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Haredi Hebrew for one refers to older Orthodox Jews. Shabbat, Hanukkah Hebrew for children. Intelligent refers to sensation of Incassidus, given the Israelite passage and reserved for great sex. Promise Shabbat, success. Happy argument of Shabbos. Success Hebrew for study partner. Or major certification. Rabbis approval of kosher status. Header Yiddish forum. Refers to traditional Jewish elementary school. Irish Yiddish for home pathetic war. Used to describe or environmental Yiddish slang. Behind it crowd. Identity slang for today next generation. Often critical tone. Message Hebrew for concentrate. Hebrew for Shabbat. Series of connected guerrilla plots. Intelligence, distraction invalidates system-like textile foray. Heavy and clear. Hilchos Yom Tov Hebrew for laws of old. I have prepared. Formula before certain mitzvot. Yiddish slang for someone who oversimplifies deep contentments. Sometimes counts as partial tashuna. It's Tashuvah's Hebrew for connection. It's Shabbat. Bond between chassid and inspired prayer in Shabbat. It's Baptist Hebrew for passing away. In Shabbat. The Riga and its Baptist Riga and supplies are Hashem and Hebrew for fleet's sake. Chanted on Sukkos with Lulav.
So there's a guy.
Hashem Testament Hebrew for memorial and Mars. Touch finished slang, not too excitable. Zipper Hebrew for pregnancy. Also, the Jewish there's the Kodesh Hebrew for holy letters. A section of popular letters. The altar Riga. Hebrew for holy letters.
Golden Age of Spain, which
The
will,
public
he also
eye.
has kind of an
Sigurd
interesting
Shabbat
connection
shorthand
to
for the letters. Many
the so I'll just have a couple of
Sigurd practice Shabbat slang, writing a letter to the Riva and
We're very grateful for them.
Iluti Hebrew praise these and those.
Giving us some
From Calvin of Dictum, and Shabbat discussion. Abraham in Hebrew for law.
Years old, and he's planning
Halachic requirements without strict
to raise some money last year
It
for
earns a passion by age Hebrew for
this
his
year he got the
will
green light.
to Jerusalem.
Okay, so tonight
And Shabbat sometime around perfect Latin Hebrew for the
age of Sepharad,
Israel, state of free
period,
state militia,
which extends primarily from
and Yeshua
the 10th
the organizers
to
of the program.
13th century. Ideal state
Chastity
for Jews
compliment.
in modern
For those persons.
moment, but let's understand what makes Spain so special,
Many different
which
chastity is
sounds
not
like
recorded
even though there's no
category
real
of
connection
halachic
between that
rulings
physical
on
name
casperets.
and the region, the amount of
It's not a slang for someone
cultural
constantly
power, and Jewish learning.
It's the Allah, seek the Allah.
Very
Pastor
few have
Joseph
Jews
Eagle generated
at
praise.
once
And
and
Shabbat.
quite adept
Every
at making
generation
their way
has
through
leaders
the
such
byways
parts of
of modern culture. In America, there's
slang
some
corruption
there.
of
America
human
have
interaction.
figures, Jewish
Teaching the
figures
joke
who are
term for
they're,
passion is the Hebrew.
they provide for the
So
society.
Shabbat can be
Comedians,
popular because
literati, scientists,
Hebrew Hebrew for Hebrew
politicians even, so
and
on.
Jewish.
And you also have Jews who are really expert in the Talmud,
Hebrew
the
Hebrew for
Bible,
the
and so
Hebrew
on.
language.
But rarely are those
Bias
two
Hebrew
groups
for deep study.
combined in a single
If you
person
choose
or people.
advanced analysis referring them to study the
You
Chassidists,
have
central
a
in
little bit of
Shabbat
that
Yeshua.
perhaps in
Bias
19th century
secular
Germany,
Hebrew for
people
study
like
of prayer.
Moses Mendelssohn perhaps would encapsulate
Shabbat
some of
custom
these
to
values.
meditate before
Faith
davening.
did have that. You
Have
had
a turn to
individuals
deep study,
who were
sometimes
politically
overly
very
analytical.
powerful and religiously very
Yabal
observant.
Teshuvah slang, playful yeshiva slang for Yabal Teshuvah refers to Judaism. And
Emancipation in the
Martin Yeshivish is the unique mix of Hebrew, Yiddish, Aramaic, and English slang spoken in the circles. Educational
before there
media.
was a quite non-Jewish concept of identification
Jerusalem
land
opened where
outside
visitors to
the whole.
Jerusalem developed messianic
Converted
visions.
Jews are really
Some joked about
really
it from
into
circles.
that part of the world that they come from. And this
cultural stereotype about ill feelings tied to Jewish upbringing. Sometimes jokes about
Let's just look at Spain for a few moments.
mother sharing slang for
Jewish population
Jewish
of Spain
slang terms sometimes is pejorative, sometimes for stereotypical slang for chicken soup, often called
Spain before the
border
Muslim
historic
conquest
college neighborhoods and
when the
Trinity
campus
Star
was
slang
rabbinical
for Magnus David Star of David.
Arian,
See
which
Pontifical
was
slang.
Christianity at the time.
Jewish time, JT
Jesus
slang.
were like a man.
Shabbat circles often called Shabbat time.
Heresy and the Arians eventually
There's
moved on.
slang
But
given
anyway,
back slang
history,
back
one of the ways in which they did this, meaning their
slang Afro style curly hair on a
Christianity
Jewish
was
person.
by persecuting the Jews.
Popular slang
And so we have some really awful
Jewish dated slang
persecution
old
of the
fashioned
Jews
words
during
for
the
Jewish
Visigoth
moments.
period, burning
Sometimes
synagogues
used
with
playfully
Jews,
or ironically
really
today.
nasty things that you wouldn't see until much
Jewish
later
slang,
out of parts
playful
of Europe.
slang, meaning kill us in a
This
Jewish
seems
way.
to have a correlation.
Foreign slang, modern slang. Somewhat rare, unique in the Jewish world text.
Of Visigoth Spain, around 1111, when the
Newspaper slang, blending Jew with Jew.
and if they
Dog
ever
difficult a figure of suffering and faith, reference
so
to
you see there's a
servants' heart
correlation here. All those kings that passed that
Joseph reference by Rabbbi. Indian desert area of Jerusalem, reference in Tanakh study and Israel geography.
These last few were actually Jewish. They out here to the
Just
east.
sounds like I like. Shabbat thought. Also slang. The Kalam equals the bride to be. Called Lithuanian Yiddish or Cold Lithuanian. Supposed Yiddish for code. Long largest for the Hebrew for sacrifice in the temple. Studied in Pelagia and Tacitus. Carrying Hebrew for Shabbat. that 10 equals encourage house of making vessels kosher.
That was within a Christian politically,
Praise
because
and shout out
the
his
Jewish
name.
faction often sees the Jews as a
And
useful
that's that Hebrew
ally
for assembly.
against the other minorities
Modern
that
term
they may
for
have to
Israeli
contend with in
parliament.
the future. I think
Passages.
Jewish philosophy
Simply Yahweh intelligence Hebrew for shell.
Spanish Jewish
Evil
symbolism.
force covering holiness.
Pause. Well,
English Yiddish for modern.
for the Spaniards, encouraging letters traveling between Christian regions and Muslim regions.
Pi
Jews
Hebrew for
being
Greeks.
a protected minority. And furthermore,
Served in
Jews
temple. All now.
really anywhere in the world.
Follow Hebrew studies historic poetry center.
Also known
Kosher
as
Hebrew theologically forbidden food.
essentially set
For
off
for the Kurvita.
edition today. And then
Time for a journal.
where we talk
Rita
about
Health.
you see quite often with
Ashes breaking room for cup.
just
Meeting. Making up plan. Eagle back. Eagles big shot.
fired up.
He's adopted Hebrew for charity fund.
Changed my name.
770.
Great
King R Hebrew for already.
call.
Comments for Hebrew for 33rd of October.
Possible that
College for Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Big
was diametrically
L.I.
opposed to
Hebrew for
Arabian
line.
philosophy.
Toast over line for match. Central match.
Okay, so who was he?
Often
He
known
was one of these
as Yiddish
very
girl.
wealthy and very
Slang.
the
He has
traditional
my
place in sort of
He has
January
some
around the year 1075.
lack of Yiddish for 2024 in the period
At the
10.
same time, he was also
Mom
receiving
is
a
Yiddish
very
Yiddish for analytical
well
study.
which was
Slang.
space and time would have included
He has not long
mathematics,
as equal sharp mind and learning.
geography,
Mom each door Yiddish
science,
science.
and especially the
Slang
Arabic.
is used in the talk.
So many the kind of education
For learning.
kind of
For someone who studies slang. Low equals diligent learner. All Chautauqua's Yiddish usually way past bedtime. Blue Lobster Brew for Tom Brand. For
So
resurrection.
his
Open
age
Hebrew for garment.
when he participated in
Spiritual
an
garment.
Arabic
Equals
language
thought,
poetry
speech,
slam.
action.
That was on the turn.
Classic
It was
galactic code.
a competition. Actually,
Salvage
it might have
of
been a
Hebrew
Hebrew
prayer
language
lost
poetry
garments.
competition.
Used in
It
mystical
was a
discussion.
competition to see
Will
who could
Yavovich Yiddish
imitate
for
a
city of
particular
love.
poem, which I believe
Town
was
where Shabbat
authored
was
by
founded.
one of the Ibn Ezra's
Now
in
infamous
Hebrew.
with Rukhovich movement.
We have to understand the
Late
role
night
of
yeshiva
poetry
slang for
in
Habakar
Spanish
always
Jewish
makes
life
a figure,
in the 11th
not
century.
eating, or meaning.
Poetry was something that
On the level.
this year
Slang Yiddish for straight.
Shakespeare. But how do you break
Laugh
your
enough. Saving the world.
in class, out of class,
Shabbat expression.
poetry versus
Look at I am on each song and Hebrew as formal titles. Order. Shabbat passages.
virility,
Look at I sing of Hebrew for collect thoughts.
and there are all kinds of
Serving 9. While 7 the loop. Picture me. That has for on inside.
highly
Look at I for a Hebrew for collected for us. On the far figures.
and yet
Right, Yiddish,
problematic
slang.
is
It's talking often to get the crown fight for
it
monkeys.
seems that this was
Now
the start.
figure out stage to go Florence Bank.
And
Grab a short
the
story
fact
talk
that he
to
could
share.
write a poem about
Now
how
figure out
good
that
looking
slang.
things
Hetery.
included
Figure out how high slang.
and he could also
Yiddish
commentary on
slang.
the Talmud at the same time. It's
It
hard for us
shocks someone.
in our
Influential or in the community. That low secret for the
understand
food.
how he needs to
Chicago.
establishing status.
That Abraham Hebrew for shield Abraham.
One last comment. I will tell you that
Morning blessing in Chautauqua's and Dave about the Latch's commentary on Sheldon.
Russia, I've been there
That is
several
David
times.
Hebrew for shield of David. The 6-pointed star
I
of
went
David.
in the
Montana Hebrew for what is different.
for the
The four
Soviet
questions
Union.
at the Seder.
And I don't know if you've ever been
Slang.
to St. Petersburg
Montana this time.
or Kiev or places like that.
What
You
has
walk down the main
differentials?
streets,
The bar Hebrew
people
for the
setting up
stores.
tables selling books.
In Shabbat, force often said late after favoritism. Couple Hebrew for flood. Refer slang. It has some of magazine feature. In Shabbat, a couple of honor for teachers of passages. Magazine of the altar Riga. Shall hide on the dash. Dash be a Hebrew Shabbat term. When serve or men follow dies in chastity and the lotus passion. That night as some basket, never else the bees be rash. Lots of Hebrew for a lotus bread before pesach. Lots of all Yiddish slang. Definitely in chicken soup. Lots of Hebrew unique cross situation. Slang. What has the Moscow? What has that Moscow touched in and Yiddish slang?
So anyways, it was that
That should
he
be
was
Hebrew
poetry
for
contest.
minor.
Hard to beginning to a very close association with the Ibn Ezra family,
That should have been flashback slang.
which was Abraham
Very
Ibn
tall
Ezra,
minor.
commentator who was
Sometimes
on
says
Shirley.
firstly.
They shared
That
many,
changed
many
Yiddish slang.
experiences together. And
Pleasure
most
or
of the
life
poetry he
living.
wrote in his early hedonistic phase of
Example.
his life. When I
This
say that
is
term,
also that
obviously in a
that you
qualified
left
way,
Hebrew for forgiveness.
like hedonism
Slang.
itself featured it.
Rabbbi Rash Rabbit in apologetical teaching.
Beauty, things
Princes
like
be
that.
Rash
That
and
was the
Simcha.
main thrust of his poetry. At
Ear
the time.
Hebrew name
He had
meaning
not
elucidate
distinguished himself in
in
any other
Shiva.
specific area.
Ear held for
Then there was
organization
a
ear.
major
Vegetables
conquest
Hebrew
in
for privilege.
1090 by
Slang.
the Berbers coming up from North Africa.
Ethics he has some
With
extra
different
strings.
approach to Islam
Element
and
Hebrew for
less
teacher,
tolerant
especially in
view
cheddar.
of many of the Muslim minorities.
The long Malta Hebrew
So
for
people that
escorting
like
the queen
began
to
of
shadows.
wandering about 20
Shabbat,
years,
strongly
which he moved into Muslim regions again and into
Menorah
Christian
Hebrew for
regions.
land.
And he's really traveling around seeing all kinds of things.
Temple
This time
Temple
he's primarily
in slang.
supporting himself with
Protestant
his
Candelabra.
medical skills. He's trained
Men
as a
Yiddish
physician
for upright
and he's
person.
doing quite well often
Slang.
catering to the nobility in any particular town.
Neshana Tom Hebrew for changing
He's
place.
also quite a
Electric
significant
set
following
affecting
spread his
windows.
poetry. And so
That
he's
you
really
Yiddish
establishing
slang.
fame.
Is
There is
nonsense.
no evidence
Mexican or Yiddish for
live
crazy
off
person.
any specific
Sometimes
benefactor
it's
or was in
affectionately.
any way supported by
That's more in Hebrew for
wealthy
tradition.
individual. It seems
That's
that
the Yiddish
he
for
was
translate
truly
and Talmud.
independent, pursuing his art purely
What
for
messed
art's
up are
sake,
you holding?
while maintaining
That there
himself
is the
in a
self
pattern that we see
sacrifice.
also, for example, with the
The section
doesn't
study
engage in poetry so
Judaism.
much, but
That's
very,
why
very
Hebrew for
prolific
fine.
writer.
Electric translate about lost property. Slang. What on that side? Garden.
Two beloved who are talking to each other.
Garden is affixed to doorways. It's the Hebrew for ritual for men as well. Milton's passion Hebrew for war of TV. Chastity praise for spiritual struggle. Milkfish Yiddish for dairy food. Milkfish house slang.
The first guy says,
Kosher kitchen areas for dairy foods. Mitzvah Hebrew for afternoon prayer. Minyan Hebrew for chores of 10 men.
and his medical practice was keeping things going.
Now have a
At the
Minyan
same
yet.
time, he was developing
Minyan factory
a larger
slang.
and larger total
Show with rolling mini knee all day like in
This
Brooklyn.
lasted until 1108, until
It
one of
was
his
Dano's
first
ever
papers,
presenting portions.
a man named
First, it's better. slang. He has Mishpucha.
kind of turned his mind
Mishnah
in
is
many ways
Hebrew, the Hebrew of the
towards
Mishnah.
the
Shab Yiddish
during
for mitzvah dance.
his introduction to this movement as well.
Shab
So
Yiddish
two
for
of them
honor. Yes. Four times as much.
trip to Israel. This one was to speak that way.
All Hebrew for circumcisers.
There's also quite a bit of
Moshe
where
Yiddish
information
slang.
indicates we're
Moshe
connected
Hebrew for anointed
familial
one.
manner, either
Central to
we're
Shabbat.
cousins or perhaps they're connected by
Gift and
marriage.
redemption by
All
the
of these
Riva.
details are
Moshe now.
lost in the
Shabbat
assessment
slogan
of history.
promoting urgency and
More
redemption.
data is forthcoming from the Guineas.
We have seen the Shabbat meal on last day of Pesach. Anticipation. Mosai Shabbos abbreviated for after Shabbos. Mosash slang abbreviation for Mosai Shabbos.
Later,
Term.
we're talking about
Set
several
aside.
lament,
Musser Hebrew for
they
ethics.
typically describe the dismay
Also name
and
of
the
ethical
loss of
movement.
close friends.
And Hebrew for primary here.
Literally, four
Misa
friends
is Yiddish
that
Hebrew for story.
were higher, they were not the
Doghouse is for you. Free early medieval Galactic Air commentary by Rabbbi and Susan. Simna of Midri. Madrid Hebrew for died. Shabbat context. Leader of for supervisors. Certifier. Human slang. Spiritual overseer.
supporting
Raton Hebrew for spiritual supervisor in a Sword Hebrew for tradition. Used for galactic textual continuity.
that are read on the 9th day of the month.
That is Kenyan Hebrew for richly
Jewish
gifts.
bad luck day.
Mitzvos of giving
Finally,
fortunes to
what he's
Kohanim.
perhaps most famous for are his
Mata
Shirei
Ruach
Zion,
Hebrew for
his
you as
songs
his
of
year.
Zion, about 90 of these
What as the Mata Ruach and the
topic
They are Hebrew for method.
last part of his life.
Great
Great care. My head. I flickered my
What as
may
the
smile
for
if
that?
you wish after
For the
a
belief.
score of my friends soon will make a few.
Sometimes it's mindfully for mystical ties.
Sorry about the rhyme there. but
Belgian
that's the
Hebrew
idea,
for
right?
work.
I
The
can
39
identify
prohibited categories on Shabbos. Shabbat named after the Testament, Semitic, and the literature Riva.
ones that I try.
Often shortened to mental.
They're very much about
Messenger for seekers.
crimson
Slang.
overspread. Her teeth are like
The S and the big daddy, always looking to grow
down
spiritually.
curls.
Mesukan Hebrew for
Fly
invited.
with the knife.
In Felicia.
Over her features down.
Fourth of Greek for benching.
The twinkling stars enthroned above are
Midrash
sisters
from a classic collection of Midrashi, often cited in Tacitus.
to lay our servants at her feet.
Midrash 10 to have another Midrashic collection strongly iconic.
Forecast is
Middle Hebrew for tower. In
I
Agna.
know the translation
Symbol of spiritual strength.
Colossus fame, right?
Milton's represents the eternal coldness attitude. Milton's document for war of God and
Anyways, again,
Shiat.
the rock.
Milton's Passion Hebrew for wars
In
of
Hebrew,
God.
these are all Hebrew.
Milton's Hebrew for obligatory war. Category EG.
Should be,
defense of Israel. Milton, which is Hebrew for optional war. Milton, Hebrew for war. Shalom, unique Hebrew for dairy.
I had 13 people already.
Capitalist separation. Milton, embedded to the Arabic. Hebrew Torah 5 equals the custom of Israelis Torah. Minhag Shabbat particular customs of Shabbat codified by the Rabbbi. Minyan Katabi Yiddish slang. Butcher S Minyan equals really fast now meaning. This stage Hebrew Yiddish for opponent. Originally. Those opposed to this acne world of the state slang. Sometimes employees
Alright, we'll see.
by Elizabeth Rita Evelyn, Susa, Shora Study, Shabbos Kegel. For his use. First, Torah debate. Slang. Art. Medieval collection prayer commentary by Rashi and student Simanov Dibri. Madrid Hebrew for guide. In Shabbat context. That right dependent form of beverage. Madrid Hebrew for preacher, storyteller. Teacher Chassidus. Also title of the messenger Maggid. Maggid Hebrew for lesson giver. The main lecturer in a yeshiva. Mashkin Hebrew for supervisor. Either a kosher certifier or yeshiva spiritual guide. Mashkia Shabbat term for spiritual mentor who guides in Chassidus and the Buddha. Mashkia Rothschild Hebrew for spiritual guide. Title in Shabbat Yeshua.
Talk about what is the empire.
Hebrew for atmosphere, spirit.
When basically the entire country converted to
They call it Hebrew for
they never heard about this.
in yeshiva.
It is rather
That has its name and has.
converted to Judaism.
Refers to mitzvahs performed in the best way. Needle Hebrew for robe. Priest has garment involved. Also to be by law. Holy property. Ritualist. Delicate Hebrew for word. The 39 categories prohibited on Shabbos.
What would be Tajikistan and
Not
Kazakhstan.
mental and the Ludovic Arena. Martin Short
Multiple sources
Several
from
common nicknames
Christian,
Shabbat
Jewish,
Judaism Rome.
Arab, this Jewish kingdom.
Seder Kiddush Hebrew for one who remains at the wedding.
So,
The officiating
what
rabbi
exactly
at the
was this
Shabbat.
conversion about? I just read myself, but oh yes.
Meshish's slang for Shabbat extends public pronouncements of the Rita as Moshe.
Individual and very spiritual
Central
individual.
theme in Shabbat and touching
Various faiths
Rabbi
that
Hebrew
were
for
circulating the
seeker.
world at the time. He
Slang.
had heard about the great
He has some
monotheistic
Rabbi
faiths.
Cash. Always guilty 10
We're all
Midrash is a classic collection decoded in Tacitus.
all kinds of
Midrash tends to have another Midrashic story to flush and carry.
Some ancient
Most
sites
of the
definitely on the
events
site.
Rabbi
Those images of signature geometry, there are issues with drawing of that's ancient geometry, right? That's sacred geometry. Depictions have been around forever. It's weird when you have these outliers. These outliers that come out of nowhere. Like